he'll have boxes of like cheap graphic novels, and I think they're probably used. They come in collections,
right?
And one of them was Kniff's Mail Call.
Yes.
And I'm gonna buy it. I don't know why I left it there, but do you have that?
No, but I can get it.
It's really interesting, and I thought that might be one that we could look at. And that might be one to look at with Warren or something, right. Like a future Warren thing, because it's all World War II strips, but he was doing them on top of his regular strips as like, man, I support, the war effort. This is my support of it. And it's like 2 years worth, and it's an Eclipse reprint, like that Johnny Comet, where, Eclipse did a lot of stuff. They did a lot of stuff that's sort of the blueprint of where comics have gone, like trying to do graphic novels, doing strip reprints that they thought were good. And then indie creator-owned stuff. Like, all of that's sort of the blueprint of where we've gone. And even the early manga. Like, literally, Eclipse is like the blueprint of where comics are today.
Yeah. Yeah, and it feels like...
We should try to talk to Dean Mulaney.
It'd
be like a Dennis Kitchen.
Yeah.
Like a guy who was really there for a lot of stuff that ended up yielding, reaping what you sow. Like, a lot of comics look like Eclipse today.
Yeah, they foresaw a lot of stuff. It's amazing what this wizard foresees.
It's funny how the wizard tone has gone to like, hell in a comics are, in trouble. And there's no turning point. Like, it just becomes like at some point where it's like, I guess we can't lie or sugarcoat it anymore.
Normal.
It is. And it feels like it happened pretty quick. Like, we know it's coming, and we knew the bubble burst probably in hindsight, maybe before they did when they were living it. But at the same time, it's like now everybody's on board that it's doom and gloom. And I don't remember that news item.
Right. So I posted the link. I emailed it to you. I think we're set up, Jimmy. All right. I'm starting to see some heads popping in, so that's a good sign.
Good morning, King Kayfabers.
All right. Great stuff. I'm going to do the Wizard Ep first. It's going to be issue 56. Oh, let me get our pimpage.
Yeah, I drug mine in. I'm so excited. Next time we record, I'll have a new comic book to put under the camera.
I got a couple weeks left of serializing stuff on my Patreon for Red Room, and then I have to like make a decision about how to disseminate. Like, do I start disseminating my strip to them in drips and drabs? Like, not call it a daily strip on the Patreon. Just put it up as I can, but like how much and how frequent and stuff like that, to just keep a constant source. It's one of the books, man. We got to do it, dude. It's a long time coming. Got mine signed by Ron Friends at Pittsburgh Comic Con.
I'm excited to update that cover 3. I feel like that piece is really going to put that cover over the top.
Should I send? I could send you the PDF of that.
Yeah,
stuff?
do that. That would be the easiest way. Do you have a title?
I do.
Is it in the PDF? Is it like on one of those pages?
That's prototype stuff.
Yeah.
Like I came up with a way better title for the strip. I'm just not going to say right now.
Yeah, don't say now, but include it in the email that you send me so I can put it across that bottom, because there's like title space there.
Can you log me in, Jimmy? Where is that circle?
Oh, I see it.
Always tricky when it's over the weights.
Yeah.
Issue 56 of Wizard.
Do your eyes hurt on Thursdays? Like, by the end of Thursday, do you have any eye?
I don't.
Going on?
No.
My eyes take a beating on Thursdays. I think it's from staring at screens.
Yeah.
Or maybe from having lighting.
So Serena, I mean, wearing the sunglasses, it is functional. Like,
right.
I fucking hate having that light in my face.
I need lights with the blue, whatever that they call that.
Yeah, like when I do my animation stuff, like I actually wear my sunglasses because like having the light box, like I think of
Jeff
the
light box, dude.
I think of Jeff Darrow,
so smacked around.
Like inking all his stuff through the light box, like that seems scary to me. Shit.
You see any pictures from New York from that smoke stuff?
Where
it's
all
orange?
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
I think we had that earlier in the week.
Really?
I don't know that we had orange skies, but
bad
like
air quality.
I've been running every day, and you could tell like it was hazy, but you could also like almost sense it. And then like I would look on my weather app and it was like air quality warnings.
Right.
And when I'd see it as sunrise and sunset, like the sun is a crazy color, and it's just like this isn't a normal sky. But it's mild compared to what the pictures at least from New York.
I think I'm good. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Before we get into Wizard episode 56, gotta let you guys know we have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on that Patreon get access to streams of our recording session. They get all the videos ahead of time. The books are brought to you by, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. You're taking a look at the bibliography of Jim Rugg and myself, but we have some additions to that. Jimmy has Street Angel, Princess of Poverty coming to you this summer. It's a good companion piece to Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. You get both books, going to comprise all of Jimmy's Street Angel comics to date. I'm going to have the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus forthcoming. Oh, you know what? I liked doing the commercial thing, like as its own thing, and like stitching it in and getting right into the vids, man. So I'll do a commercial.
Okay.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the books that we make, but there's also a Patreon. King Kayfabers on that Patreon get all of the videos before anybody else, completely mitigates that kayfabe effect, and they have access to our weekly stream where we create each of the episodes, completely removing the kayfabe effect from existence for them. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make. You're looking at a good sample of our bibliography, but we have some additions to this, man. We never stop working. Jimmy's going to have Street Angel, Princess of Poverty coming to you this summer. It is a companion piece to Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. It's different material. It's from Jim's pre-Image days, and you have both volumes. You're going to have all of the Street Angel content that Jimmy has created to date. I'm going to have forthcoming the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you. Just got the cover proofs. Look at that. Look at that gleam. Look at that gleam. 504 pages. Look at the size of that spine. That's a lot of comics in that book. Comprises all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. 140 pages of new material that has not been seen in any of the other volumes at this point. And I drew a bunch of new stuff for this comic. Also, there is a X-Men Grand Design trade paperback coming out that's going to have all 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design comprised into one volume. It's a trade paperback coming to you in time for the holidays, just like the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. And Red Room is my new series. Red Room Crypto Killers issue 1 is out in the wild, coming out on a monthly basis. Here's the cover for issue 2. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. In Red Room Comics, there are 2 trade paperbacks of that out in the wild as we speak. Now that we're done paying the bills, back to the video.
That's good stuff. Make sure I don't leave without it.
148, man. 15 seconds extra. Very sad about that.
That's funny. That's it'll be interesting if this is a gimmick now for a little bit of recording these commercials and trying to get it in a certain space.
Try to get them down to uno.
Yeah.
Just a lot to cover.
There is.
All right. All right, hit it, Jimmy. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Today we're going to be looking at Wizard Magazine number 56. Came in 2 flavors of cover, as you can see here. Man, the newsstand cover with Wolverine and the Dark Claw cover by Gary Frank. Looks like it's enhanced pencil, man. Like the way those lines look. Before we get into this issue, got to let you guys know that we're going to be coming to Heroes Con next week. As of this recording, we're bringing copies of everything that we have in our collection. We rented a super giant vehicle that we're going to take down there to haul all of our stuff, man. So please stop by, put on your Cartoonist Kayfabe shirts, and join us. Also, the very last Saturday of July is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, and we're promoting that you take a bunch of your comic book doubles, comics that you're not reading right now, or go buy a comic or 2. Put them in those free little lending libraries in your neighborhood and around town. The idea is to create wider awareness of comics and create a bigger readership of comics. We all discovered comics in our own unique way. You put some comics into those bins, there's a good shot that you're going to excite somebody into becoming a future comic reader. And without further ado, Jimmy, let's take a look at Wizard Magazine number 56. This is definitely one of the sweet spots of my Wizard reading, man. This was the cover that I had when I was a kid. Still buying the stuff off the newsstand.
It's kind of cool to see Bart Sears here on the cover, issue 56. I'm not sure his first issue, but pretty early on, single-digit issues, he shows up as a cover artist. I remember his Venom from, like, I don't know, issue 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there. I love his cover work. I think it always looks pretty sharp. This thing's badass. Like, are these intestines? Like you know, you see, like, the blood and just bodies in the background, carnage. I think these are intestines. I think he gutted somebody on the cover of the newsstand edition.
It's so funny, man. They're going MPA with it, and like, you know what? Maybe don't make it red. Maybe don't make it pink.
It is funny too seeing Dark Claw. We've looked at Dark Claw in previous videos from that very successful Amalgam universe. You know, the second part of the Marvel versus DC crossover was let's gang up our characters and really hotshot. And I guess it paid off. They sold a lot. You know, like you're looking at #1 books from across a couple of years there for Marvel and DC. I don't know that they're good comics, but they're kind of interesting. And we'll see that in this issue.
It's a cool conceit. There was an Ultra Force animated series. I do remember that. It was pretty uninteresting though. Gareb Shameless talking about finally, man. Like this ain't exactly the manga issue, but we're getting a lot of manga content in here. Stuff that we've been building to for a while, including Scott McCloud doing like a 4 or 5 page feature, Understanding Manga, which is a fantastic addition to this volume. You mentioned hotshotting. I feel like the Wizard guys are hotshotting this magazine. The fact that we have 2 pretty decent issues in a row, and for those at home who aren't up on pro wrestling lingo, what hotshotting would be is a guy owns a little territory that's kind of down in the dumps. He's looking to divest himself of that territory, so he's going to bring in Hulk Hogan, he's going to bring in The Rock, and he's going to bring in Stone Cold Steve Austin, put in a lot of investment to get these guys to come, because that's going to boost the ticket sales, and he's going to take those ticket sale numbers to potential buyers, show them that, try to trick them into thinking that that is the gate of a typical show, and then getting a big reward running off somewhere. So it makes me wonder if Gareb is looking for partnership or to sell this thing off, or if there's something going on, because there is a little sweet spot of good content in here before it completely falls off. And that could be the influence of some future partner or something. I just don't know.
I think there's a lot of good material in the 90s comic scene that maybe it's the second tier in terms of sales. So at the time, that wasn't what was blamed or celebrated. But you look back on it and it's like there's a lot of interesting stuff. Weirdly, Wizard does, it's almost like the broken clock that's right twice. There's some good stuff for sure.
I love this ad for manga entertainment, because this is my generation. This is my sweet spot. Promoting Ninja Scroll as one of the pieces. Appleseed had that. New Dominion Tank Police, which is Masamune Shirow. Pat Labor 1 and 2. I had my hands on. Wings of Hanamis. We talked about that last issue. That's the Gainax dudes. Black Magic M66. That's another Masamune Shirow joint that is probably the most watchable. Devilman, of course, Go Nagai, and then look what's coming. I had no idea that Violence Jack was translated. That's a Go Nagai one that was kind of like a precursor to Fist of the North Star. Has like a lot of that vibe in it. Gunbuster, which is another Gainax joint. The Guyver, which I believe received a American movie with Mark Hamill, I believe, was in that piece, man. The letter art is pretty interesting. This guy, Travis J. Williams, I feel like he could totally work in Wildstorm Studios or something. Are you looking at something interesting on the letters page there, Jimmy?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
It's not a great letters column, this issue. Nothing stood out to me in the letters.
Had no idea that Toy Story was that
kind of
early.
Neat to see that. And these issues are sneakily getting not that early anymore. Like 96, it's further along than I realized. Like in my mind, some of this stuff is early 90s, and it's like, no, we're in the second half of the decade now.
April 1996, to be honest. The Uncanny X-Men Wait for the Onslaught. This was a big initiative for sure. And this is this is when, Joe Mad. I'm fucking with X-Men at this point. I'm buying it off the newsstand. At this point in my comics career, my comics collecting career, I probably just barely go to comic store. That was a big deal to be able to go to a comic store. So I'm still getting stuff just at the spinner rack, man. And I was picking up the X-Men's very reliably. The grocery stores and stuff were ordering heavy, and people weren't buying them as they used to, like during the Beanie Baby era of comics. So I was able to get these X-Men so regularly, and Joe Mad was a real revelation. Even in this issue, he's not quite who he is, but we're going to see examples of where his work goes when like the manga influence kind of hits a fever pitch. But Onslaught, that was pretty much my out. I was pretty much done with this stuff, man. Editors titles cut at Marvel. 2099 is finally going away at the dodo. 250 people at Marvel/Malibu are being laid off. There's some question like, hey man, are we going to what are we going to do with Thor comics? What are we going to do with Hulk comics? Titles like Green Goblin, which I didn't even know had a title.
Yeah, I said same exact title where I was like, I don't remember that.
New Warriors is going away. That's a title that really fell off as soon as Nisieze and Bagley went away from it. It rapidly plummeted.
We're gonna get comments that defend the Derek Robertson stuff.
Oh right.
And to be fair, I didn't read that.
I do have a couple
it may
issues.
still be good.
Yeah, I do have a couple issues.
But man, I love that series. Like that was one I got from the beginning, and it just really won me over with no expectations. Like a random, I'm gonna try this off the spinner rack.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah, it was promoted in the Marvel Universe Series 2 cards, and I'm like, okay, this is an opportunity to like jump on a #1. Like in those days, it's so hard to convey this in today's climate, but there was something to the high numbers of comics. It sort of meant it was prestigious to have like a 275 of something. It meant that it stood the test of time, and it had this like this minimum of quality that was able to keep it going. And you would be suspicious of #1s a little bit, but when the Spider-Mans and the X-Men's and stuff started, we were on board with that. Here's my, that was the boomer Spider-Man, that 275. Like we got our own Spider-Man #1.
Joey Cavalieri, one of the editors that's let go here, shows up at DC Comics, and he might still be there. Like he was there for a long, long time.
Makes magic. Fantastic editor, man. I think he did. I think he might have been the Bizarre Tales.
Bizarro.
The Bizarre. Yeah. Whatever that one. Where they got the cool cartoon. Basically, he brought cool cartoonists.
That's exactly right. Had a really good eye for talent and looked much further than just Marvel and DC for talent.
It makes so much sense too, because like here we have the Hernandez Bros stopping Love and Rockets Volume 1 with issue number 50, and Cavalieri, I believe, will be the editor of the Gilbert Hernandez like band comic. He was the editor of Sweatshop by Peter Bagg. Lots of cool stuff, but not burying the lead. The bros are putting down their pencils, man, when it comes to Love and Rockets. Issue 50 is going to be the last one of this volume. This cover was the inspiration to some of the Hip Hop Family Tree piece I did, just showing off, this is the cast of characters, the Rogues Gallery of Love and Rockets. It's not said in this article. It might have been on that Anti-Gravity Room show when it was highlighted that Love and Rockets is going to go away, and the bros were like, if everybody who said they were sad that the comic is going away bought the comic, there would be an issue 51. And there is so much truth to that. One of the great lessons in comics is that you get taken for granted continuing this kind of stuff. There are the hardcore Stan Sakai fans who read all the Usagi Yojimbos. There's going to be a huge... When that comic is done, there's going to be a lot of people crying about that, you know what I mean? But they ain't buying it. Like, the numbers don't lie. You could go online and see how many people are buying these comics. So Gilbert and Jaime, they're going to go take a powder and do their own comics. Girl Crazy is one of the things Gilbert's going to be working on. One of the noteworthy pieces of that, beyond the Gilbert work of it, is Coop Covers, who never really does comics.
I think there's a Dave Stevens cover on
that's
one
cool.
of those issues. And we could look at that. I have that series, and I remember it was one of my early Hernandez series. So that's pretty cool. Jaime's not sure what he's going to do. I think he does Penny Century.
Yeah.
Might be if not the next book, it's one that comes shortly after this.
Yeah.
I remember that one being pretty exciting.
Yes, and I was scooping that one up from the start. I think I started on Love and Rockets with issue 33. It was the white cover with the girls running from left to right with the cops behind.
Classic cover.
That was the first issue. Like I grabbed issue 1 and I grabbed the latest one off the rack. That was the latest one on the rack, and just like kept up from 33. So it was pretty sad to see it go. But one of the things that we're going to see in this issue, Artie from Howard Stern, he used to talk about a mush, and the mush is the guy who bets on a sports team and the sports team always loses. That's the mush. Like I was a mush, man. When I found a comic that I liked and I got it put on my pull list.
That's good. I used to joke about that. I didn't know the term, but that's what I was too. It's kiss of death if I like your comic too much.
Yes.
Gaiman, you see him transitioning successfully into writing prose. Not his first book, but signs $1 million book deal. I think that's kind of interesting that Wizard's on that tip.
Totally, and for the Gaiman transition, we're nearing issue 75, which is going to be the last issue of Sandman if it hasn't already come out. One thing I didn't realize was that Neverwhere was a TV show. Like I know the book. Mm-hmm. I had no idea that it was a program first, and then he just kind of did an adaptation. So that's kind of like dipping his toe into the novel pool. He did the Terry Pratchett Good Omens thing ahead of that. Before that, I think he did like a Duran Duran biography or something. So he's adapting something that he's already put together, maybe refine it a bit or something.
And the Duran Duran thing is interesting to note, because a lot of these guys have, what's your first job? What's the first couple of jobs? How are you paying the bills early on before anybody who knows who Neil Gaiman is? And we talk about jobbers and people, sort of don't know what that means exactly. This is the thing. He did a Duran Duran book. That's not what he's known for. That's not what he hangs his hat on.
Right.
It's not even a thing that pays well, because who knows what the royalty structure, if there even is one for that.
Yeah.
But that's what you do in the beginning, and then you get to do whatever you want. And what does he do? He invents a whole bunch of new stuff.
Yeah.
Like he writes original material. He makes Neil Gaiman his focus.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a launching point for a lot of these people, depending on your perspective and plans. But it is a different mindset, I think, and a different mentality, quite honestly, than doing like an ongoing Spider-Man that you can write it, but it's got to be Spider-Man when you're done with it. You're very limited in what you can do there.
Right. You say Spider-Man, and you talk Jurgens, and we talk jobbers, and he is the guy who drew Death of Superman. For what we know about Klaus Janson telling us that like Nightfall still pays Janson's bills, maybe Death of Superman still pays Jurgens' bills. He leaves DC. The best of the jobbers would pivot back and forth and kind of like up their page rates between Marvel and DC. Hey, I'm getting this over at DC, man. Can you match it, Marvel? And he got his own Spider-Man title in the same way that McFarlane did.
Right.
A sensational Spider-Man. But over the past bunch of months of Wizard Magazine, it definitely is established that Jurgens and these Marvel editors are not a very good fit. There's kibitzing in almost every issue we've covered in the past couple of months. So he's done.
Which also, I think he got sold a little bit of a fake bill of goods when he shows up and they're like, oh, by the way, it's not really Peter Parker, it's the Clone Saga. And so he complains about some of the content that was just out of his hands and not really what he wanted to do as part of the reason for leaving too.
But here's the thing, dude, like in talking job stuff, like, so he was the Death of Superman guy. He gets his own hot-shotted Spider-Man title. So he drops that to pick up Teen Titans. And like, ain't nobody talking about them Teen Titans. It's like 5 steps down from the rung, man. The other thing about the Neil Gaiman thing that I think is interesting is it's a 3-book deal. Never Wears One. There's a short story book that might be Smoke and Mirrors. It's called Time in the Smoke here. But I think one of those books might be American Gods. That's probably one of his biggest books. And It's not even slightly mentioned here. You were pointing at the Buzzbox?
Yeah, a couple of things from the Buzzbox. One is talk of Howard Chaykin doing a new version of American Flag, and that publishers are lining up for it. I don't believe that ever saw print, so I'm kind of curious, Howard, what's the status of that? Did you put together a outline of plans for an American Flag follow-up? That'd be kind of cool. And then the other one is Justice League getting a facelift, and it's Grant Morrison and Howard Porter. And I don't know if you remember this book, Ed. I bought the first couple of these. It became a very popular book, and I feel like it was Grant Morrison's like superhero ascension. Like
Right.
Grant Morrison writes a bunch of stuff of like weird British stuff and Vertigo stuff, kind of this outsider type writer, and then gets JLA, and it was like, Grant Morrison, that's a Vertigo writer. And it's like becomes a superhero writer. Has written all Batman, Superman, all this stuff, X-Men. So
What's
kind of interesting. Like this is the beginning, I think, of his big Superman, of their big Superman push.
Yeah, and what's the big first order of business? Get all those goofy JLA dudes out of there and give me Wonder Woman, give me Green Lantern,
Right.
give me all these characters.
100%.
But the compromise that has to be made there is I gotta have Harpoon Hand, Aquaman, and
Mullet Superman.
Mullet Superman transitioning into Electric Superman. I gotta have that. Mankind version of Green Lantern. You know, like with the Brutus Beefcake facelift fucking mask.
I can see DC making moves because the Teen Titan book that Jurgens is going to is going to bring George Perez back as penciler, finishing the pencils and inking the book. So between that and the JLA, you can almost see DC like trying to put together a plan to let's get some books in the top 10, because that's something we haven't noted. But when you look at the Wizard top 100 books every month, DC's nowhere near there unless they're teamed up with Marvel in one of the big crossovers.
Right. TMNT to move to Image, man. This is going to be under that Eric Larson umbrella, which is interesting because it might have been last issue we looked at the Jim Lee TMNT action figures. Norm Breyfogle returns to Prime. He is a creator of that character, and I've heard from people involved in legal administration that a big part of like why you never see these Ultraverse characters in Marvel Comics anymore is because those creators have a lot of equity stake in those characters. So Marvel ain't looking to pay out much loot to much extra to these people. Marvel wins ALA honor. Is ALA, that's that thing that you like,
American
right?
Library Association.
Yeah. So it goes to show you, man, it's still early enough in comics that it's Marvel that shows up.
They're calling Marvels is the book that they win it for, and it's for young adults. Best book for young adults.
Well, I guess we were young adults. Any of the company updates, Jimmy?
Not really. That's another part that's happening in comics at this time, at least from reading Wizard, is that there does seem to be a lack of excitement. Marvel DC has done their crossover and that's generated some sales, but like you read this stuff and it feels like everybody's asleep.
True. Bite this. The internet is new. The internet is happening, and everybody's trying to figure out how to benefit from the internet. There isn't a critical mass enough of people who are really on it for it to be so beneficial. But I remember going to the library, right, to go into the internet, go into these weird websites. You got to plug them in. The search engines, the Yahoos and stuff, are not sensitive enough that if you get one of the tildes incorrect, you ain't going to find it, even in their search indexes and shit. And like you go to a website for like your local newspaper, the only thing on there is a front page that gives you like a toll-free phone number to call to get a subscription. There's no content from any professional organization on the internet yet. The best material on the web is fan-created websites and stuff like that about chronologies and song lyrics and stuff. But everybody was a little bit scared of it. And it's cool to see that, the Wizard guys are kind of figuring out little ways to embrace that.
The In Memoriam, Jerry Siegel, co-creator of Superman Passes, age 81, and Nick Manabat, artist of Jim Lee's Cybernary stories, that was the backup in Deathblow, passed away 23.
Yeah, very sad because Nick Manabat was an enfant terrible or something. Like this motherfucker, the comics game could have been his. Like when you see that tomorrow, dude, let's look at Cybernary on the channel.
I love it. Yeah, he definitely was a suit like talent wise, because you'd see all these guys come through the studios, Silvestri Studio, Liefeld, Lee. They would all bring through all kinds of talent, and a lot of them would maybe take a couple of books, maybe a year or two before they come into their own. Nick Manabat, I think the only thing he really does is Cybernary. It's amazing from the get-go.
Dude
is
going for it.
Showed up ready to go.
Dude is going for it. We'll show it off tomorrow, man, for those who need that
23.
reminder. Extremely sad.
It's shocking.
Extremely sad, man. Fuck cancer. This Akiko book, it's going to get some highlight in future issues. Like, see, I'm remembering that these issues are burnt into my mind, and I remember there's going to be like a highlight of indie books, and Akiko's going to be one. Never looked inside one, but these covers, it's striking artwork. It looks like practical color.
Yes.
It looks very tight. Now I'm looking at a thumbnail. Maybe if it's bigger, it ain't so great or something, man. But I am curious about that book.
I'm curious kind of about serious entertainment because I think Dawn and Joseph Michael Linsner go there after the CFD kind of meltdown.
Yeah.
But there's a ton of serious books. I don't know. They might even still be in business for all I know. I don't know their story at all, but I've got a bunch of their stuff. And I've seen a bunch of their stuff. And I think a lot of it is art driven.
Yeah.
You know?
How about Todd got the guy who published Sirius, like down at the little homestead outdoor convention? That guy had a booth. And I was going through books. I'm like, wow, man, you're distributing all serious stuff. Like this is like super niche. Like, thank you so much for doing this. He's like, oh, I'm the publisher. Just came in from like Jersey or something to go to a homestead to a Todd convention. The only comic dude there. You know what I mean? Like, man,
it feels like a version of Caliber or something. That's a lot of it's color books. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
But it's one of those where it's like it's an indie publisher. It's been around for a while. Definitely some people came out of there. Like it broke some people. I just don't know their story at all. I didn't even know it was Jersey based.
Yeah, me neither. We have our Come Together article, Marvel DC, do the unthinkable, combining the universes into one. I think it goes as deep as like they have to create like a little, like an LLC together, man, to kind of like pull the funds. Like that was mentioned several issues back. But what we're doing is highlighting the various books from the Amalgam universe and giving you the creative teams. For instance, Super Soldier #1, Mark Waid with Dave Gibbons on the art chores. Yeah, I got that one. I got Spider Boy, Carl Kessel with the writing with Mike Wieringo and Carl Kessel on the art. He describes that Superboy happens at 1,000 miles per hour, which is perfect. Wieringo
makes me want to look at it.
Oh, dude, like it's good. I do have that one pulled. We should be doing all the amalgams, really. I feel like those are easy episodes.
So we can definitely start looking at these. They sell me on this.
Yeah.
Because I have them and I've read very few of them because, quite frankly, I don't think most of them look too good in person.
Right.
But reading this, they do a good job pitching it.
And the way that it works is that Marvel spearheads the publishing of like 6 and then DC does the other, editorially and all that. But like, I wonder how they drew straws for that shit, man. Because Legend of the Dark Claw is going to be the biggest one. So like, how do you compromise like with the other guy? Like, what do they get? Because there's not a close second, really. Like, Super Soldier ain't it. Spider-Boy ain't it. And Bruce Wayne, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. by Chuck Dixon and Carrie Nord definitely ain't it. Speed Demon 1 got Howard Mackie with the heavy hitters, probably Salvador LaRocca.
Yes, that's a weird team because there's 3 artists listed there. Al Milgrom, Salvador LaRocca, and James Felder, who I don't know. But Salvador LaRocca and Al Milgrom feel like really far ends of like the Marvel artist spectrum.
Yeah.
And not an insult to either one, but very different styles when I think of those 2 guys. But it's the mashup of Flash and Ghost Rider. That's such a weird pairing.
Yeah. Just for that Speed Demon title.
Good title.
X-Patrol, the Kessels write it, Roger Cruz is the art guy.
Pretty smart. You pull a guy who's drawn some X-Men. Should be a good format.
That one was at the newsstand. I got... Somebody had better distribution than the other publisher. Probably Marvel. Because, like, this Amazon one, if I would have ever seen it, I would have picked it up. Never saw it. That's John Byrne.
That sounds like a good formula. Because he's doing Wonder Woman at that time, and it's Wonder Woman and Storm.
Dude. Yeah, totally. It makes perfect sense.
And Terry Austin on the inks, which got my eye because I was trying to think, those 2 don't team up that often. Post,
not anymore.
Uncanny X-Men.
Yeah, and this is that time when fucking John Byrne, on his Wonder Woman's, that inking is blunt. It looks like Sharpie marker at times and stuff like that. So he could have used that little extra hand.
I'll say this: I'm not too impressed by what that picture looks like.
Yeah, it's pretty basic.
The inking, because that's an Austin Byrne combo there, and it looks like it was done pretty fast to get in this book, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, man. Bullets and Bracelets was one that was at the Giant Eagle that I picked up, John Ostrander, and I was a Gary Frank fan, and with Cam Smith, like that's the team, and they go over to DC to draw Supergirl comics, and I feel like he more comes into his own there. But we got a blonde Punisher, and the bracelets aspect is Wonder Woman.
It's a weird mashup.
Magneto and the Magnetic Men. that's another one that was at the grocery. I picked that one up. I would have absolutely picked up some of these other ones, but they just were not around. Mark Waid, Gerard Jones, artist Jeff Matsuda, and Art T-Bear. So you've got the Extreme Studios guys. This is an interesting thing, and this lets you know some stuff about State of Image, State of Extreme Studios, all that. A couple issues of Wizard prior to this, Rob Liefeld is gearing up for some big crossovers and all that kind of shit. Jeff Matsuda, one of his henchmen, one of his heavy hitters, man. They're the artist behind New Men. Rob Liefeld was talking about New Men's going away at a dodo. I think at that time Todd Knock was probably the artist on that, but it was pretty wild stuff to see the divestiture of Extreme Studios studio mates showing up in Marvel and DC, and that's a Matsuda.
Is Matsuda kind of finds his own way style-wise? I start to like his work. It gets to be more cartoonish, and I find those qualities pretty attractive, like a Kaboom era.
Yeah. Now he's pretty much a animation guy. I see his name in the credits of like Teen Titans Go and stuff like that. Assassins 1, man. Scott McDaniel on the art chores. And who do we got there, man? We got Elektra.
And Catwoman.
It
says Daredevil and Deathstroke, but I mean, look who we're looking at.
Right.
That seems like a pairing that could work. All of that stuff sounds all right. I don't remember even looking through that book to tell you if how it turns out. McDaniel was doing Daredevil before this. He might have even been doing it at this point, but he's kind of local. I think he's like Scottdale, Mount Pleasant area.
Mount Pleasant, yeah.
Which is really close to where I grew up. So, it was always like I would see him at shows because local, and kind of on my radar for that reason. Interesting.
He had a great website. Early on in the days of the internet, and he explained some of his process. And I remember, in order to be an effective job dude with a monthly schedule and to keep up your work, his thing was you got to get 3 assets done per day. That could be 3 pages of roughs. That could be a finished page of comics and 2 roughs. You have to get 3 bits done. And I thought that was very instructive because he never missed a deadline. He kept hitting his marks, and eventually he'll get that Nightwing series, which I think is like very big for him. And he becomes when he starts drawing the Batman series, like I put that on the pull list. It's Larry Hama writing it, and then it's Brian K. Vaughan, and then it's the earliest Ed Brubaker's. Wow. It's a pretty good run. It doesn't hit everybody makes fun of the Larry Hama shark guy villain thing. But I scooped it, and he did well enough. And then in terms of art, can't talk about the story because it's probably trash. But Doctor Strange Fate 1 with artist Jose Luis Garcia Lopez and Kevin Nolan.
Talk about a match made in heaven.
Absolutely.
These guys are amazing together, and would team up and do a Batman Confidential years later when I was on the DC comp list. I remember keeping those issues. But 2 really great artists there together.
JLX. We got Mark Waid and Gerard Jones with Howard Porter, John Dell.
Yeah, Howard Porter, of course, we just mentioned a minute ago, taking over or starting that JLA relaunch. So good slot for him on both of those books, I'd say.
Absolutely, and it's all building. These couple rounds of amalgam books are going to come out, and then it ends with Marvel DC issue number 4 with Peter David writing, Dan Jurgens, and even in the conceit of the article here, it's all wishy-washy about we're going to try to tie this thing up. We're going to do our best to make it all make sense.
What a mess that would have to be as a
creator.
Stay
tuned. There's all this stuff that it seems like it's a absolute as a creator. It was like a really fun creative challenge. We're up for that. We're the grand design guys. Give me 8,000 pages of comics to try to make a 250-page comic. So I'm up for it. But rarely, you can't hang your whole career on that because
here's the problem.
Probably not going to be very successful.
2 editorial masters you've got to serve here. Yeah. So, the toughest part of this stuff is that editor piece, and it's now you've got 2 companies, man. Amazing ad ed. Obviously this is on our list. We'll be covering this at some point, but that's a pretty hardcore ad.
I think in the next issue that we cover, I think there is a sketchbook that shows his character designs and stuff for Kingdom Come. We're talking, Alex Ross, Kingdom Come. These promo pieces that are showing up. The last issue, there was that eagle with a speed trail that he painted in there going after something.
Probably a bat.
It
Eagle
is
versus bat fight.
It is funny because it is it's the old guard versus the new, and it's Mark Waid and Alex Ross exercising demons about the Image era, but they are very square fanboy dudes, and to see them exercise a demon, it still looks square and Peckerwoodish.
I admit I'm looking forward to the reread because I don't remember a lot of details. You know, I
Right.
read it when it came out. I got rid of it, and now I recently picked it up again because, you know, got to buy all these comics twice, right?
Billy Tucci Q&A by way of Wizard. It's very cool. Like
Wait, this isn't a James Dean article.
yeah,
Hold on.
I handsome motherfucker,
Dude,
right?
how smart is Tucci that this is the picture you submit? You know, because like we see the pictures in the back
Yeah.
often of these guys, and let me tell you, nobody's thinking headshots for the most part at this time.
Dude's got a headshot. See, he comes from the fashion world, so he probably knows the importance of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that was a takeaway from this interview for me. Graduate of the Fashion Institute. Pretty interesting. I think it shows in She's design.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. This feels like a fabric. You've never seen this fabric explored in comics, really. The dude he's got good kayfabe because he's on that Anti-Gravity Room show, right? And he's showing up in a leather jacket with like leather half gloves on a motorcycle and taking off a helmet to like be interviewed and stuff, you know? like something tells me there's a couple takes to like get that
good.
shit right. But on that program, you know, he's putting together a big party like that has, you know, probably the people from Wizard and a bunch of press in there, and he's celebrating the fact that, you know, in the year of like 1995 or whenever, sold over 1 million units of these self-published comics. Like this guy created his whole nut at this era. He's probably good forever, man. You invest that shit properly. He's 29 years old at this point. He is one of those very aggravating creators to me that like gets into comics late. Like didn't try to do it his whole life and then like hit some success. He just kind of got into it and was like, "Oh yeah, I could do this." And did it and was very successful at it.
I think it's pretty interesting to get that point of view because so much of this stuff is kind of the same starting point for all of us. You know,
Yeah.
we get comics early, we love to draw. He comes in later and he kind of talks through that in some of this interview of just like doing research on how do you do this stuff, on copywriting stuff, like raising money. You know, like all of this is very almost like a businessman's plan of like how are you going to do this?
Oh, he's a businessman. Like I remember seeing that dude at Heroes Con one year when the internet went down, right? And everybody was getting onto that Square shit. That motherfucker had the carbon paper ka-chunk credit card gimmick. You know what I mean? He probably
Dylan
had
Williams used to run those shows.
Who's that?
Dylan Williams, from a little small press guy that I was friends with. But that's funny. That's something you don't see too often. I bet that won't be at Heroes Con this year.
The kerchunk carbon paper joint, and then you have to hope that the copy's readable enough when you go home and like send that number to wherever however that works.
I always think like, man, kids today probably can't even write a check. I don't know exactly how that carbon copy, that's before my time. I don't know, like you keep a copy, you send something in. I have no idea how that device actually works.
They really cannot write a check these days, man. I had to give a couple of walkthroughs, man, with some very, very, very close associates. He parrots a lot of what Brian Pulido said a couple of issues ago about the growing pains and making every mistake possible while in business. It wasn't like a lot of people, I think, are very, very shy about jumping into the pool for fear of failure or making mistakes. Every single one of these guys is in business already, has obligations, has goals that need to be met in order to make a thing happen, and they are fucking up along the way. But you live and you learn, you dust yourself off, you live to fight another day, and you know he put out a couple dozen books. It's funny reading the titles of the future books because it's all like almost like onomatopoeia. Rekishi. There's another one called like Tome, She, you know what I mean? All these weird words. She versus Tomo.
Yeah, it is interesting, Ed. You talk about these guys in business, and it makes sense, Brian Pulido, because I have a feeling the guys who were serious about self-publishing were having conversations with each other. You know, so the stuff that you're seeing them talk about in these interviews, I think they probably talked to each other about beforehand. But also, like, he talks like money, you know, like raising money for this, and if it doesn't work, you know, it isn't a lot of money, but at the same time, if it doesn't work, he doesn't get to keep doing this.
Yeah.
Because he's an adult. Like, you've got to pay bills, you got to pay rent, you got to do all this stuff. And I think that's a real difference in some of what we see in comics making. When you see the 19-year-old at SPX with their mini comics, it's a very different concern that person has than the 29-year-old who's got an apartment in New York. There's some different realities there. So you're getting that perspective of adult and business. And it ain't bad to get some of that.
He
We probably need more of that.
It would be good, yeah. Like, well, there would be less complaining in comics if people were a little more conscious of that. I'll say that much. He's conscious of the bad girl thing. He bristles against it. He doesn't consider She a bad girl comic, but his idea for producing She was that he noticed that there was a comic book market devoid of female leads. There's Wonder Woman, and Catwoman was really the hit because like Wonder Woman wasn't doing anything. There's a reason why they had to like woo John Byrne to take that shit over.
Yeah, they needed some Byrne victims.
But Catwoman was getting some fire, and Nature abhors the vacuum. This is a niche that Billy Tucci recognized, that was not being served, but was starting to get a little heat. So make that shit happen. Do your own.
Here's a quote for you. Talking about the comics industry. Quality books are going to be the ones that last. That's why I'm not too sure about the comics industry. Ouch. He throws a few of those out there.
That's so funny.
He also says that, she's out selling Superman and Batman books, and that's ridiculous.
Right.
That's wrong. I might be a little bit happy about it, but you have to look at the greater picture. Superman's been around 60 years. My book shouldn't be out selling Superman books. That's a heck of a statement right there.
Totally. And
it does speak to, like, where things are and where they still are in a lot of ways.
Dude, like the feedback I got on Red Room 1 when it shows up on Comic Cron and stuff, and dudes are like hitting me up like, dude, you're beating like a good chunk of Marvel DC books that are freshly established, all this kind of thing, and long established. It's just the comic market is crazy. You and I were talking before we put the camera on about how like it's not necessarily there's a big resurgence, just like a new normal gets created in mainstream comics at a certain point. I like seeing a Peter Cooper ad.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Vertigo Verite is like a subcategory of, it's an imprint upon an imprint of Vertigo. Like I've never seen that. I don't know what that is. I don't know it
either. I like the label font, but more about the book. Wordless. It's a 3-issue series. I have it somewhere. Like, it may be worth pulling out and digging up. You can see, like, he does stencil art and stuff. It's wild. It's cool that Vertigo exists so that they can publish a book like this, because where else does this fit in comics?
Certainly at this time. Peter Cooper's a bad motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
This is a disappointment because I remember this is a fit to print, it's called 10 Tips to Help Fledgling Letter Writers Get Their Letters Published. We're not going to cover this at all, but...
Oh, man, I had like 20 minutes on
There's going to be a piece from the jobber writers of the day giving you their spiels, and that's going to be a good article. How about this Texiera?
This is on my list. I want to have it. No, I don't. I want it. I love this page. This is the reason. Like, totally. This is cool. I love text. This page is wild looking to me, and I looked this up to see if it really came out, and it did. It's out there. Great. So this is on my heroes wish list, is to find this book. So somebody wants to bring that to my table.
Kayfabers, Spider-Man: Legacy of Evil 3. Two sets, please. P.O. Box 3071, Munhall, PA 15120. We're getting full-on painted text. Like, we got little glimmers of it with the Sabretooth covers. He, to me, very important to me is he's the album artist for Public Enemy's Muse Sick in Our Mess Age cover, which is just fucking incredible. But these are very hopeful pieces. I love seeing folds, man. And that is a bulky-ass, like what is that, the lats?
Yeah,
man?
dude.
Those are some lats.
He's a swimmer. That's Michael Phelps dressed up right there. Man, I was buddies with this swimmer that went on from high school, went on to be a Navy SEAL, like pretty badass dude, but we would do those presidential fitness tests every year. He would do this move where he'd swing his arms and he would slap his triceps in his lats, like clapping. It was nuts. Like, that's what I see in that Spider-Man gimmick right there. But Texeira doing daylight painting is interesting because I associate him with like just dumping ink on a page. Like, really cool with the dark shadowy characters. So to see a daylight painted scene, Spider-Man looks a little bit weird, which he should. I dig that page. Yeah. I want to see more of it.
Totally. Sonic Youth, this is something we're not going to cover very much either, man. Teenage heroes have evolved from plot elements to major fan favorites. There's no holding them back. I would give more time to this if we got into like the Steve Bissette book.
Here's the reason I would mention this. Matt Brady's the author. I think he's who founded Newsarama, and if so, he also co-founded New Dimension Comics with Todd.
Oh, that's interesting.
Local comic book chain. So kind of interesting to see his name show up there. One piece that I liked about this is if you look under milestones, they're talking about the new Teen Titans, which was launched in 1980, and a lot of people, you hear Liefeld, all these people talk about how great it was, and sold well. They talk about like it was sort of this like dark time, which makes sense for late 70s, early 80s urban setting. kind of makes me curious to check that stuff out because honestly, I just haven't read most of that.
Yeah,
and what I've seen looks good.
I got I got dozens of issues and I read them and it's very much rooted in that time. Like it's definitely one of those books you had to be there kind of thing. I'm thinking, but the artwork is unassailable.
Yeah.
Like what George Perez can bring to his audience on a monthly basis is. I don't understand it. Like, it doesn't make sense at all to me because it's just too rigorous.
It's amazing looking. It's also that time period that would be like a cross between like New York City Outlaws and Brat Pack. You know, it's like these weird sidekick. I'm interested in that, so I may check that out, although I bet it's one that I would hate the reprints of on nice paper. Definitely. Like, I want to see that muddy paper. You mentioned New Warriors at the beginning of this episode, and it made me think like, the problem with new in the title is you get up there in issue numbers, you get up around 100 because like New Mutants, New Teen Titans, New Warriors. 100 issues in, 10 years in, like they're not new anymore. That's tough.
Right. Now let's go to like the highlight of the issue, man. Understanding Manga by Scott McCloud. I'll be honest, like I love this article, but the sort of hypotheses that he's bringing in and some of the theory. I just don't agree with almost any of it. I never agreed with it even at the time, but he's giving these theories and conjecture just to explain the mechanics and the tools that the mangaka show off.
Let me lay out the theory that he's putting out there because I'm glad you say this. I wanted to talk about this when I read it. It's to stimulate the involvement of the reader, to basically try to put the reader into the comic, which I don't know that Western comics don't try that. Maybe they're not as effective at it. But I wondered, did this go back to manga? Was that talked about in manga? Yeah. Or did he invent this concept?
That's a good question.
Because I've seen this concept a lot, and I don't know where it originates.
Yeah.
But it is interesting, and like you, I just don't know if that's a conscious thing or if it's something that an observer is putting on it. Interesting to think about, but he does like then illustrate it with sort of examples of what he's talking about. Like now your point of view is you're the moving camera,
right?
You know, which talks about motion compared to say a Marvel or DC or Western comic approach of like, here's a motion line.
I love this piece about the technology because that's like literally a part of the conversation that we had with him during our shoot interview.
It's a natural outgrowth of language. If you think of comics as language, I think of language as technology.
Absolutely.
So that all fits really well.
He got his stuff at the store that he went to, man, was the Kinokuniya bookstore. And that store, I think in New York it still exists. There's a bunch of them all around the country.
I've never been to one. But that feels like a put it on your bucket list of comics destinations.
But this is where I got all the Studio Ghibli storyboard books because there's plenty of Kinokuniyas all over Japan. And that's a place, like you go to Mandarake for arbitrage, for old shit, hand-me-down shit. You go to Kinokuniya for like the latest, greatest. And at some of them, man, like they got original art all displayed. Whenever they have a signing or something with a mangaka, like they'll draw a piece and then that shit gets framed. Great cross-section. Like those Akira storyboard books and the complete Otomo, there's like a section. And when I went out there in November on the hunt for that animation cell book, they had on a chain, like a sample book. Like, so it's like a chain, yes. And then it's like a 40-page like sample that you could like flip through and stuff. And like, they just know what to do. It's such a good store.
I love this part, you know, like he's given his background as being working at DC Comics during over 200 lunch hours.
Yes. And you know, speaking of Joey...
We talked about that in our interview, but it's great. I love this stuff.
And he said that he bumped into Joey Cavalieri at the Kinokuniya. The editor that we just spoke of, both of them had their heads down, like, and this is the part that, like, you know, me and Brian Moss, we were out there with friends, man, with our people, civilians, and they would sometimes come to a Mandara, like when we're at Nakano Broadway and shit, mm-hmm. like at the graphic novels section, and they're like, "How do you even know what to pick, man? Because it's all you just see the spines, and it's like you just grab." Just go in, grab. Like, there's a reason why me and him have to go there by ourselves 3 or 4 times in a 2-week trip and be there all day.
Right.
Like, you got to dig.
Here's an observation. Early 3D modeling,
totally.
Rendering on here. Like, I did some of that in the early 2000s, which would have been, you know, half a decade later. But you can still see the tails where he's building the bookshelves in the rooms and stuff. I kind of love seeing it. It's of a time, and it's also... early digital coloring is still kind of new, he's going one step further with the 3D rendering.
Yeah, it's very bleeding edge, and he goes in that direction. There's no more Scott McCloud artwork. He went full digital kind of before almost everybody. And with this
it's
character,
so quaint to see it now. Like where it was in '96. I probably would have hated this thing so hard at the time, and now I look back and it's like, yeah, that's this nice historical moment.
I love seeing like the different choices here, man. Because you got Barefoot Gen, you got some Kitaro, Shigeru Mizuki, Ashita Nojo. Super cool.
This is a pretty fun panel. Throwing a page of contemporary American comics in there to talk about while he's standing next to it. That's a great panel.
Yeah, totally, man. And he's illustrating how like the manga influence has crept in to American comics. Now let's take a look at this piece, man, and see like who do we got here, man? We got Astro Boy. That's definitely Lupin the Third, Monkey Punch. I'm not quite sure who the third is, man.
Okay, right.
Otomo, Lone Wolf and Cub joint, man. Goseki Kojima. I bet you this one is Leiji Matsumoto, the Star Blazers dude. And then probably Ramna. Mm-hmm. And then the last one I think might be Shigeru Mizuki.
Yeah, I don't recognize the last one.
It's cool because it shows like the cartoony shit, and then it gets to like Gekiga, like a little bit older kind of material, man. To establish that there's like a broad, landscape of Japanese comics that we don't know about. When he breaks down this piece, that was important to me because I already had 2 Shonen Jump volumes that had like the backgrounds that were super detailed and the cartoony characters. So him to kind of give a little bit of insight into that. Once again, it's another one of those like, it's an art theory that like I don't think is why they do that. But I don't know why they do that. What they do in manga.
It's a good question as to why they do it. I don't know, but it's also touched upon a little bit in Understanding Comics. So
it is
not the first time he's been thinking about this stuff.
Totally. Talks about the long format of manga. This piece right here like stuck with me so much because I was a Kamui fan. That was probably some of the first manga that I sought out. He talks about the length of manga, and this is like the baffling stuff that still is baffling. I go out there and meet mangaka, and there is no answer other than just like we have a lot of people helping us. There's a lot of secret people working on this. But when he's talking about like this little samurai story by Sanpei Shirado, volume 1 here is about 388 pages. This is volume 1 of about 40 volumes. It's probably Kamui Den.
Mind-bending in 1996.
Totally. And when you go to like Mandarake or something, there is a whole wall devoted to just Golgo 13. And then you go to the Sanpei Shirado section, and you could get the set of Kamui in Bunko or something like that. But he's got a whole wall. So like beyond the 40 volumes of that, he's got Ninja something or other. That's like another 20 volume joint. He's got a bunch of one-shot collections. The other guy, Shigeru Mizuki, who, like, we didn't even get anything from him until the 2000s in the States. He's got a whole wall. And, like, they did this, like, perfect collection thing where they publish his works by years. We took a look at one of those pieces, man, which was what he did, like, a licensed Plastic Man comic and bootleg Superman comics in, like, the 50s. Just super versatile careers. All subject matters. That's the other piece that I wonder about these guys. Like, how the fuck, like Naoki Urasawa, how do you make a comic about a master surgeon for some years, and then you're going to make a comic about a tennis pro, and then you're going to make a comic about like a judo champion? How do you get to learn enough stuff to like be an expert, an authority on this subject in order to make a comic about it? There's so much about Japanese comics I just don't understand.
Hey, go back one more.
Yes, sir.
This multiple image montage panel helps illustrate inner conflicts. Montage de-emphasizes the physical positions of characters in a scene because the conflicts aren't physical in nature, they're emotional. I love that note. I don't know. This is, again, you get into like weird psychology of like the mechanics of comics. So different readers are probably going to interpret it different. Creators are going to interpret it different. But I love the idea of that.
Yeah.
How that can function and why. It certainly makes sense to me.
And, to unlock that power, we may have to consider some new ideas. If ever there was a time for new ideas, this is it, as the Scott McCloud character is standing outside of like a Century 3 Mall comic shop that is going out of business. Bill and Walt's Hobby Shop in Century 3 Mall probably was toast at this point, or on its way out.
Yeah.
Be seeing you. So he's basically pointing the bat like Babe Ruth, saying like manga might be the savior of comics here in the States, and he would be correct.
Yeah, big time.
Manga in America, man. Like, so there's a new generation of cartoonists that is out there, and there's a new bit of inspiration that has come across. You know, the American comics language is dominated by Jack Kirby for so long, but now you got a Joe Madureira who, yeah, he went to like a arts high school in the city, and yeah, he was a super young intern at Marvel, but Marvel Comics was not his first love. Like, he's a video game cat, and he likes a lot of things, and he had the laser discs of Fatal Fury and those types of fight anime, and he's bringing that energy into Marvel Comics. It's so funny because he would be canceled for this comic. Talk about cultural appropriation and shit these days. It's all basically the influences of these guys: J. Scott Campbell, Art Adams, Madureira. It's all the stuff that was basically available here in the States at the time in terms of manga and anime.
It is. Those things are so influential. The stuff that was available and popular. Akira, of course. Ninja Scroll has been mentioned so much, and it just makes me think, like, my friends watched Ninja Scroll. They didn't read comics. They didn't know what anime was. Ninja Scroll was just awesome.
Yeah.
And then, like, you see J. Scott Campbell mentioning Ghost in the Shell. That comes up with a bunch of these guys because it is available. It's amazing, but it's available.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is, like, it might not even be available from Dark Horse yet. I know that there was, like, a preview and that it was, like, forthcoming, but it's brand new, and they do talk about, like, I got it early. I believe, you know, Joe Mad's a weeb, you know, like, I'm sure that he was able to, like, get cool imports and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's in New York. Like, he was, I think, interning at Marvel, so he could have been buying that stuff.
He could have went to that
He and Scott
Kinokuniya.
McCloud could have been hanging out at lunch.
Yeah, but the Art Adams stuff, you know, like, he's like the least interested in manga, like, on the surface. He's just like, yeah, you know, I see some stuff. Yeah, like, I saw that. He did the covers for those Appleseed Eclipse comics that came out in the 80s.
Said he was buying Akira before Epic started publishing it.
Yeah, that's dope. That's super dope, man. But it is Scott McCloud who is naming names. You know, he's the only guy to mention Tezuka. Like I don't know that these other dudes even know who Tezuka was at this time. And it's fun to, like, get that education. You know, you see a name that's important. You know that, you know, you got to go down that rabbit hole. That's one of the things that was great about understanding comics, was to get some names to associate with more creators that you got to sort of dig into.
He also mentions manga.
Yeah.
Which is probably the only mention of that in here. But, you know, like, he's talking about when Zot comes out in 1984 having manga influence. So definitely an early interest in manga.
Yeah, totally. And it all goes back to that DC internship or editorial position that he had, going to that Kinokuniya, seeing my first Japanese stuff with those Shonen Jumps that my pops brought. Like, it was mystical comics, you know? The fact that you can't read it is one thing, but then when you just see this whole dialect, this whole idiom that is completely different than what we know. Oh my, little highlights on various creators. Oh my God, this is a license that Dark Horse got, that, like, whenever we start going to the comic shop, it's like you see 10 volumes of that, and it's like, oh, I better not even get started. But it's still Big Eye. See, like, when I started to dabble, like, Kamui was my entry point, and then Akira, and then the furthest I went to, like, the Big Eye shit was Masamune Shiro, because, like, one character might have those big eyes, but the rest is, like, super technically detailed and shit. I just wasn't into that kind of stuff.
They go down, like, the last artist named is Kenichi Sonata, and I know him from Gunsmith Cats, and they talk about, like, he probably receives the least respect in Japan because he is seen as too otaku, loosely meaning fanboy. That's just funny to me, because I feel like I respond to the fanboy part of that stuff.
Right.
And I think a lot of American comics audiences do. So it's kind of interesting to see that that's a criticism in Japan but I feel like it makes for a really good translated manga.
Yeah, it's crazy. He is affiliated with Gainax, and that's sort of like badge of honor to that. It's like one of those things. But what's funny also about the Gainax dudes is like towards the end of Evangelion, when the news groups online and start to form and they start to receive feedback and criticism, Anno's like, maybe you guys need to grow up to them. But it's like, casting stones, pot calling kettles black, that kind of stuff.
There's your manga, the savior of the industry, and future of manga. Like these are, boy, they're laying it out because that has come to pass.
And the little sidebar piece or bottom bar, whatever you want to call it, just lays out the sort of structure of how Japanese comics work. It describes the weeklies. It describes the culture around that, how these things get collected, tend to be cheap, between 230 and 500 yen. That's still the price of these things. Like the weekly shonens and stuff are still that cheap.
This Japanese manga bottom article is by Torrin Smith,
yes.
Studio Proteus, responsible for a lot of the early manga that was coming into this country. And he ends it with saying, kind of talking about the broad genres that are available in manga, and says, manga reprinted in America centers mostly on high adrenaline entertainment. Manga's acceptance will be complete when subject matter about everyday life can thrive in America. And again, it just feels like this really is the future. Like from our vantage point now, it's like this is exactly what has happened.
Yeah. I mean, I would like more people to read Jiro Taniguchi's Walking Man and stuff like that. Like, it exists, but is it being embraced? No, it's like My Hero Academia and like the shonens are still the big deal. We're still into hyperbole, but listen, it's definitely better than it was, that's for sure.
And then genius ad placement.
Yeah, you think that he takes a little, like, okay, we'll pay you this much, man, and he's like, you know what, that's kind of a discount. Like, how about I get an ad in there too, and then that will
I'd be curious how that's put together. Is it Dennis Kitchen figures it out? Like, I don't know, but whatever it is, like, good on everybody. Because this is where, like, yeah, take advantage of this. Somebody did, I don't know. If it's the ad salesman at Wizard, it's like, hey, Dennis.
It's such a quaint time still, man.
This placement.
You got to cut out a thing or photocopy it. Like e-commerce is still too nerve-wracking to wrap our heads around. Like, putting your own, you notice the email addresses in some of the letters columns, like to use your given name on the internet was such a scary notion for a while. So who the fuck is going to put their credit card on the internet? It was too many holes back in the day, man.
Did you get this book, Facts from Sarajevo?
Absolutely.
This was one that was on my list, and maybe the first graphic novel I bought at cover price, like in advance, where it was like, I want this thing. Into Joe Kubert. The promo for it makes it sound so dramatic. He has a friend who is, at this point, his agent for like the European market, who's in Bosnia, and his method of communication is faxing. And so Kubert's one of the guys that he faxes to, sometimes getting 4 or 5 faxes a day from him. Terrible war there. And so this is kind of a Kubert adaptation of what he's hearing from this guy. And I can remember Barry Windsor Smith's Comics Journal interview where he pointed at this book and said, I'm embarrassed for Joe Kubert.
Right.
And his reason was he felt Kubert's language was the Sergeant Rock language.
Yeah.
The explosion looks like that dime store pulp kind of comic book explosion whenever he's clearly attempting to deal with the more serious subject matter.
Yeah.
That seems like a shitty thing to say about another pro. Maybe it's good to be honest. I don't know. But it was a wild book, and it certainly made me think kind of outside of what I was looking at. And I was just searching for anything that wasn't Spider-Man and Batman.
For sure.
And, Joe Kubert doing an ambitious graphic novel, that was a big book for me.
Me too. And I don't think that it holds together the entire time. The first couple of chapters are really, really strong, and then it's been a long time since I gave it a shot. I still have it.
I got rid of mine.
We could dust it off at any time and check it out. But I think the noteworthy piece here, beyond just the fact that like it's getting some promo, is that this is one of those very interesting things where he did this book on spec for a big chunk. Like I think it might be, when he was 12 years old, he worked for Will Eisner.
Interesting.
So as I think a letterer. So, the Eisnerian aspect comes to mind of like, Will getting old and doing Contract with God, and then a whole gang of of graphic novels and stuff, because that's what this is. It was never disseminated as a comic book and then collected. It's a big hardcover comic that has practical color and his lettering. Like he put a massive effort into it, but this was not something he sold sight unseen. He was doing pages and had to pitch it basically. I guess the reason it gets to get an article is because Dark Horse is mentioning that yes, they did acquire it.
Yeah, and they describe it as a heated bidding war, in quotes. He said that he wasn't sure how this was going to be met, and most of the major comic companies made offers to publish it. So it's kind of cool to think like this is an early, again, like the story that's surprising me in these 90s rereads is the emergence of graphic novels, the pieces that are being laid, and now you've got multiple publishers that want an original graphic novel bidding on it. Sounds like the present,
Right.
It's probably one of the early graphic novels to get that sort of a treatment.
Sure.
Also love these like 2 pages in and out articles.
Yeah. Storytelling and Pacing, Crash Course by Greg Capullo. Very sound advice. Dude, this guy is a working pro. That old thing that I do say all the time, man, is like, I'm not trying to learn anything from some book learning fuck. Give me Warren Buffett, tell me about finance, that type of shit. Greg Capullo is in the game, dude. He is regularly putting out those Spawn comics every month. So I'm going to listen to what he has to say about storytelling, and it's very sound advice. It's not in this one. It's going to be probably the next issue where he does one sequence, and he does it over different numbers of panels to show you different dramas.
I look forward to that.
It's super fun, man.
My favorite from this is that he shows this in different order.
Yes, and it does convey 2 separate things, man.
It's pretty neat.
Like what's cool is okay, so we look at the first one, water tower, small figure. The middle panel stays the same, and then we zoom in on the eye, so it becomes about him as subject. And then doing it in reverse order, where we have the eye, middle tier, and then we see the water tower, the background established. The next panel would be something that has to do with the exterior. It wouldn't be an inner monologue or something like that. And that's a great illustration of that.
It's neat to see these early days of like, how do we describe panel to panel stuff? Because again, Understanding Comics has a version of this.
Yeah.
And the more of those like books that you look at, I'm sure Will Eisner's storytelling book has this.
Yeah.
The more you see like, place your order, back and forth, less is more. Like they're not codified, but you do see the relationships are the same.
Totally. I'm watching. While I'm working, I'm listening to so much audio commentary tracks from DVDs and stuff, and listening to them choose shots and the importance of the editing and all that. Because that's a version of editing when you're making these choices.
100%.
Yeah. You just never think about that.
I went through a phase of like being a fan of film editing and reading a couple of those books and watching a couple of videos on that subject, and it's exactly the same thing.
This is Apocalypse Now, man.
It is. It's also Alan Moore did a lot of this stuff early on, where it was like, how do you visually link one scene to another or one panel to the next?
The first 5 minutes of Apocalypse Now, it's literally Martin Sheen laying down in the hotel room, looking up at the fan, and then you hear the chopper blades, and then you see Tomahawk helicopters and things.
I think this good shape thing is really interesting, and I'm not sure that I can point to an example where it's really been exploited. I've seen tall, thin panels that are dramatic, maybe somebody falling off a building, off the top of my head, quick example. But it feels like, there really is something there where the physical quality can be exploited. Some webcomics I've seen that, where like you're scrolling to do some effect, falling off of something or whatever is my go-to. But it does feel like that's genuinely a little bit of a different germane to comics language that I don't think is widely exploited.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, because I was thinking of a lot of examples where I thought it was, but
it's graphic usually.
It's
usually graphic, and yet like it's something that's pretty unique to a page compared to film.
You know who do something super cool, and whenever we get to those issues of Love and Rockets, I'll absolutely point it out. But Jaime will do this thing where when he has like a long panel like this, time moves this way. So there's one panel where I remember he's like picking up a character by the lapels. One guy's picking somebody else up. And the flow of the story downward, something happens at the bottom of the panel that would happen a couple of seconds after. And it's very complicated to explain. I'll know it when I see it when we get to those issues.
And I've seen that on horizontals where like, like often a panel's a moment.
Yeah.
But I've seen horizontals where it's like, 3 beats, but it's all one panel.
Right.
So yeah, that's what I'm talking about, where you're playing with like a physical quality that's that's also adding something to the storytelling part. I love this stuff, the objective, subjective, very clear example. Same with point of view is kind of an extension of that subjective, objective. And I think that's a really good one too that isn't always talked about.
Good pieces, man. I believe these articles have been compiled into some sort of wizard trade paperback about how to make comics.
They did well with him as the columnist for that.
Real good. And I think Adam Warren's going to be the next guy.
I'm looking forward to that.
We might have shot our load, dude.
We've got Palmer's picks yet.
Okay, sweet.
And that's kind of a quick run through for me. This is Jay Stevens,
yes,
a really good cartoonist and a guy who I come too late. I wasn't picking this stuff up in the 90s, and I can't imagine what this would have been like in the 90s when it was like brand new, because the contrast of like the Image guys, for example.
It would be probably older heads, like because like the people who were primed by UPA cartoons and Spumco, like the adults who are watching Ren and Stimpy would be a Jay Stevens comic book reader, I would bet you.
Yeah, and I would see links eventually, like late 90s connections to, say, a Mike Allred, where, you like this, check out this kind of thing, where like you are getting those cartoon influences and the bubblegum colors and all of that great stuff.
My first Jay Stevens is Big THB. Once again, me being the mush, I get THB put onto my pull list.
You ruined it, Ed. You're the guy.
That's not going to be the last one of this issue. That's not going to be the last one.
You mentioned it, though, and that's Paul Pope. Like they're talking about that team up of Jay Stevens and Paul Pope, which you think of both of those artists, it's kind of neat that they mesh in a way that they're, like they're unusual stylistically compared to one another.
Absolutely.
And yet they seem to have an energy together.
Yeah, there must be some spiritual component, like when, they're at the convention bar or something that like is in kind, because it is very different comics. Jay Stevens, far more to the traditional in a lot of ways. They both sling that thick brush, they both agree that you don't need that Winsor Newton Series 7 number 2 or whatever.
And Jay Stevens still actively producing new comics. I do see some of these comics in Dollar Bins, Atomic City Tells. I picked up a couple from there. So you can find Jay Stevens' work out there, and I'd encourage people, if you like this sample, go check it out.
He's a Kayfaber. He sent us some good stuff. Yeah. This is the era, man. I'm reading this magazine regularly, and the Trinity is mentioned. What comics are you reading? Love and Rockets, Jim, Acme Novelty Library, THB, 8-Ball, Rubber Blanket, Palookaville, Madman Comics. Like the crown jewels of Fantagraphics are always mentioned in this article.
I read that list, and it's like, boy, there were some good comics coming out in the 90s. The 90s get painted with a certain brush of garbage. That's a pretty good list of comics you just rattled off.
Charles Burns' Black Hole.
Yes.
Like whenever get that invite to San Diego or something like this, man, and Jaime and Gilbert are at the table, and I'm signing after them at that scheduled amount. And always, man, there's a good line for them. They've been going to that show since day one. And Jaime will be like, "Oh, Ed, I'm so sorry." I'm like, never apologize. Like, the doors that you kick down for me, I say it to them every time I see them. The doors you kick down for me to walk in with ease, you could do anything, man. Like, you get a blank ticket to do whatever the fuck you want, man, the way that you helped me out in my life inadvertently.
Yeah.
The recommended reading from Tom Palmer Jr., man, Patty Cake and Ghost Ship, a Xeric winner. I don't know Ghost Ship.
Ghost Ship is John Lewis, who you probably know from True Swamp, is
the
book I always associate with him.
Yes. Carl Gustav Horn is the guy who is writing the manga scene article at this point, getting some highlights on more Masamune Shirow. Like when Dark Horse gets that connection, probably by way of Torrin Smith, with Masamune Shirow, they're like, fuck it, let's do the bibliography, man. They did Orion, which is like Masamune Shirow does Lovecraft with ninjas or whatever. They did Tank Police. I always, in my mind, I call it New Dominion Tank Police because that's what the cartoon was. They do, of course, Ghost in the Shell. I think, did they do a Black Magic reprint?
They did. I'm trying to think. It must have been after this. Black Magic starts out, that's a fan comic that he...
It's a doujinshi, in the same way that, like, my boy Takashi's Afro Samurai was a doujinshi.
Amateur is the word, not fan comic exactly.
Right, yeah, just amateur press, but original material, you know. So that was pretty cool. And Eclipse put out 4 volumes of that to complete the set.
Yeah, kind of interesting. They talk about Shiro being a recluse. I don't know if that's still the case or not, but that's kind of interesting,
Math
especially
teacher.
in our day of like social media now. Imagining a recluse is like, huh?
I think I'm there.
Could you get away with that?
I think I'm there, dude. Like the people I talk to, like just because I'm here on this channel talking, like don't think that that's my natural state. Like this is a 1 day a week thing, man.
Fair enough. Blade of the Immortal is starting up.
Yes.
Also mentioned here. And that went on to be, I think, a book that influenced a lot of people in our generation. I knew so many people that was like a pool book for them.
They kept that one going, man. 100+ issues. That Takashi Miike dude, however you say his name, directed the flick.
Yeah.
Which was pretty fucking badass. There's all this stuff, man, that is mentioned that becomes like the staple of Dark Horse manga. They mentioned Oh My Goddess, Gunsmith Cats.
Which is on the fence whether they're going to get a second issue of that or second series of that or not.
Which they definitely do. That is another Gainax liaison.
Did you mention Lone Wolf and Cub is starting up? That's mentioned in here that Dark Horse is going to start printing those now.
That's fascinating because that does not happen for a long time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, is it really mentioned in there?
Yeah, it's right down here. It'll be, the first time since First Comics printed it in 87.
Man, because I mean, I have them right there. Like, I could see what the date is, but number 1 is at the bottom of the stack, But
is that the way they started though? And we're looking at the like the
the
smaller...
bunkos, yeah, the small bunko versions. Yeah, like it was not like the first comics.
Okay.
As far as I know, like I'm pretty sure those are the only things that showed up. And then they did omnibuses later that were bigger, but I think those are the OGs, man. And I don't think it happens for years after this. Like I feel like it's in tandem with Akira when they get the Akira license, and that's in 2000. Put something in the comments, people.
Yeah, I have like a vague memory that they did them as a bigger book, like those omnibus sizes, but like maybe a third of them in terms of how much is reprinted. But I
could be wrong.
I don't have those on my shelf.
And you don't see them anywhere.
But
like,
I remember whenever they went to
books.
that original size, and it was like strange.
Yeah, like that is the bunko size, which happens for Hit Comics. And let me just pull one
Yeah,
off.
I was gonna say, let me grab
So
one of
yeah.
these.
Yeah, so this is not the original size. Like the original size for the Tanko bonds would be 6x9, like like a typical manga that you see, like a shonen manga. These bunkos, which I think was genius because it was an opportunity to get them all from Dark Horse at a cheap price point. It was $10. They came out monthly. That wasn't too big of a stretch at that point, but Hit Comics will be in this smaller format. And it's cool that they retain the First Comics covers to the issues. So, you have Miller's... Oh, this is Volume 1. Let's take a look. See, August 2000 for this thing, man.
August 2000, and it looks like it's a 7th printing already.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe 1995... Maybe they did do something.
I felt like they did, but I can't remember exactly what it would have been, and it must have been volume, like trade paperback size volumes, I would guess. But
yeah, maybe of the same size as the Oh My Goddesses and stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
Barefoot Gen.
You know what surprised me on that is it's published by New Society Publishers. I don't know them, but out of Philadelphia.
Very weird. Like it's gone through several publishers, and then it sort of lands. I'm just reaching into the camera. I'm very sorry.
A lot of visual aids this episode.
But it lands at hand, right? It lands at Last Gasp. It was a thing.
Yeah, that surprises me too.
It was a thing called Edu Comics to begin.
That was
San
the very
Francisco
early
based.
one. Yeah, and I think Frederick Schott was connected to the educational comics, and they were comic books. A couple of issues they published.
I would love to do that. Do you have this volume?
What is that? Volume 1?
Volume 1.
I have a different volume, a different version of it.
Yeah.
Probably a different publisher.
Yeah, this would be a good, because like the sort of climax happens here, but it's a 10-volume story. It becomes an autobiography of his comic career, but dealing with the turmoil of basically living through Hiroshima. And the way that he says that he survived, he was just behind like a plank of wood when the fucking blast goes off.
Yeah, it seems so random.
But it also is like, isn't there fallout? Like don't they tell us about fallout? He got to live a nice ripe old age. His mom survived a long time, but part of the book was like there's all these constant reminders of like going through that trauma, and when his mom passed away, they cremate their dead out there, and when they cremated her bones and stuff were so brittle that there was nothing. He had nothing to like remember her by, to like to like covet her, like, and just totally evaporated in the furnace. And that was like the final thing where he's just like, this goddamn bomb has followed me everywhere I go, and now I can't even have my mother's remains because of that incident. It's harrowing stuff.
It's an amazing choice as like early manga coming into this country.
Yes.
It's kind of a genius choice.
Absolutely. An important book. And Ron Turner, he's an old hippie. He's a San Francisco cat, you know? Maybe the first hit from Shonen Jump magazine, by the way.
One of the King Kayfabers, Jabba, posted Last Gasp just released a new edition of I Saw It, which is the name of that first comic
Yeah,
book.
the one shot. But yeah, this is probably the first Shonen Jump hit comic.
That's
in
shocking.
the 70s.
Isn't that shocking when you think of Shonen Jump?
Right. Yeah, because it's a real story, you know, like it's very serious.
Right. If you were to track like the hits that come out of Shonen Jump, this seems like which one of these is not like the others?
It is prototypical for sure.
Very quickly, this American Invasion was Dark Horse pushing some of their comics into Japan. I would love to see like a Japanese manga phone book style of like American comics that they were trying to push out.
Yeah.
I don't know if that actually exists based on this description, but it'd be cool if that did exist as an artifact. I'd be curious.
Very often, it's just a version of like what comes out here with Japanese text, including the same reading order. Mm-hmm. You can't flip a piece of American, or like that's something about it is just too fucked up. The drawing board always sharp, always dope, man. This is iconic to me.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. The piece that you win, I love it, and I love the composition of that Dalkeon pit.
Yeah,
where Timmy's like
framed.
Yeah, it's pretty
with
good.
Claws and stuff. Good representation of Sin City-ish type artwork, man, with your Team 7.
Yeah,
you know, Aaron Wiesenfeld is the other guy. Like we talked about Nick Manabat. To me, it's like Nick Manabat and Aaron Wiesenfeld are like the cool.
He's on my list.
Cool dudes that come from the Jim Lee Studios.
I just saw a Batman drawing of Aaron Wiesenfeld, and I can't help but compare it to Stephen Platt. Both of those guys leave comics and then, now and then dabble in it.
I think he's a fine artist now.
He is. He's a painter. Yeah, he has shows too, solo shows and stuff in New York. I'll see advertised now and then. I like Wiesenfeld's stuff, so he's on my list as a future subject.
I used to watch Bobby's World before school during
Never
this
even
time.
Heard of that.
It's Howie Mandel. He does all the voices and stuff, and he does like an intro like with Bobby, where he's green screened in there. And one of the most subversive jokes in Bobby's World, man, which I couldn't believe that they did, because it's a little kid show, is Bobby is like underneath the ocean. I think he's like drowning in a pool, but like when he's passing out, he's in the ocean, and there's an octopus comes by, and it's a girl. She's got the eyelashes, and he goes, "I thought only boys had tentacles."
Dude, every one of these I think is good. Hey, is that the way they would make the mouth nose on the cartoon?
I think
if not,
so.
That's I love that as a line. Milestone should have hired this dude to do covers.
Totally.
That is a badass cover. I realize that's a swipe, but that's a badass looking cover.
And if you look at it, see, the problem is that these get shrunk down into thumbnail view. It tightens it up, but like it looks all color pencil.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, that might be it.
Yeah, I think that's probably
we got the John. Oh, okay. Now we got a couple more things.
Oh, man. Yeah, you're right. I've got some stuff.
Pittsburgh Comic-Con.
Nice.
This is the one with Stan Lee, which I think might be Pittsburgh Comic-Con 2. I forget the orders. I think Pittsburgh Comic-Con 1 is McFarlane, and then Pittsburgh Comic-Con 2 is Stan Lee, I'm thinking. And this is it for like this is the time, dude. Like where I actually get to go to a real comic convention. I remember reading in the pages of Wizard about these comic conventions, knowing that I would never be able to convince my folks to ever take me anywhere, definitely not to San Diego. And now we have one in our own backyard. At a certain point, probably a year or two later, like some of the friends that I have, they turn 21 and they can get a hotel room. So we would this ain't far from the house.
Right.
But we would just drive up there, stay there the whole weekend, watch all the movies and stuff.
I'm jealous of that story.
There was so much stuff going on afterward. Toward the end of the 90s, when Pittsburgh Comic-Con gets the Harvey Awards, that's when like all your favorite people start to come to town. The bros come to town, Fantagraphics. That's where we see the $60 Eddie Campbell From Hell pages at the top shelf booth. Guar.
There were some good shows there. I would probably have driven to this. Like, this is probably a show where we cross paths with no idea of it. Because I'm in college, I'm a freshman then, and had just gotten a car like a month before I got my first car. So this is probably where I was taking it out for a test run.
I probably at this very show, if I didn't buy the run of Moon Knight for $10, I bought the run of New Mutants minus the Rob Liefeld issues for like $20, man. Because it was like the first one, I got one of those, and then the second, because like they were just, this is the bubble has burst. So the deals were insane.
Yeah, a lot of great quarter. I used to buy Kirby 70s stuff for quarters, and they'd be in boxes under the table.
Totally. From Todd, I got coverless Neil Adams X-Men's for $0.25.
Yeah.
Just because they didn't have the cover.
This is another one of those, I look at these ads and I think back, and it's like, man, if I could go back there with $500, I'd be retired now.
What I would also do is get every indie book at those tables and stuff, and you know, like it was interesting shit. It would be like the Rabid Monkey or like the Furies or Harpy by Dave something or other. But then I would take my portfolio to Steve Lieber. I would take it to everybody, but Steve Lieber would sit me down and would show me what a tangent is. The first time I ever heard of a tangent was from Steve Lieber. And then so like after like probably the first one, I would draw pages all year and then bring the best of those to the Comic-Con and put like a piece of 11 by 17 tracing paper. Like I would put tracing paper over top and then cut it and then bring it to Steve Lieber so that he could mark my shit up. And he would spend so much time with me, and I sucked. There was no glimmer that this kid is going to be a cartoonist, but he would take a half hour and go through the stuff with me, and it was just extremely meaningful.
Yeah.
Good times at that show.
Double Impact, the world's worst bad girl comics. I see so many of those in dollar bins. I wonder if that guy's somewhere here on the East Coast that those surface.
Yeah.
But it never makes like the Wizard top 10 list. But it does make me think, do a big fan demand, and we'll do like a bad girl, just the crap bad girl books that we can pull out. Hey, this Marvel Heroes #1, this is a new book. This isn't like the value back issue that Wizard used to have that column. This is a new book in '96. Neil Adams, John Buscema, Gene Collins, Steve Ditko, John Romita Sr. as your pencils. Terry Austin, Kevin Nolan, Mark Texeira on your inks. Do you know this book?
Not at all. I don't know that it came out. I don't know.
Boy, that's a heck of a team, man.
I don't know if they're hot shot in certain stuff, man, where it's like it's a bunch of reprints and then you get like a story because it says Stanley's script.
Yeah.
Nisi has a plot. Like, okay, maybe that is.
I'm curious about it. That's a lot of talent in that credits page.
They're showing an old Avengers 50 drawing. You know, how about that Jeff Darrow drawing?
That's what I was gonna say. That's the piece that I remembered when we got back here. Beautiful, really beautiful.
Amazing, man. Let me get the glare off the camera there, man. He did a cover for all these like a mountain joints.
Really good fit, Jeff Darrow with Concrete. I'd completely forgotten about those.
What a rogues gallery, man, for Aquaman there. Look at that shit.
Yeah. Catwoman having her costume ripped off, of course.
Yeah. I swear to God, man, Jim Ballant draws the same pose at every cover. All of his covers, it's the same proportion. Like it's the same kind of angle or whatever of Catwoman. Like if you copied and pasted the heads at their exact size of all of his Catwoman, I bet they're all within millimeters of one another.
Right. You may be right. He ran that thing too. Like I think he did like 75 issues.
Yeah,
like, whatever that run was, I think he did maybe all of them.
He kept up that pace. That's for sure, man.
Death by Chocolate's a book I find in dollar bins, and I mention that because it's a Xeric book.
Yeah, David Yurkovic, man. He did a. Man, it was collected by Top Shelf. I remember it was one of my early Top Shelf books, superhero book, but pretty cool.
Yeah, Broccoli Agenda?
No, it was. If you said it, I would know it, but it's definitely not.
Yeah, it was a name
Agenda.
that I would see around that time period.
Look at what they did to Wolverine at this point too, man. They turned him into like a goober.
Yeah,
he's like this like feral character. It's just like, come on, man.
Pretty striking Frank Miller cover, like the early days of show a thumbnail and have it read.
Absolutely, man. The other instance of being a mush was putting Tyrant on my pull list, and they're talking about what's happening in issue 5.
That might make me madder than you getting THB canceled.
I know, right? And then talking about like the action spills over to the 6th issue, so we at least know that Bissett planned this stuff, man.
I wonder
Steve,
how far down the road he got.
Let's go, man. Like, the world has changed. Here's the thing, like, Tyrant is a book ahead of its time.
Way ahead.
Super ambitious, and a lot of legwork that needed to be done. The distribution changes, I think, really put salt in the game for the man. But man, with what you Steve, with what you have already, I'm trying to tell you. I think we talked about this in a shoot interview.
Probably.
With what you have, you could get a 6-figure book deal.
I remember taking it to my art teachers, and they would shit on every comic I showed them. I showed them Tyrant, and they were like, "Yeah, this is good."
You could get a 6-figure book deal easy, man. You could see your full vision. I just know it.
I dream of it, and I hope that's what he's doing.
I just know it, man. But I apologize for putting it on my pull list because you know what would happen is, like, I would put these things on my pull list, and maybe one would show up, but like sometimes never. Like sometimes, like, I got the last issue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know how far into Tyrant you were whenever you added it to your pull list, but
I put it on my pull list with issue 3. I got issue 4 on the pull list, sometime later, and that was it.
all right.
These are going to be showing up, which are kind of fun to look at, but like I just don't care about any of it.
A lot of work. I think of Fred Hembeck with that kind of stuff. Like he would do some certain stuff along those lines.
Yeah. Animal Mystic, whenever I talk about the Kiko article with the serious stuff, this Animal Mystic is going to get its shine. And then there's like another series called Dowland, but it's spelled like T-A-O, but it's Dow, T-A-O-L-A-N-D, where it's like first time I saw the term digital painting, and I never saw an interior of Dowland, but like the rigor of the cover art, it makes you think of like humanoids kind of work,
sure.
like that type of shit, Metabarons. But if the interior is that just would have been revolutionary for the time.
Poison Elves was listed in like the books in that list, which is also published by Sirius at this time period. Yeah. Like I say, I'm just curious about the history of that company.
Yeah. I got an I, Lucifer #2 at the Ides sale, just for the Poison Elves component to it. I like that Pat Olive is getting a little shine, dude. He's not far from Pittsburgh, and up to this point, he's been doing solid work. He would show up in those Eternity comics. The Weird Frankenstein 1945 or something like that was like one of these Eternity comics. He would show up. He would do the backups for the Tales of Asgard for the Thor comics that Ron Frenz was producing. Those guys are kind of tight.
Right. Yeah, I liked his stuff.
Yeah, really solid artist. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac is starting to go up in value a little piece. Oh yeah, here's I, Lucifer. Issue 2 of I, Lucifer is up to $35 as per Wizard. And the very final piece is John Byrne is going to be a monthly contributor to an article. Out with McFarlane, in with John Byrne.
Yeah, I guess it starts next month.
This article, it really is that scar tissue, old school fandom energy of, I got into comics for the right reasons.
Right.
And I just wonder if you kids today are you remember the comics that got you into the game. That's what he's doing. He's showing off the first Batman comic that he read that kind of got him excited. And it's all about just like jerking off all over that comic, whatever.
I like this sentence. The art was by Dick Sprang, the only comic professional whose name is a sentence. That's why he's getting paid for this column.
I saw another good sex name comic artist, but I forget what it is. Like, it'll come up eventually in our channel discoveries. And the last piece is just about, okay, in 2036, that'll be the same passage of time as to when I read this Batman comic. Will you kids have such a fond memory of your chromium die-cut embossed gold foil covers that you read for the first time?
Yeah, interesting question. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Tune back in 2036 and we'll see.
Not too
see
far
if we're
away.
still here.
Not too far away. How about this, dude, for next month, dude? In the same position that we had some of that Billy Tucci stuff, I think there's a multi-page Paul Grist Kane conversation that
I'm excited for that. I'm a huge Kane. It's a series that I've actually tracked down over the years to get a full run of, and there aren't that many that I've done that for.
Yeah.
But I love Paul Grist's Kane comic. I think it's really strong.
And you know what? I confess, man, I did not read this Wizard Profile by Gary Frank. If you can do a little heavy lifting.
I don't have a
Jimmy.
whole lot to say about this, but I learned that he's from England. I didn't know that before I read this.
Yeah, I don't know if it's happening at this point. I guess so. Like if Liam Sharp has been on the Hulk already, man. So I think he might already be on that Supergirl, which I picked up about 10 issues of that.
Yeah, he did Hulk for a long time, Gary Frank, and then he follows that with Black Canary / Oracle, Sabretooth Special, Godwill for Malibu, and Bullets and Bracelets, which we saw earlier in this issue. So, yeah, man, goes on to do quite a bit of work.
Yes, they're still in the game, I'm quite sure. I think, didn't he do that Doomsday Clock bullshit? That was his deal?
That sounds right.
Yeah. There it is, dude. Not a bad little historical issue.
Boy, a lot more stuff in there than I would have expected, say, 3 Wizards ago.
Well, guess what, Kayfabers? We might be done on Wizard covers. You probably should have said this at the top of the show, Jimmy.
Yeah, I messed up.
But we let the people know.
I am getting near the end of my run. This is issue 56. I have, I think, 57 and 58. I need 59 to 67 is what I'm looking for. So if you guys have an extra issue, bring it to Heroes and give it to me, or send it into the Cartoonist Kayfabe P.O. Box. That is right underneath this video and every video. So pretty easy to find if you've got 59 to 67, I believe, is what I'm looking for to keep the Wizard train rolling.
Yep. And without further ado, man, let's get the heck out of here. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy and I are going to be going to Heroes Con next week as of this recording. Going to be bringing a gang of stuff. Our bibliographies are coming, so if you need to fill in some gaps in your collection, come say hi. Come say what's up. Rock your Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts. Can't wait to meet you. We're promoting Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July also. This is an initiative that Jimmy and I created last year, where we are taking, as creators, we're taking a bunch of our comps and we're taking a bunch of our doubles that we've received in that P.O. box and accidentally bought over the course of the year. We're disseminating them around town to those free little lending libraries all over the city of Pittsburgh. We encourage you to do the same. The idea is that it's an action item where we can help create more comic book readers. Somebody's going to find a comic, revisit a comic for the first time in a long time, potentially see a comic for the first time, and just like you or I, they're going to get that bug and they're going to go seek out future comic content. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. You're looking at a bunch of our bibliography here coming soon for the holiday season. Here it is, dude. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus, gold foil, 504 page. This is the entire spine, ladies and gentlemen. 504 page omnibus collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree with 140 pages of additional material. There's going to be an X-Men Grand Design collection trade paperback coming out that'll collect the entire X-Men Grand Design trilogy. That's what they're calling it. Scoop that thing up in time for the holidays. That'll be out in November. And Red Room is out in the wild. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. Crypto Killers is the new series. This is a cover for issue number 2. You're definitely going to want to get issue number 3 because that's going to be a hot key, as the kids call it these days. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. There are 2 existing Red Room trade paperbacks out there. Jimmy, tell the people what you have.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release coming from Image Comics later this year. It will collect all the comics that are not in Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive. Get the 2 books together. They'll look nice on your shelf as a set, and they will collect all of the Street Angel comics that I have done so far. And Deadly Squirrel Alive just came back into print from Image, so if you missed it the first time, you can pick that one up. Hulk Grand Design is out in its oversized Treasury fluorescent green edition. Buy that while supplies last. Plain Jane's first young adult graphic novel. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read my latest comics.
There are some other ways that you can support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That is underneath this video also.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
All right, man. Let me go get my little battery to supercharge this motherfucker. Good conversation, man. That's fun.
That was a way better issue than I expect out of Wizard.
The next one is good too. Like I'm telling you, there's this like little sweet spot.
It made me think, like, seeing 3 or 4 Xeric Award books called out. I think as like the mainstream dips, Wizard's just casting a wide net.
Right. Hey Jimmy, let's do Big Fat Kill next.
Yep.
Thank you guys so much for kicking it with us today on this stream. We got a lot of good stuff coming up. We're going to look at Big Fat Kill next. We're going to look at the Electric Superman comic. We're going to look at Joe Madureira's Savage Dragon. Hart D. Fisher's Kill Image. Cybernary by Nick Manabat is going under the microscope. This is something that we've been wanting to do for quite a while. So that's going to be fun. Jimmy, I'm going to hit the head real quick.
Yeah.
Entertain the people for a minute. Oh,
yeah.
I'll
bend over in front of the camera. It's ready.
I'm going to grab the trade of the hardcover because I think he tips in these splashes to like create some suspense.
Yeah, it's so weird going back and reading some of this stuff 30 years after the fact. I imagine some of you guys watching at home must do that, following along and stuff. But it's weird because so much of this stuff, 30 years, like, you're a different person several times over in that amount of time. And I don't know, what's in my head is not usually what ends up being on the pages whenever I go back and revisit this. We didn't say it in that last episode with Wizard, but one of the credits underneath that Pittsburgh Comic-Con is Michael George, the organizer, promoter of the show, and one of the True Crime Comics stories, currently in prison now for, I don't know exactly what he's charged with, second-degree murder, maybe, of his first wife, but he had gone through trial once, and then it was a cold case, and
for 20 years.
Came back around, and... there was a TV show that covered
several, and it was that like, it was that salt in the wounds, extra disrespectful thing, where like when they would go in and out of commercials, it would turn into like a line drawing and the page would turn.
Wow, I can't even say that they were well intentioned with that. Just some production guy thought that would be clever. I was saying how I haven't looked at this book in since it was published. It's funny, man. I still haven't read that last Hell and Back, and I feel like we're slowly getting through these. Yellow Bastard the next series, and then Hell and Back? Is that right?
Yeah, there's years of one shots.
Yeah,
that happen, and then Hell and Back, man. I think those one shots could easily be a good 15-minute for us.
It's interesting to watch Miller's art change through this series.
Yeah, it really does. It gets to that that place of near incomprehension. It's like with Hell and Back, it's building toward Dark Knight Strikes Again.
Yeah, like I said, I've never read it, not even once, because I quit buying it partway through its publication, and then recently I've finished it up. So I have it, I'm ready to go, but it'll be a first-time read whenever we get to it. And I look forward to it. My perspective on Miller has changed a lot over the years, and I think it'll be fun to read it all in one place, too. I think that was what was frustrating me around the time that I checked out of that. I checked out of a lot of the monthly books that were published as comics, but were 9 months, where I got to remember what happened 9 months ago.
Yeah.
it just became not the best reading experience regardless of the content for me.
This man, there's so much here. You can show this off also. Let promote. Remember, like, we got the commercial. I'll send that to you. But promote our travels and Cartoonist Kayfabe, Christmas in July.
When do you think this video goes up? Is it Sunday when we're at Heroes?
Say it again.
When do you think this video gets published?
Well, I guess maybe say this coming weekend. We'll put up for Zeta tomorrow. Let's put this up Saturday because this will be a big one.
What's the record plan for next week?
Wednesday, I guess, huh?
I can't record and then go. Tuesday would be it.
All right.
Let me check the schedule too in between. All right, Comic Book Christmas in July and Heroes.
Good?
Yep. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Before we jump into today's episode, I want to remind everybody about two things. One, we will be on the road to Heroes Con in North Carolina this coming weekend. Be sure to wear your Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts and come out and say hello to us there. It's one of the great comic book shows. Looking forward to going there and hopefully looking forward to connecting with a bunch of Kayfabers. The other announcement is end of July is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, where we take our doubles, we take our comps, we take some of our free Comic Book Day books, and we stock up the local lending libraries. Most of these neighborhoods have them. I remember last year was our first year. We saw pictures from thousands of people that joined in. So we invite the creators out there to get their comps together, the readers out there that have their extra issues, and go stock some of those local lending libraries for the last Saturday in July. Let's try to grow some new readers and put some comic books out there where readers will find them. All right, Ed, we are looking at another Frank Miller Sin City, this time The Big Fat Kill. This is still Miller kind of in the midst of this crime noir, black and white artwork look. And this is a book that I haven't looked at in many, many years and had a good time reading it this week whenever I pulled it out of the back issue bins. You guys at home see the hardcover collection. That's a really nice hardcover, by the way. I like that cover design. And I have the original issues. So we'll be kind of going through both of these. If you see extra artwork, Ed, in the collection, you can bring it to our attention.
Yeah, he would typically pad the story a little bit with some splash pages and stuff, like very conceptual, like abstract-y kind of close-ups and silhouette type splashes to just create little beats in between certain moments. I don't know when he started doing that. He definitely did it with the trade of That Yellow Bastard, but this is the first time, like, this is how I got Big Fat Kill, and before that I wasn't collecting the miniseries or anything. Got all trades and stuff. This was part of like the greatest Christmas I ever had, where like this was in there, 4 volumes of Appleseed, like 10 volumes of Cerebus, and a couple little odds and ends. Man, it was $300 because, like, if you remember, Phantom of the Attic did Dollaros on 10 bucks.
Yes, I do. Yeah, that was great.
So I had $30 that I could then take to the shop and get $30 worth of stuff.
They had to bring that gimmick back. What a Christmas. Like, talk about like a weird arrangement of books. That's a lot of different territory. Manga, Cerebus, and Sin City.
I was all in, like, and I never asked my parents for anything like that whole year. It was, like I said, $300 worth of comics. And the other one I got was for that same Christmas was I wanted Dick Tracy comics, and the guys at Ides waxed my parents, and we're like, we don't have Dick Tracy comics, but we have this like $80 slipcase thing of like the Comic Century that Kitchen Sink put out, that has a smattering of like comics history,
right,
which turned out to be even greater because it put a bunch of new names into my mind. But like I was all in, like, just with that example, comic strips, manga, Cerebus, Sin City, like that was like little Eddie P starting to like really diversify.
I was going to say, like, that's the deal right there, is exposing you to a whole bunch of different comics at a time when, I don't know how old you were then, 14, 13, something like that. Yeah, like, I was so narrow in terms of what I was seeing. Like, to be able to get that kind of range would have been huge. Like, those comics compilations, the comic strip compilations, it was after college that I started buying those things and like really going through them. I could have used that whenever I was 13 or 14. would have been good. So the story with Big Fat Kill is we're returning back to Dwight, who was in A Dame to Kill For. You can see our video on that. He's rocking this new look, and he's basically back to his old lifestyle that takes advantage of maybe the gutter side of Sin City. He had fought off that nature for a while, but once he gets back in A Dame to Kill For, that's where he's at. So that's where we're going to begin this, and if you got nothing else, let's start flipping.
I think that this is in terms of story beats and stuff, I think this is the best Sin City in terms of just rigid plot structure. And the reason for that is because what is a typical noir kind of crime story? It usually focuses on three things, man. Jealousy, revenge, or like money motivation, greed. But this one is that kind of like, it's a tough story to design because there's actual stakes to the story here. And it's the great MacGuffin of there is a thing that two like warring factions want. Two opposed factions want this thing. And it's so clearly established what happens if either gets the thing. You know, if the good guys, the cops get the thing, then we know what bad things will happen to the other side. If our guys get the thing, then we know what happens on the other side. So it's very complex in its construction, like thinking it up. It's a hard kind of story to come up with because like it's easy to do revenge. Like we all understand that very simply. But as a writer, this is the kind of story that I think writers kind of strive for.
Miller does some good stuff too of taking advantage of the comics where like you get to the end of the issue and there's a cliffhanger or a twist.
Yeah.
That kind of works well in the serialized format. It's also, it should be said, first appearance of 300 is in this story, which is wild.
It's the climax of the damn comic.
Yeah, so right away, man, you open up these pages, and one of the things that spoke to me at this time period when I was reading these comics is Miller's design sense. Like, he's really doing something here that's pretty awesome. You open it up, and that's your first spread. I would love,
carry it over.
I would love to pull out a new Marvel comic or a DC comic and open it up and see what you see in that spread, because it is not this.
Yeah.
And it's also even like an 8-panel grid if you look closely at this window design down here in the corner. So having some fun, and he's lettering it himself, and I'm on board.
This was, in the movie. Rest in peace, Brittany Murphy, who would be playing this girl right here. Like I think they did such a good job with it that like I can't not think of like the actor analogs when reading this comic. This is the kind of thing that Will Eisner would bristle at in their conversations. The Eisner-Miller book of having like, you see how she has like 3 separate beats. Like Eisner would say that needs to be 3 panels. Like this is a panel. You could have one person talking to her, but then this has to be a panel, and this has to be a panel.
That's interesting. I like the way he's handling text in the beginning of the story. I read, so one thing that's happened since I first read Sin City is I've read Mickey Spillane.
Yes.
And, you can see Mickey Spillane all over Frank Miller's sleeves whenever you're reading Sin City, and especially in the inner monologue narration. So I was rereading this, and I think of that monologue a lot when I think of Sin City. So coming here, it was like suddenly we're reading a play. And I liked that. I like this kind of, let's get it.
I fucked up. I'm so sorry. Let's make sure that that's still recording.
Yeah, we're still on.
Okay. So sorry, Jimmy.
So I like this treatment of how are you going to get text on the page? It's not that Mickey Spillane inner monologue. We'll get some of that eventually. But I really like this delivery. It made me think of David Mamet or something, because this feels like a play. There's still monologues going on, but they are broken up into almost like these big panels and stuff. And
right.
I'm down with that. It's a little bit different than what I remembered, a little different than his formula for Sin City, and I like that.
And it's good. It's bombastic imagery, Like I like seeing these big images.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's pretty clever as a combination of words and images. And what's happening here is our heroine is having a bit of an argument with some drunk, maybe ex-lover, out through the door. We don't know much about him yet, but he definitely seems like there's a tinge of violence on here, and she's having none of it. And it turns out her and Dwight have something going on. So if that door does open up, now we've got a couple of alpha males ready to unload violence on each other.
He's definitely a tough guy. You know, you could sense that she's nervous and stuff, but you know, they certainly had a relationship, and he would be the kind of guy that if he would see that you're with, you know, somebody else, that kind of jealousy, like you are getting thumped on for sure.
And she's a little bit kind of poking the bear a little bit with some of her comments too.
Yeah, you know, they're tough cookie.
It sets up for once he finally comes in here, things could get out of. It feels like things could get out of hand real fast.
Yeah, it's that real incel stuff too, where it's like he's got a bunch of his dudes. What Miller's establishing is this dude is a loser. Like he's drunk, he's disorderly, he just hangs out with a bunch of losers.
Right.
So like, all points are against this dude.
Yeah. So he's telling her the plan is him and his buddies. They're going to pick her up. She needs to get a couple of her waitress friends involved, and they're going to go have a night on the town.
Right.
Have a good time. And we see Dwight like slipping into the bathroom here. No confrontation yet.
Finally putting on some damn pants, man. Frank Miller draws some weird looking dicks. He's a weird dick artist, man. I don't know if like, you know, he needs to use the mirror for that or something, but like, it's very suspect.
Ooh, and we do see domestic violence happening here in this panel as she's sort of basically egging him on, you know, telling him, go ahead and get it over with, you sick bastard.
Yeah.
So a little bit of violence there. None of his friends object to it. This is classic black and white hero villain stuff. This guy is 100% a piece of shit.
Absolutely.
A villain. We hate him.
What I love about this comic too is Frank Miller is cartooning throughout this, and you know, you got your drunk bubbles up there. We all know what that is, and there will be more examples over the rest of these issues where, I mean, circle template eyes and stuff like that.
Also doing the bold lettering. And that cartooning doesn't just extend to the visuals. Like I said, these characters are basically cartoons.
Sure. It all fits within that sort of noir sensibility. And in terms of panel structure, this is manga paced, but the only thing that slows you down is the dialogue.
Right.
But it is fun dialogue to read. Like, when you see these mountains of text, you're never like, geez, here's another one. They all bounce and they all have some life to them.
Yeah, they do. Also, the mark making is very different to me than that early, let's think the first Sin City comics collection. You know, like you look here and it's just giant, thick strokes of ink for some of these marks. This is where one of the places where I see like Miller evolving.
Yeah, and
visually.
Yeah, it's like two tools, man. It's like he's got his big brush, and then he's got like rapidograph.
Yeah, I think he has 3 rapidographs. So you can see them outlining the word balloon is a really thin one. Then the lettering's a little bit heavier, and then there's a bold rapidograph.
Yeah, the word balloon rapidograph is the same as the character rapidograph. The lines that he puts onto his drawings.
I was looking at this and at times thinking about Alex Toth, you know, great black and white composition artist. And some of this stuff doesn't work on that scale, like where I go, that's not a great composition per se, it might be awkward or whatever. Some of it really does. And that's something that appealed to me back then and still does now.
Yeah, you got to take a flyer and be experimental at times. This is one where you actually perhaps need the dialogue a little bit to understand exactly what's happening. Where he's like, you know, you forgot to flush, so it's clearly the toilet, played by Benicio del Toro. For those playing at home, man, they did that whole sequence.
How about that for an interesting, like, how are we going to see the water in the toilet? You know, these white lines, pretty good for that. And what happens is Jackie goes in to go to the bathroom, runs into Dwight in the bathroom. So we get a little bit of a showdown here. Some hardcore stuff with Dwight and a straight razor, man, holding up to his eyes, holding up to his throat. This could have been the end of Jackie right here if Dwight had decided on it. But man, dunks his head in a used toilet before it's flushed.
So check this shit out, dude. Now, this is the stuff that Miller adds to the trade, and he's holding them in there for a little while.
Yeah, a long time.
It's up to you how
Wait
long.
A minute. I don't even know what's going on in this picture.
That's Dwight, and that's the arm holding it down, and just like the shadow of his hair.
Wow.
You know, that his face would be
Gotcha.
here looking down.
That's interesting. I do like some of the abstracted, adventures in abstraction of some of these images, because that's pretty wild stuff right there.
So it's cool, man. It adds it really adds a beat. So this is the only way that I've read it, and so to me it's like, oh, this is severe, but like it's very like, look at the pace of this head, and then he's out like nothing. Like, of course, like to me it's a no-brainer to have these beats.
Yeah, I think I don't think anything's compromised either way. Like, I read this and I think, wow, he came and went quick, like a ninja,
Sure.
But it's sort of the same effect, even with those 4 extra pages. I don't know that he still disappears like in a turn of a page.
It's waterboarding. Like with my version, it's like I'm taking all the, like, your last bit, you're almost gonna be, fucking touched in the brain, and then I'm gonna let you go.
Great characterization for Jackie from the beginning till now. Because when he looks up after he pulls his head out of the toilet, this is a different dude.
Yeah.
He's been abused. He's been had. He's not the alpha male in front of everybody. And now he needs redemption hardcore, because otherwise he's completely lost face in front of his girl and his pack of dudes.
And he is that dude that, like, cares about that kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah, so he turns his attention, no longer worrying about his girl. Like, he's out looking for somebody.
Right.
And this is like classic Batman stuff.
It is, man.
Dwight just disappearing. How many times have we seen that with Jim Gordon turns around? Where's Batman?
He's got that middle school skater haircut that everybody had in 1995.
Yeah, that's funny.
A couple more bits with what trade you got? This image and then that image.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of cool to see the various pages that pop up. The inking on the side of the tree trunk there, I think, is really cool. And this is stuff that I feel like shows up because Miller's playing with this media and seeing something there, something to do with it. Yeah, this is also an input. What's interesting is we switch our left and rights now. So that page is a right-hand page in the comic. Look at my rusted up...
Yeah, dude, old school. So, like, this is even in the movie. So, like, that's where Rodriguez is getting his material, where she's like, damn it, you fool, Dwight, you fool. And what happens is, as he... Okay, you know what? So go back real quick, one page. So this is very cool. So we establish there's a helicopter. So as he jumps down, talks about, like...
Yeah, Shelley shouts something I can't quite make out over the racket of a passing police copter. It sounds like stop, but I can't be sure. That's a great page and great setup, because we see the helicopter
exactly
there. Storytelling 101.
Exactly.
Jim Shooter would be proud. But it's interesting to me that he switches his left for a little bit.
I bet we'll catch up.
Yeah, I'm sure that we will, but it's still kind of unusual. And now we've got all kinds of trouble. So Dwight is actually chasing Jackie, and a cop pulls up behind Dwight. And just trouble on trouble, right?
But Jackie is being such an asshole that, like, Dwight is the least of the problems. So the cop car is going to go chase Jackie and those guys, and they're heading to Old Town. And that's Dwight's chicks, his homies, so these dudes are already a menace.
This is a pretty wild panel composition. We've got an aerial shot looking down at, I guess it's Old Town or else wherever they're leaving, whatever that neighborhood is.
You see this on,
can't
like,
tell which way they're coming and going, but it's a weird angle.
It's Mulholland, like it's like a mountain road, and you're looking down at, like, the city. I always love this one right there.
Yeah. What gets lit up. And here we go with our inner monologue, by the way. So the Mickey Spillane fans out there, don't worry. We'll get some of that in here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. He's using that monologue to establish what Old Town is. So what the stakes are, because the cop goes so far, and this is like a screech to turn around. He chases Jackie to the borderline of Old Town and just goes the opposite direction, because the girls at Old Town are going to handle that stuff. This
is your manga storytelling.
Yeah.
We go from 250 words to no words, but you see it all. It's the girls, they're all packing heat because they run Old Town, to the cop and the reaction. The problem with the storytelling here is the cop turns around, we see the screech emphasizes that, and the vroom still going the same direction. Cop
sure.
car,
You're
cop
right.
car. I wish
Right.
that they went the opposite directions.
Right, yeah, sure.
It's even like flip this panel. Flip these two panels around so Dwight is continuing this direction. Not the world's worst issue, but, it looks like the cop is now going to the girls.
Right.
Whereas if this flipped, you'd have the cop leaving and you'd have Dwight going.
Yeah,
and that would make more sense with the way this story, what happens next.
A couple more pieces, man. Just a couple beats with some hookers. Some cool hooker drawings.
Surprised there aren't like 20 pages of those. Those seem like they would be the fun, easy thing to do, and also pieces of art you could sell very quickly.
Oh, and those pieces actually come before the Screech.
So it's just more of this showing
Exactly.
Don't mess with the girls of Old Town. All right, well, Jackie doesn't get that message, or at least he doesn't listen to it, and he continues further into Old Town and into the kind of the heart and soul of Sin City. We have Miho sitting up here. This is another one of those experimental kind of weird panel compositions where, like, perspective-wise, it's kind of bizarre to see the cars almost on level with her.
We're going to establish that little hooker who's played by the girl from Gilmore Girls. Just a single image. She's walking down the alley, and there's that car behind her creeping up. Great brick walls and big fat kill.
This is again mentioning that 300 is sort of making a cameo, making its first appearance here. This feels like we're coming back to that, and I wonder if Miller knew it at the time.
Right.
You know, I don't know how he wrote this, if it was all mapped out ahead of time, or if this is something that once you go back and put it together, you go, you know what, this is perfect.
Yeah.
This is a great page, a great addition, I think.
Yeah.
This is fun watching Dwight and Miho, who is, you know, your ultimate assassin in the Old Town, kind of playing the same roles, right? They're here in case stuff gets out of hand. These are going to be your ultimate, like, enforcers.
Such a tragic figure. So mysterious and cool. She's the Boba Fett of Sin City.
And you see, even Dwight is not above the Old Town law.
Right, yeah, Gale. Badass, man.
Yeah. Gale, one of the hit characters probably to come out of this. And that's it. That's where we're left with. So we've got Jackie, who we know is a problem, has shown up in a place that he shouldn't be. And look at that break. Oh, no. Okay.
No, we caught up. By adding that one beat of that one hooker, we got back to pagination.
It's kind of neat that there is letters pages in here.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is, Miller is such on this like anti-labeling, anti-censorship kind of kick. So that's what you see most of these letters are about, with some praise of Sin City, and then the Sin City galleries are in here. And Jim Silk, I would say this about him. I don't know how much everybody knows him. Go read his Wikipedia. The dude's had about 5 careers worth of work as a visual artist in film and comics, all kinds of stuff. Very, very fascinating what he has done. And Paul Chadwick from Concrete doing contributing a pinup. It's a little bit of shine on Chadwick as we get into Legend and add him to the Legend group.
Yeah,
show him off.
I always love that shine on the tabletops, man. I swear, like one of these, man, I'm like, is that Chris Claremont at the titty bar?
Probably. Dress her up in storm gear and you'd be there. All right, so here we go with Gale on our cover. Great
Lynn Varley colors, man. Like she colors everything up to hell and back, you know, and it's real cool that they kind of give you the full piece on the back.
Yeah, I love how much they do with the lettering and stuff on a cover like this. Pretty dramatic. So there's same as your first page in chapter 2, and we're off and running, continuing the mayhem here. So the stakes are what's going to happen to Jackie and in the middle of Old Town.
Yeah, and up to this point, it's the stakes are low. It's just like it's almost like by showing us Miho, it's the classic Hitchcock. We're going to show the audience the time bomb, and it's counting down, and the players don't know it yet.
Right. I think the way they shoot these the way Miller sets up these panels is really effective. We looked at a recent Wizard where Greg Capullo's How to Draw Comics, he's looking at like panel to panel and what the relationships are. And I feel like there's some really interesting relationships where Miller is making big jumps from one panel to the next. But still, you're not missing anything. It's not hard to follow what is happening.
Yeah, even just doing this, like having a brick wall there's no business to have a car come down here other than to fuck with this girl. Like this could have no other agenda by establishing that. Like she's just she's now caught in a corner.
Right. Miller laying it on thick. Those poor slobs, they don't have a chance. Yeah, it is like a time bomb. This is the Alfred Hitchcock thing where
exactly.
Like we know Miho. That's the bomb under the seat that the poor guy sitting in the seat doesn't know about.
Exactly.
Closing down the gates behind them. Like this is Dwight is pleading now with Gale, like, let these guys go. You don't want to kill a carload full of people. And they make the mistake of pulling a gun. And then you get a good page turn. Ooh, you know what? I was thinking it was right to this, but cutting off your hand there with a swastika throwing star.
But doing it with grace, like Captain America, like hitting some angularity.
Yeah,
Put
this
some
is
English on it.
Tim Duncan calling it off the backboard. Fun shot of his eyes and face reaction. Back to that cartooning point that you're talking to. Like, this stuff is so much more cartoony at the time. What an arrow in your sling to be able to pull that out when everybody else is kind of doing a very serious, no sense of humor style. Bringing a sense of humor to noir comics. Good smart move.
This is keyframe animation. Up, down.
Black, white. There's a visual for you, huh?
Right.
Do we get warnings if this is our thumbnail?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Circle eyes, just like Chuck Jones, Tex Avery fucking cartooning.
This is one of my favorite parts rereading this was the eyeballs, the cartoon eyeballs in there. And it's so stark. Like Miller, again, I think knows exactly what he's doing, where it's like, okay, I want you to see these cartoon eyes. Let me just make everything white. You'll go right to the middle of that panel.
Just giving you that glimpses of that's all you need. That's all you need of this stuff. And take a look at some old videos we did. We did The Art of Sin City that shows off about 5 to 10 process pages of Sin City comics. He draws them very traditionally. Like, his pencils look like Daredevil pages or something. And then it's this, like, exercise of reduction with the black and the white that turns it into a Sin City page.
I don't know if you guys at home can see this or not, but for some reason, like, he does this little tiny edge. I hesitate to call it feathering. It's probably you took a pen and like drew the little edges on the tire. Such a weird choice.
It makes
I don't
sense.
think it's anywhere else though in this story.
You know what it does is,
I feel like he might have been on the phone and just was like screwing around.
I think it absolutely has a function, because drawing tires is a bitch, and like, it's a balloon full of air with tension from the weight of the car and flat against the ground. So by doing that, it creates that little bit of 3D.
And a slasher horror movie going on with our what happens to everybody else in the car.
It's real fun in the movie because it's everything that gets cut in this comic, like, gets, so it's got the sword in the eye and like all the bits, and the actors look great. Like, this guy is in it. That he is in the movie, man. And then just like, look at he's just chilling, man. It's just his regular face. It's like concerned, but then just like, it's whatever the 7 degrees of grieving or whatever. It's like surprise.
Yeah. Doesn't realize he's not part of his body anymore.
And then there's acceptance.
It feels so cat and mouse too. It's probably in
Exactly.
here, but it's totally her just playing with this guy. And they kind of reference that, talking about how this is sad and disgusting, what's going on here.
Right.
Like, just finish this. He slips on his bloody hand.
and falls with his ass onto the swastika thing. So, like, further establishing that. Now, like,
Again with the funny, him being funny. Here's the difference. This panel arrangement, for whatever reason, is shifted to the right in the original comic. In the trade paperback or the hardcover, it's in line.
yeah.
I don't know what that would be about. What Miller's trying there, or don't know. Kind of strange.
Yeah, definitely necessary for the trade, though, since, like, you have to really bend the book to see this stuff. It might have been obscured.
The hand that is all over the
Rob Liefeld joints?
yeah.
The Rob
Although the
Liefeld
Rob
hand?
Liefeld thing, to be fair, comes before this, so it's just funny.
He's got a silencer on. Oh, no. Like, she throws, like, that little tool, whatever
Right.
that is. And doesn't that look so accurate? Like, it's,
It does.
It feels like he really knows, like, all the bits that go into a gun.
I used to have a little semi-automatic, and I would probably clean it more than I shot it, and this looks really good. I was thinking that whenever I saw it, like the spring and everything feels accurate. This is so awkward to me. I remember reading this and thinking it was strange, but whenever that gun backfires, he pulls the trigger and the barrel's blocked, so it kind of explodes, and sending this back into his head. And it was just kind of a weird, awkward choice to me.
Right. And, like, what it does, there was all that, like, was it in Hudson Hawk or, like, The Last Boy Scout or something, where, like, they introduced the concept of, like, sending your nose bone through your brain. And, like, this is, like, giving him, like, a frontal lobe lobotomy, but it's blinding him. And at the time on the news, like, I don't know if you remember this shit, but, like, they must have learned a lot about the brain in the culture, because like there would be like 2020, they would take off the skull cap of a guy and they put these little numbers onto his brain, and a lot of shows had this they just, I guess they understood more, so they would be pushing on certain parts. Hey, what is 3 plus 3? 6. And then they would push on something. What is 3 plus 3? Like doing shit like that, you know. And maybe he was watching some of that on TV.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that's brain science is pretty new in that way. I think the 90s is when you really start to see some of it. She doesn't quite chop his head off. She makes a Pez dispenser out of him.
Great
That's good stuff.
And in the movie, it's Benicio del Toro takes it extra places, because as they're in the car driving...
Yeah, that's good.
Did you ever see it?
No, I didn't, but I can picture it.
Like his head will be down and he'll be like, hey, blah, 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 you're an idiot. And then he, like, they'll hit a bump and it'll go up and he'll be like, start talking like that.
I like that. It's a funny line, you know, like Mickey Spillane, I don't think's talking Pez dispensers. I enjoy whenever Miller goes there.
Because we know what it is, you know.
It's so perfect.
You know what it is.
It's the text equivalent of like the cartoon character elements.
Sure.
You know, the eyeballs peeking out as perfect big round circles in the car.
The Mickey Spillane stuff ain't far from it, to be honest. Like if Pez existed, then he would have used that.
So he's going through here, not too proud to say whenever he gets $300 cash, he puts it in his pocket. Kind of like that, you know, gives you an idea of who Dwight is as a character. And then fishes around in his pants when he finds an atom bomb, and we get the electric.
It's so funny. I was young enough when I read this that I'm like, oh, fuck, he's got an atom bomb in his pocket. Like, I didn't, you know, the Pez dispenser thing felt right, but I'm like, oh, he's got an atom bomb. I was so literal about it.
Boy, and this is whenever you reach into your bag of tricks with the Sin City Rain.
Yeah.
Because stuff is changing.
Yes.
And, of course, that atom bomb is actually a police badge.
And they tease it for a little while, you know, like he's looking, and then it's the reveal. Great badge drawing, by the way.
Yeah, even the build up to it's really good. Like this wouldn't have surprised me if he had slipped in a page or two to make this a lefty page, a page turn page.
And it should be a panel 1. Like this panel should be here if we're waxing, you know, minutia.
Yeah. And, you know, the girls recognize it, too. Like, this is a problem. They call it the truce. And basically, the cops stay out of Old Town. And in return, the girls police themselves. They run this place. And it also means the mob stays out.
Right.
Once this happens now...
Pimps and shit.
Everything.
Cops find out that a cop was killed. We know, like, if there's... I guess you wanted to show the pinups or whatever.
Jamie Rich, who would do a lot of editing through comics, one of the starting... letters. Joe Kubert with a pinup.
Yeah, when I went to the Kubert school, in the back office, there were several double-page spreads from That Yellow Bastard that Frank Miller gave Joe Kubert. Good ones too. It was Hardigan in the Cell. Nice. Like some of those like 2-pagers. Mike
Mignola contributing one. Pretty fun there. Interesting to bring in like a known, almost a Miller piece that he homages there as a poster in the background.
Yeah, it's very close to the Scarface poster, by the way, with the left black
and white.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And a note here, Doug Wowdy has passed on, so a little memorial for him. I don't know if we've looked at any Doug Wowdy on here, but we should at some point.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, so like this girl immediately is like, fuck, if it goes back to the old ways, I'm done. First off, she looks super young, and she's played super young in the flick. Like I said, it's the Gilmore Girls girl, whatever her name is, man.
Really kind of looks like they nail that likeness in the movie.
They do.
From previews and stuff.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I think they do that with everybody really well.
Great mark making in some of these blacks. Like if you look at her hair, it is such just a bunch of brush marks that somehow add up to this hair.
Totally.
It's a good recap. If this is your first issue of this series, you pick it up, issue 3, you're right in it.
You could start.
Lay out the
with
stakes
this.
here. Yeah.
It's in medias res, as they call it.
Like whenever he gets away from the grid too, with this kind of arrangement.
Yeah, and you just it's all vibes, you know. It's like resolve. Like it's like, oh well, we know what we have to do, but she's the greenie, you know, and it's one of these is not like the other, you know. That's pointing to some stuff.
Yeah, they're weighing their options here as to what to do.
Yeah, and none of it's pretty, dude. We're going to the butcher shop.
Yeah, Gail is ready to shoot Dwight because, like,
this
is a borderline meltdown. Like, they're about to go to war in her estimation.
Yeah. And then in true Sin City fashion, man, he slaps her in the jib and she gets all wet about it. You know, all the chicks are ready to fuck up Dwight, but then Gail gives the cosign. You know, she's turned on now. How indecipherable is that right there, right? And that's,
I do wonder if all this stuff adds up.
and that's
Wow.
the end papers of all things. Like, that thing is just incomprehensible.
It really is. I wonder if this is in that Art of Sin City where you see like all the structural
would like-
drawing.
I would like to see that because I think all of that stuff exists. I think he has his pencils and stuff.
So he's going now. Dwight says, you know, get him a car with a big trunk, and he's basically going to take this to the tar pits.
We're going
the
to La
local
Brea.
tar pits. And in order to make people fit, we're gonna have to cut them up.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. We're swordsmen now. We're going to a butcher shop.
That's a funny visual for a comic because this is the kind of thing in my mind, like, that's a good movement. I haven't seen the movie. I don't know if it is or not. But it's such a visual, like, I can picture that in a Coen Brothers movie or something. But instead, like, Miller has it here in the comic. It's a really good idea in a comic.
Yeah.
Kind of not an obvious one, I don't think. Especially because he shows it off panel, more or less. And this is our young girl who started all of this calling her mom, which Gail says is a no-no, but got to check in on her mom. She's pretty freaked out.
Yeah.
And off we go.
Chekhov's phone call.
Yeah, there you go. And now we're back to our inner monologue as Dwight is making this drive.
They got a
in
big-
a little T-Bird.
Yeah, they got a car, but like it can't fit all the bods in there.
Yeah, it's borderline running out of gas, and it's not a big car. And what that means is one of the bodies is riding up front.
Interesting. They choose the one with the fucking gun sticking out of the head.
Yeah, the head the head wound is the one they put up front. Not the best move, but what are you going to do? And Dwight now is back to smoking, pulling cigarettes out of Jackie's coat pocket and lighting back up. You never quit, Ed. You never really quit.
You're always an addict.
I just heard someone on a podcast that, like, years later, you'll wake up in the middle of the night craving that cigarette.
Yeah.
Glad that's not one of my vices.
Yeah, just comics.
Right?
Got to reinforce our floors.
Yes. Years from now, I'll wake up in the middle of the night. I got to read that Sin City again. Again with a police helicopter. This one flying really low. Great callback to issue 1 where we saw the police copter in a distance and it was loud. And here it is super close. Is it close enough to see that I got a dead body up front?
It's so funny how like, and just as a kid reading this, like, just how literal I was. Like, I wasn't quite. I mean, I got it, but for maybe a minute, I'm like, "What? He's alive? Like, what's happening
Right.
here?"
Yeah, Jackie talking smack in Dwight's ear.
Yeah, and this is the stuff where Benicio del Toro is earning his pay, and his head's cocking back, and blood is squirting out, and he's changing his voice to Christian Bale Batman and stuff.
Some more humor here. Man, this is great, just like being in a buddy movie. And Dwight, shut up.
More cartooning with the eyes. That's very adventurous, because, like, this stuff is so butch, you know? To do something like that.
I think this is a pretty cool move. We're seeing views through the window, the car window this time. I mean, the window classic going back all the way to Eisner in the 30s and 40s. How do you do it in the 90s?
Much, you know, Eisner established this kind of construction in his, like, late period graphic novels, really.
Uh-oh. There's a cop telling him to pull over.
Yeah.
Man, even on the reread, I'm like, what happens here?
Right.
How do you get out of this one?
This is funny. So, like, smashes on the brakes, pushes Jackie closer so that the gun goes in deeper.
Yeah, and he's kind of like now just...
Brains coming out of the skull. That's
Yeah.
meat. That's like that little fatty stuff, like when you get a good cut and you got little beads of fat.
Yeah, that's Abdullah the Butcher right there. He's working that gun for this one. And I like our depiction of the police. That's a really good, ominous looking...
It's so abstract.
That could be a design out of a science fiction movie.
Absolutely. THX 1138 type guys.
But lets him off with a warning. Basically looks over, says, I'm the designated driver, and he's all right with that.
Yeah.
Fix your tail light, which is one more of those things. Like, everything that can go wrong with this car is wrong with it.
Yeah, it's all the stuff that the wolf brings up. Like, I don't want to, find out that there's not gas in the tank or that the tail light is busted.
That's so funny, because you're thinking that's a couple years before this. Everybody's read that, right? This is 96. Am I wrong in the year? Oh, you know what? This might be earlier, actually. This might... Yellow Bastard's 96, so this might be concurrent. 95.
When is Pulp Fiction?
It's 94.
Okay.
But it is funny to think like this is sort of the opposite of the Wolf. Like the Wolf's got his shit together. He says what you need and presumably gets it. Here, it's like Dwight says the same thing. He just doesn't get it.
Right. Like what happens if you give the guy completely the opposite after you shoot Melvin in the face?
And then I love this kind of stuff. This even reminds me of Bill Watterson, where it's like, how do you just get cool stuff on the page that I can draw?
Yeah, and the ink style is almost Watterson-ish, really.
Yeah. But it's the tar pits, man. Here we are, and it's an excuse to get to draw some really cool, fun stuff. And our car has run out of gas.
Right.
So now Dwight is pushing it over the finish line, or at least that's the plan until he shows up in somebody's crosshairs at the end of issue 3. And like you said, dude, you could start with issue 3. You got it all, man.
Yeah.
It starts out with a recap that lays out the stakes, and it ends with our hero being shot.
Dave Boring style, man.
Pretty good for a single issue. Right in the middle of the series, too. You're not jumping off of Big Fat Kill like I jumped off of Hell and Back. If you get to this point, I think you're sticking around.
So you actually read a couple Hell and Backs and were like, fuck this.
Yeah. Jack Kirby. It's been a year since he died, and this is a bunch of stuff about Jack Kirby. And, let's pressure Marvel Comics to treat his family right to give his artwork back. It's an ongoing story.
In the mid-90s. Holy fuck.
It is. And, somebody writes in and they kind of like say, hey, you were working for Marvel during this time. Like, you're a hypocrite. And Bob Schreck comes up and goes, I'll answer this one. And goes through like a history of Miller at Marvel, rabble-rousing on behalf of Jack Kirby going back to when he was working for Marvel full-time.
How fucking dope is this John Romita pinup, dude? It is sharp as a tack. Perfect inking. Dude, with a brush.
Yeah.
Feathering lines, man. It's Burns like, it's just a fantastic drawing.
Thick, thin lines. You see them all over. The control of that line.
So elegant, so tight. It looks like a perfect drawing.
Yeah, it's impressive. People just don't have that mastery anymore, and maybe the materials don't even allow it.
Can't sleep on this one. All of these guys, perfectly like sort of uplit, like the best Daisy Dukes ever drawn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great pieces.
These galleries were cool.
Great pieces, man.
All right. Issue 4. We're rounding the corner here. Starting to bring it home. It's a 5-issue series, so the last 2 issues are in front of you guys right now. And Miho making the cover.
Yeah.
History of like Elektra and stuff. You think about his real life history. I feel like he's manifested this character possibly in real life.
Dude, there's a commentary track. Like you could find it on YouTube with Rodriguez, Tarantino, and Miller.
Wow.
And
that's what I'm listening to this week.
And they talk about like Rodriguez is like, Frank Miller spent so much time with me, the Miho chick. Like he just like adored that girl. Couldn't believe like how much she like encompassed his creation.
She's such a cartoon character too. In a lot of ways, like that's what Street Angel is, where it's like I figure out a character that's like she's dynamic, you can bounce her off walls, she can do fights, all this stuff. Like it's just fun to draw a character like that.
Totally.
Pretty easy to imagine how he gets into it. And speaking of a dame to kill for, a little callback here.
Going back, man, to Minute.
He's back because you know what? There's problems in Old Town, and there's room for the mob to move in.
Yes. So this is where we're at. This is where the plot points of the story, all super clear. There is a head that is out there now. The Jackie's head. You get that piece. Well, I guess the head will be cut off soon. You take that back to the cops. Like the truce is ended. The mob's going to be able to, pimps are going to be able to take over these chicks. But if the chicks get it back, all's well that ends well. Right.
So as you said in the beginning, the stakes are very, very clear as to what's going on and who the various parties are.
And it is post Dame to Kill For, because Miller was great at this kind of stuff where he never tells you the timeline, but it's little things. His eye has already been cut out by Marv, I believe.
I can't remember if it was Marv or not. Probably.
Yeah, I know
Marv and Manute seem like the ultimate like. That's the Deadwood moment of like the two big muscle dudes just clashing.
Right. So we know just by this piece right here, we know that it is after A Dame to Kill For, and Manute was, it wasn't established that he was toast.
Yeah. Pretty fun, almost like a horror movie callback, right? Where our slasher is back for the sequel.
And the guy that plays him is the Green Mile dude. That big guy, like perfect.
That is a good casting.
It looks like it's so good.
And smart to open up this chapter. We don't see Dwight. Last time we saw Dwight, he was in the middle of a crosshairs, And
Let's
we're going to
take it back.
replay it.
Yeah, let's
so
take it back
smart.
to that moment, man.
Use that page twice. Wally Wood would be thrilled with this. Pretty fun, a sniper sitting on a dinosaur head. I love whenever you find a way to make the visuals interesting.
Totally. That, which is a manga trope also. Like, that's the thing that I always take from manga is, like, they always figure out the amazing visual way to present an idea.
You got these dinosaur props. You got to use them every chance you get. And by the way, little Cadillacs and dinosaurs homage there, if I'm not mistaken.
In David Mamet, in his masterclass, he calls it the special shoe syndrome, where like he writes a script or whatever, and then they go scout locations, and then like at this location they notice that there's like the world's biggest ball of twine or something. Director like, we need to get that into the movie, but it makes him nuts.
There's the great the great Stone Cold, whenever he does the commentary over the Mankind Rock match, he talks about coming down to the ring at some point. He's throwing his hat at McMahon. He's like, I used the prop if there was anything there. And then they montage the video cut where it's like him coming in on chairs, office chairs, like sliding down the aisles, riding four-wheelers down, all this stuff. But it was like, it's the same concept. Like, what's around you? What can you use that's a little bit different or you haven't done before? I think it's a lesson that all of us can think about.
Yeah.
And the mercenaries. So these are basically mob mercenaries hired to help this along. We're gonna make a big move, so let's bring in some heavy hitters, and that's what we've got here.
Can easily tell them apart from that top piece. You got Street Angel when she grows up. You got a bearded guy. You got a like a Bill Murray kind of pockmarked pity face dude, and then the more regular fella.
And Jackie Boy the cop had one last play in him, and that was slapping against my chest is the badge right over my heart. That's how you get away with the crosshairs. Right in the middle of Dwight, and yet he's not dead.
Right.
Pretty good, like it is a twist, like nothing's out of the ordinary there. You don't have to really go too far to be like, oh, what kind of bullshit allows Dwight to still be alive? Perfect.
Dude, or like gun under the arm turned away thing, like that, whoever that guy is that plays Dwight does that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a recommended one.
Look at these head wounds, dude. There's some
I think there was one on the
we got some Teflon
one here.
Yeah, we got some cop killer bullets.
Not messing around. Shooting through Jackie's head, by the way, and we know because there's the bullet coming through. Doesn't even break up, going in and out of the skull. Shocking. And I guess our assassin woman's topless. So.
No, she's got the rock knit. Braless, free the nipple type shits.
Pretty good use of blood on a shoulder here to define a shoulder when otherwise it would have been against a black head.
You got that 3D.
Yeah.
It's just real smart.
Such a weird economy of like you're black and white and how do you make this stuff work?
Uncle Jeff, man, swears by those Franklin Mint Cadillacs and put Frank Miller onto that, putting them to use right there.
Nice use of playing with your static panels, the horizontals and verticals. Hey, we're going to blow something up. Even the caption follows that. I love that kind of stuff. Like integrate your lettering with it.
Absolutely. And there go all the bits, man. That fella before. Same pose. The Jackie hand.
Trunk breaks open and so do all the parts. And what's the scariest thing from my childhood? Quicksand.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I forgot about quicksand.
What a threat that was when I was growing up.
Was it at least really in where you live or no?
No, dude, I don't know where it is. I don't know if there's
fake shit?
I don't know. I've never encountered anything close to it. I assume there's some root of truth there, but I don't know what it is.
I've seen video, like you can find stuff on YouTube, and like if you get caught in it, there's like like lifeguards have like stuff. Even in a controlled environment, it was a bitch. Like what they do is like they have to put a hose against you like with water, like it's tied up with water. They put a hose against you to just run it down, and they got to just like shoot so much water in to just like even make it
lube you up, give you a little blubber in there.
Yes.
Wow.
Just a little gap to get you out, because like it's just sitting on top of you. It's heavy along, like it constrains, like it's pushing against you, and it's like squeezing like the oxygen out of your legs. It's tourniqueting your.
That's a nightmare to think about.
Yeah.
There's that one in the rolled up in a rug. If your arms are in there, that's another one of those nightmare scenarios for everybody playing along at home. It's so good though, man. The black for the tar is also a really good visual.
And you keep pushing them under more and more and more.
And our bad guys did end up with the head that they were looking for.
Yeah.
So this is a lose. And that's kind of the end of another issue. You know,
that's so cool.
Like we're are we stuck? Are we lost? No. At the last moment,
Yeah.
somebody comes in. It's good stuff for the black and white usage, though. I really think that you get to see him exercise. Again, what can you do with the black and white?
Stretching it for sure.
And it's kind of cool when he comes out, and now once again, that's almost like a Munoz or something drawing.
Absolutely, yeah.
I would be curious, and Miller may have talked about this in interviews, but I would influences some of the stuff he was looking at.
Yeah.
Because I know, like some of those European guys are big influences on this, and it'd be fun to kind of like compare some of that stuff.
This is one of those knives that you could buy out of the back of Black Belt magazine.
Yeah, you can imagine unrolling that compass on the end, and then there'd be like a hollow chamber in there.
Yeah, man, that's where you keep your waterproof matches and fish
wrapped
hooks.
up in plastic. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Had 2 of those, man.
This is another good one for me. I let him know I'm not fooling around. We talk. What does that mean? There's no knife in him here.
Right.
I let him know that we're not fooling around, because that knife goes in first, and then it's time to get some questions answered. All right. Once again, running through here, create some more of the Jack Kirby stuff. As I mentioned, we're going to see a big blow up of that at some point. But let's look at the galleries. What's fun? Sergio Topi. This is somebody that Walt Simonson talked to us about.
Sure.
His books. Some of the stuff's been translated to English, but this line style is what I associate with him. So amazing to see him contributing.
Yeah, but that pupil placement, there's something about that. Like, I think it's on purpose, because you think of like those like tapestries, like Japanese ink tapestries, and like the guys on those things would be like kind of cross-eyed like that and stuff, but that just looks kind of goofy. It looks like she's on the dust.
And Mike Allred doing a kind of a strange Mike Allred 94. So early Mike Allred, a little bit of a kind of a different take here. Very much like a movie poster.
Yeah, totally. That's the vibe he's going for. And playing with
Kokyo.
The Kokyo board is definitely a new kind of wrinkle. I think we might have seen a couple of pieces like that in his days of yore, but he's so associated with like flat color at this point, but that is not what Sin City is.
No, and it's kind of cool. The shadow is almost like your Frank Miller version of Marv. That's a nice touch.
You think that Kevin looks at all like Jeff Darrow there?
Maybe a young Jeff Darrow. I don't know. I don't know what young Jeff Darrow looked like exactly, so maybe. He might not have known that was the reference point.
So in between, issue 4 and 5, Frank Miller watched that, that 60s movie that's like, 300 or whatever, and we're getting into it.
Here we go. Yeah, he even switches up
Greek.
here. Even in the chapter for the collection, it's a switch.
We'll go in Greek, Electra Lives Again font.
Interesting. I switched that up in both versions. But here we go. 300 laid out right on page 1, man. That's your story.
In one page, man. So like we saw that image of that girl with the car, establishing a tight corridor. Giant army is coming with way more resources than you have, and you are a plucky band of 300 people, a small number of people.
And Miller was really good, I think, at captioning and getting really good, like where he would kind of go with his words. So this ends with, the hope of civilization is kept alive by Spartan courage and a careful choice of where to fight.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to see in this.
Yeah, so that's another one of those funny things even in here.
Yeah.
What is that for? Like, you ain't even, like, it was completely lost on me.
And, by the way, like, go read our 300, or go watch our 300 video if that's something that you haven't seen already. But also this grenade is flying, and that arrow's going right to it. It could be a motion line.
It's interesting that he adds no three-dimensionality to it also. It's just, like, the same as the gutter, kind of, like, because you would put, like, a bold here, a bold there, a bold there, a bold there, but, like, he just doesn't do that.
No, it really does look like a directional, like a motion lines.
Right.
Like a meta element. Like some of this lettering kind of has that quality.
It's real funny in the movie what they have to do to that poor girl to get this scene done. It looks like they really yank her hard on a fucking cord.
Yeah, it sells pretty well here. I can imagine that translating, like if you were using this as a storyboard, that motion going from one way just blown off.
Yeah, it's cheesy in the movie, but I think they had to put that girl through some stuff, like a little whiplashy type shit.
And this is just full on, we're just fighting now. Yeah. Going into the sewers.
Yeah, Miller bought that for himself because it is, like I said, I think the plot is like the best Sin City plot because of those stakes that were established. So he bought himself the opportunity to just have a balls to the walls fight. So let's sell it, man. Let's do some shit. Let's get our fingernails dirty.
Another bomb explosion.
Yeah, you gotta establish this bomb guy for the climax.
Good water once again.
Yeah,
There's a good head in the toilet to begin with, and I like these white limbs floating underneath the
very
water.
smart. Very smart.
Sells it well.
Catches the Shatterstar sword through the face. Actually, I think that's just the middle of the blade, like that one part that gets sharpened or whatever.
She twists the blade. He feels it.
You know, it's so abstract and comic booky. There we go, man. Here we like is this a fresh page? Is this a new page?
No, I got it.
Yeah, like kind of like showing you the little corridors that the end fight will probably.
Yeah, and so this is basically, we're back to Old Town, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the mob has descended on Old Town. All they need now is the proof of that dead cop, really, to allow them to operate the way they want. And Gail being kind of in the middle of it, maybe the first possible casualty. How about this guy for, like, your super creepy torturer?
Totally. Just, like, straight out of the Roadhouse. And then you got your girl. Super memorable. We know who she is, man. And, you know, sold them out.
The character design, I think, is noteworthy because it's not necessarily a face or a costume, but they're very
body
distinct.
type.
The several, hair, whatever it is, it's a combination, but it feels like it works in this reduced way whenever you're seeing silhouettes or shapes of them. Like that character design extends the whole way around. Like, it's good character design for that reason. Fill it in a black marker and it still reads.
Here's the other thing, man, that like just makes it good. Like this girl made a choice. Yes, money's involved. She's getting paid. That is a net result of giving up the ghost and selling your people out. But the Aaron Sorkin stuff about like you got to identify with your villains. First off, this girl's super young, and she remembers the days of old, which suggests that she was like Jodie Foster, taxi driver, age hooker to begin. And she desperately does not want it to go back to those old ways. So for self-preservation, like you could easily understand the motivation of why she would do what she did, and it wasn't really just for money motivation, which is like another kind of feather in the cap. Like if you can make a compelling crime story that isn't greed, revenge, or jealousy, like you're a leg up above so much other crime shit.
How bizarre is this for a panel? With two faces that are essentially the same size, so it's almost like three eyes. Very weird.
It's like a 2000 AD British villain. It's where the stuff breaks, like Frank Miller, his style breaks a little bit, and often what he'll do is just that rapidograph line, which he probably should have done right there.
Yeah, I love it. It is weird, like it's such a weird drawing, but I do love it. These two panel pages too, we could almost do those,
yeah,
because you don't see it very often, and it's pretty strong. All set up here to get to this final point, and that final point is here comes the cavalry.
And this is all in the movie where the guy gets the thing through the chest. It's almost like a David Cross type fella.
The arrow hole in the window, really nice on black on white art.
Easily, it's like when you get the little bit of bricks on a white. Like it's clearly glass now. It could have been open window, but no, it's clearly glass.
And there's a note on the arrow.
and he's still talking so much.
Yes.
That's one of those whimsical Frank Miller isms.
I think so.
That like even in Ronin, that kind of shit exists.
Right.
Those are so mean. When they talk about like don't pull out the blade because it cuts twice. Like, does this cut you 14 times when it goes in and out?
Like it's barbed. I wonder about some of Miller's choices to go from like heavy blacks to like white pages.
Yeah.
Narrative reasoning for that, but I wonder if there is one.
And here we go, man, in triplicate. Like we established this composition again. We show our narrow passage, just like the 300. We got our guys coming through. You only see dead bodies around, but we've established it.
Yeah, they've gotten the high ground by those dead bodies. And here we go. Dwight's got the prize they're all looking for. Let those girls go. Gal's willing to die. Don't do it, Dwight.
Tosses them the head, but the little narc girl, see, this is where she becomes way less sympathetic, because she further narcs, like she did her job, you know, but like she's like, oh, it's got tape on its mouth, it's not right.
Well, she switched sides, right? So in a weird way, like this is her being her. She's narking again. She found something else on here, singing like a canary.
Sure, but I just meant the sympathy of it, because like what I said earlier is like she could have done just enough to like have the thing happen, but like, you know, she's continuing with it. I actually stole that for the strip I'm working on today.
That's funny. Has every cartoonist drawn eyeballs flying out?
Got to.
I have so many panels of eyeballs flying out of heads. This is almost the point of view from in a grave. You know,
yeah, dude.
Up.
That's well said.
Where to fight accounts for a lot. And now the high road, and you just see them unloading their guns. This is a great one for the white being like the muzzle bursts.
Totally.
Of like, there's your light source.
And it's all accurately lit, you know, like from the bottom. So like it just is a striking image of all these girls. You got good depth with the...
I do think you could have made this foreground girl all silhouette. Where, you know, like the white would have just been on the other side of her. It would have been in that middle containment because you have the edge. You know, you can see that she's on this side of it.
Yeah, but you want the A.
I guess so.
You want the A in a mixture. Bussing them out, dude, and even a little girl got to get some. There are times when Miller like just adds lines and stuff where like she's now 60 years old. You know, she's like no longer a little kid. Is like super grandma.
Spread after spread of carnage, just smoke now at this point. We've shot so many rounds. We're reloading and doing it again. It even says it. We fire and reload and fire. The end.
Dedicated to Johnny Craig, this trade paperback. Jimmy.
Oh, nice. Johnny Craig's a revelation for me. Whenever I first started seeing his reprints, you know, getting some of those and identifying him, and it might have come out of this. You know, the Sin City stuff and the interest in crime. Like, that was the first EC library set I bought, was the crime suspense stories.
I remember that, actually.
Predominantly Johnny. You know, it was for Johnny Craig.
Yeah, I totally remember when you got that.
In our gallery, Sergio Aragones. How about
See
that?
A little nipple, man. Good guns.
And Walt Simonson, speak of the devil. See some of that line work that
that Topi line
referencing. That's kind of a fun piece. Body on the slab.
On the slab,
morgue.
baby. Good stuff.
Yeah, quite a series.
We have the one shots to do, and we have that Yellow Bastard and Hell and Back.
Yeah, so reference for everybody, if we didn't name it to do, we've done it. So things like Family Values graphic novel is something we've covered, the original Sin City, the artist editions of the Sin City. So go track down more Sin City coverage.
Yeah, fun stuff, man. Very formative comics. It changed the game. It brought crime comics as a viable genre back to mainstream comics. And, you know, Ed Brubaker and Dave Lapham and lots of people. Greg Rucka.
It probably brought a new bunch of eyeballs to black and white comics, too. That was something I used to hear a lot at the time, is like, can't sell black and white comics. People were buying and selling the Frank Miller Sin City stuff. So at least a few people were looking at black and white comics then.
So accurate. So accurate. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Subscribe to the Patreon. You get all these videos before anybody else. Jimmy and I are going to be at Heroes Con next weekend. Come by, see us in Charlotte, North Carolina. And Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is our initiative to disseminate comics across our town, man. We're taking our comp copies from our publishers. We're taking our doubles that you have sent us or that we have just accumulated over the past year, and we're dumping those things across those free little lending libraries across our neighborhood and city, in an effort to just put comics in front of people's faces, action items to try to create new comic readership, and hope you participate in it and tag us in any images of cool lending libraries you put your comics into. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, let the people know.
My next book, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be out later this year from Image Comics. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, also available from Image Comics. This book was out of print for a while. Image has brought it back, so if you missed Deadliest Girl Alive the first time, pick it up now. Hulk Grand Design, another one of my books that came out earlier this year. Fluorescent green cover, oversized. You can't miss it if your comic store has it in stock. Pick that up while supplies last. And the first young adult graphic novel, The Plain Janes, still available in print. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see my latest and greatest comics.
Jimmy, can you reach below, man, and show the people the 14-karat goodness of what the Hip Hop Family Tree omnibus is going to look like? Of course, this is going to be case wrapped onto a nice, solid hard cover. But the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus, look at that, man. We're going for length and girth these days, man. And that's a thick-ass book because it's over 500 pages with 140 pages of new material in there that was not ever collected in those first 4 volumes. I'm drawing a bunch of new stuff in there. It's going to be out in time for the holidays. And I got word that lots of you pre-ordered this, but I encourage you to pre-order gifts for people this Christmas, man. Keep that train rolling.
I'm so in love with that gold foil.
I know, man. So fun, dude. Thank you so much for your pre-orders and all that stuff. But that's not the only collection coming out this year. I have X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback collection coming to you from Marvel. It's all the X-Men Grand Design comics that I drew in like a 250, 260-page trade paperback. Coming back to press, like a couple of these volumes you're not going to find out in the wild. And the comic of the day, man, is Red Room Crypto Killers. It's going to be 4-issue miniseries. No trade paperback coming out this year because of my other big projects. So scoop these issues up and give the comic a read. Cover to issue 1 that is out now. Cover to issue 2 that is forthcoming. And issue 3 is going to be a hot key, so make sure you scoop that one up. Jimmy, what else do we have going on?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Does that sound like Grassman?
Yeah.
Let me just... I hate that he's coming on Thursdays. Hey Jimmy, I'm so sorry. I gotta pay this guy.
Yeah, okay. All right, Kings. We're going to be covering Cybernary next. This is the Nick Manabat comic that was packaged on the back of Death Blow. You guys may remember this. I remember getting Death Blow, being so excited, like it was one of those books I most was looking forward to. And my takeaway with Cybernary was really, really awesome. So we're going to look at that, an artist who died much too young, and don't want to repeat what I'm going to say later, so I will keep it at that. But just to give you a heads up on where we are going after this video. Well, I guess during this video. After this mini break. Yeah, it's a weird timing thing since the wizard that we talked about earlier had an in memoriam for Nick Manabat. That was just luck. We've been talking about covering this for a while and actually pulled this before we did this issue of Wizards, so I don't know if that's good timing or bad timing. You guys follow Aaron Weisenfeld? Is that somebody that you were into back in the day? I feel like he's the... I have that example of like the people that came through the studios at Image would often show up and be something of an imitation of whoever studio it was, Jim Lee, Mark Silvestri, Liefeld. And then as they went on, I don't know if they got confident or reps or what, but they sort of become themselves. And Weisenfeld's one of those dudes who, like, man, from the first appearance to what he becomes, I don't know if there's any warning whatsoever. Like, in my mind, he leaves there as a really strong, unique artist. But whenever he starts out, like, I don't know, the styles are kind of, I hate to say buried but it's not apparent what all these guys are going to become. Travis Chare's another one of those dudes, where from the beginning of his time at Wildstorm till the end, changes a lot in that time period. Hey Jabba, I don't know if I have any Black Dynamite cover variants or not. I only did one cover variant for Black Dynamite. I might have a copy or two. I'm going through stuff this week, and I haven't gotten to that yet. But I'm going through stuff and like pulling out various comps, and I just have boxes where it's like, I don't know, 20 different books are stuck in there. So I'll see if I have any or not. Black Dynamite variant. I don't know if I've gotten rid of all those or not.
Yeah, with that art crumb joint.
Yeah.
So good.
I think I have the original art of that still. That's another one. My original art's in such a cluster of all over the place. I get people that ask about stuff, and it's like, I don't know. I think I have that, but I can't find it.
I know what you mean. Yeah. I got some stuff, but I'm not. That's not a big part of my business right now. The idea is that's going to be a retirement fund down the road. Get more popular, get your work up more, squeeze the market, and then like the beer's diamonds, right? Like just like release a couple at a time.
You ever see this Weisenfeller?
No. I haven't seen much of
this.
This
is towards the end of his. The piece that I put on my list that we should do is that Wolverine Deathblow crossover.
It's really interesting, yeah.
And I don't know if this is like right before there or right after that, but it's around that time period where he just gets interesting, and it's kind of cool that they're black and white, because I think he's in issue 1 too. I don't know if he's in other ones.
Yeah, his Team 7's like when he would draw that like top torso like this big, legs like that.
I think that's his first. That's the first thing I think I remember of his.
Yeah. That's what put him on the map for me. Cool. So I don't know these other bits, man. I'm kind of flying blind, but
there isn't anything else.
Okay.
Everything's cybernetic. Like that's the ash can of this, so it's just black and white. And then this is a letter, kind of an update of like, hey, he's been dealing with health stuff.
But he was still alive there.
Yeah, and it's optimistic. So. I don't know the exact time frame, but didn't even give him a cover on issue 4.
Yeah, that's some punk shit. Wild style. Good to go?
Yeah, hit it. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into today's topic, I want to remind everybody that we will be at Heroes Con in the middle of June in North Carolina. Come out, say hello, wear your Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts and hats and gear. We love to see that. And just check out some comics. We're going to be digging into our comps and bringing a little bit of everything that we have. So if you're looking for any rarities, anything new, check us out at Heroes. Also want to remind everybody that the last Saturday in July is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. This is the second year that we're doing this. Take out your doubles, take out your comps, your free comic book day books, just some good comics, whatever you think, and put them in your local lending libraries. Those little libraries that our neighborhoods all seem to have. We did it last year. We invite you to take pictures of those cool little libraries with some comic books in them and share them on social media. Thousands of pics showed up last year. I think it was a good success. Let's make some new comic book readers. We know that people go to those little lending libraries to find something to read. Let's put some good comic books in there. And who knows? Maybe we'll grow some new readers that way. All right, Ed. We've been talking about this as an episode for a while. We're going to look at Nick Manabat's Cybernary. This is one of the early Image releases. This was on the back, packaged as like a flip book with Deathblow, Jim Lee's Deathblow. I was so excited for Deathblow. It was that Frank Miller style Jim Lee art. I think we've looked at this in another video, so you can check out Deathblow if you're not familiar with it. By the time I finished this comic, I had no care about Deathblow anymore, but I was a Nick Manabat Cybernary fan.
You are not the only one, man. Like when I was still in middle school when this stuff came out, and there were the like speculator kids, that had those like, I remember seeing those like binder, like 3-ring binders with like sleeves that you could put comics in. And like the football jocks fucking would even collect this shit thinking that they're going to put themselves through school. And a lot of people were on that same tip where like, yeah, it's a flip book, but this Cybernary, first off, great name.
Yes.
For the 90s, for the mid 90s and shit. great name, and this like high contrast artwork. It as like a comic, it's like it doesn't flow like a comic. Like the success of the art is in the obscurity. Like you gotta stare at it for a while to even understand what anything is, and then as it starts to unfold before your eyes, you're like, this dude is a fucking ruler, man.
It's amazing, especially for a young guy. Like, I think this represents the bulk of his published work. He did a couple of, I guess you call them pinups or file type things for Wetworks Sourcebook that were done after this. And he kind of opens up his style. Like, you know, we often talk about outlaw comics, and one characteristic is how much ink is on there. Like, load that stuff up with ink. And that's what he's doing. And, you know, some of the stuff that, like, these covers, I think you see a little bit of maybe a Sam Keith. Simon Bisley was a guy, I think, that was an influence. But it was just really hardcore stuff. As somebody who was drawing in his notebooks and copying this stuff, this was very exciting to me.
Yeah, I think he was like a part of like the kind of Filipino school, and there would be lots of black and lighting and shadow, and lots of the work that comes out of that camp.
Yes,
you know, so you could see that stuff in there.
And the other piece of this creative team is Steve Gerber is your writer on this. And there have been interviews with him because Cybernary gets an ongoing after this, but Gerber talks about just how excited he was by Nick Manabat's artwork.
Yeah, unbelievable. Like I don't think it's a successful comic to read, but just page after page of this kind of stuff. Like this kid had such an imagination that was like perfect for the zeitgeist. Like he knew exactly the things that need to be in an exciting mid-90s comic.
Yeah, Joe Chiodo is doing colors. And there's a Wildstorm Facebook group that I joined this week in search of an artist edition of this,
nice.
Which the Facebook group produced, you know, amongst itself. But they also assembled like the color guides. So there's like a big post with all these color guides where you see like they're painted, man. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
Those color guides are phenomenal. And unfortunately, I think it's a little dark, but you can still get some sense of it. And even from the beginning, I feel like as a page, that's a great layout with the eye in the middle that kind of like pulls you right through because it's so busy in places. Like any kind of guidance you can get or negative space, like having these characters not overlap, for example, is a really good choice because all that black, you wouldn't even be able to pick out how many figures were there if he didn't figure out like, let's separate them, you know, and in black and white, it really pops.
And with all the stuff that you said, there are ones where it is just like a smorgasbord. This is like these pinks and stuff, purples. That's like that example of like, tell me this is a Joe Chiodo colored comic without telling me it's a Joe Chiodo colored comic.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's his palette.
But it works really good when you throw orange on top of those, on top of that purple.
It's great because it's adventurous. Like, this would be, to the 90s dudes, oh, that's some pussy stuff, man. Why you use the pink, blah, 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 blah. But, like, he used it.
Yeah, and you know why? Because, like, the green pops then, the orange and red pops, and all the spiky detail. Like a cyborg dog monster with those... I was thinking of Robert Williams with the teeth where they're almost metallic.
Right.
It's so cool. And then you get your big money shots, right? Like she's shooting that thing right in the mouth, blood splattering, ink splattering all over that page, and fighting these like green cyborg nightmare monsters. It's cyberpunk, you know? It's so cyberpunk.
Yeah, there's H.R. Giger built into the aesthetics here.
And we aren't getting any answers in the beginning. It's just this action-packed, like, nightmarish cyborg monsters versus this hot chick, you know, scantily clad, wearing like Red Sonja's leftover armor, but with some cybernetic augmentation as part of it. Even the ads are kind of fitting.
Yeah, totally.
Complimentary as we go through here. But the action shots look good. Like this was a talent that from a very young age was sharp. Look at the reflection in the knife blade.
Yeah, the separator's doing a little work there to separate the stuff.
It's really sharp stuff from a young talent.
You know, the kid outshined Jim Lee.
Yes. Yeah, killed it on this one. And in the end, she's blown up, and then these scavengers find her, and we see like the teardrop.
Joint, man. yeah, it is funny. That is like little kid shit.
Reminds me of Chud, you know, like these guys coming up from underground, and they're all in shadows. So it's scavengers that are picking her up. That's going to continue on as we get into issue number 2 here. Man, those covers are sweet. And you can see basically the credits that we mentioned. Jim Lee is your co-creator on this. Not a flip book. I was thinking those were flipped, but I guess not. It's just a backup.
Yeah, and what that means that when it becomes a movie, Jim Lee gets to make all the money, and Nick Manabat and his family get nothing.
Yeah. A very young artist too at this point. Like he was born in 72 and this is a 93, 94 publication. So you figure like he's 20-ish or so whenever he's drawing this.
Yeah, like this, we need that in black and white.
Yes.
You know, it's so high contrast, so like it's outsider comics, man. Like he ain't worrying about storytelling.
It is outsider, and the attention to lighting is so good. It's so dramatic. This is stuff that, you know, in a lot of ways, you don't see this in today's comics where, like, the inker or the penciler is putting in that degree of lighting.
Here's the thing, too, dude. Crazy imagination. Like, to just make a comic or make a good drawing that's successful is one thing, but now you're designing incredible-looking science fiction cop cars that look plausible and solid and have life to them.
It's almost something I can imagine like Jeff Darrow drawing some of this stuff. Yeah. Not with all the black ink.
Right.
But with the kind of like wires coming off and a cop car that has like all kind of stuff attached to it.
Yeah, and like a moment like this, like that's real cinematic. It's good. You know, these kind of things, even in shadow, you know, you can infer what that is. And that's still like, you know, you at home can't make a spaceship look this cool in shadow.
Reminds me of J. Lee Namor.
Totally.
Of this time period where it's like the blacks are almost their own color.
Yeah. There's lots of shades of that. You know, especially even in this kind of thing, like those kind of points that comes from Chapel.
These guys. So like those cyborg, I think they were called hunter killers. That she kills a couple of them in the first chapter. But to show how tough they are, like you see this one's been blown up and it's almost a zombie walking, but still moving. And guess what? Still taking out dudes that are like armored, I guess policemen is who those guys are. But, you know, just kind of speaks to the grotesquerie of what these augmented characters are. And then going back to Geiger, like getting into that like techno-organic material.
I need to see that page, man. I need to see that spread, dude, in real life. Who owns that?
It's phenomenal. I can slip you that PDF that has all this stuff because it's essentially black and white work, but it's almost satanic, these characters. Like it really adds that idea of like devils and monsters and stuff grafted right onto like the high-tech future world. Even though I think Jim Lee or somebody I read that this is set in the present. It's like set up on some island nation somewhere. But it definitely has those qualities. So the people who found Cybernary, this is her. They're trying to like figure out what they've got with her. You know, these scavengers, these underground mole people. And so they have her in this kind of, you know, we've seen this in a million comics, right? The life tube with all the wiring hooked up, a Barry Windsor Smith Weapon X kind of homage there.
Tim Sale's going to start to become the Deathblow artist. And he's on top of Jim Lee layouts.
Yes.
But then when the Jim Lee layouts go away and Tim Sale's doing his own thing, those are great issues.
Starts to sing.
Yeah, those are great issues of Deathblow. Like you can't read them. You know, still probably Brandon Choi writing that garbage, but the artwork is fantastic.
And this is some of the darker stuff, I think, color-wise. It's such a bummer that, you know, still learning that early coloring technique. But you get this stuff, right? Like,
yeah.
So one of these guys has hooked up his mind to hers to try to get inside. Shades of Dominatrix in here, by the way. Because she is they call her like a nymph bot, I think is what they call her. But obviously, she's been augmented to be able to fight. And again, Dominatrix, you know, like programmed in some way that her mind is different. And so what we're going to get inside of her head is the flashback of how she got to this point. But I love this effect of like this guy who's his brain's being fried. How do you represent that? You know, it's a great eyeball and a real sense of like strain and explosion. But now we're back and could have been right out of Akira, this bike.
Look at that thing, dude. How do you draw that kind of shit? Like this dude had massive talent in so many things.
Yeah. I love the cyberpunk elements, you know, like that future truck that they're going to hijack in the middle of a future city.
Totally. Like it has shades of like role-playing games, like with the design elements and stuff. There was a kind of cyberpunk role-playing game called Shadowrun, I think. That, you know, it's that Blade Runner kind of energy.
This sequence, just these 2 pages, call to mind Dragon Chang, a future cyberpunk trucker, you know, and now he's taken over the truck. They're hijacking this truck that's full of weapons that they're going to deliver to this resistance group. And there's some questions about like, how did how was it you got all this high-tech weaponry out of there? Well, it turns out there's a tracking device in there. So this is a setup. And that is a setup for a showdown. So here come our bad guys that They could be Mad Max Fury Road. They could be any of those kind of like really almost straight to video VHS cover art. Imagine it being airbrushed and just all that stuff that was so cool looking, and you couldn't deliver it anywhere except in drawings.
Right. There's that Tim Sale.
Yeah, and that's post, like, issue 3 is the one that Jim Lee does the layouts, and it's really weird to see Tim Sale on those layouts. Doesn't work. This one, he's on his own, and you can see it starting to break loose. It's pretty neat. Different paper, too. A little bit less glossy, and I don't know if that helps, but it feels like it's not as dark. Like, the coloring doesn't feel as overprinted in this particular issue. And this is, like, early wave 1 of Image, so, you know, they're working out some of those issues with paper.
This guy, man, there's no way he'd be able to do, like, a full issue, like you know, each month or something. So you give him 4 or 5 pages to deliver this quality of work.
It's incredible looking. It's so much is happening for a young artist to be able to have this level of depth. Because if you look, it gets smaller and smaller. We've got a figure back here that's about 1/4 of an inch, and you can make out the pants, the sleeves on his shirt, like layers on layers, Ed.
Yeah, these guys were not shy. Like Stephen Platt as well. Rob Liefeld said, you know, like he would use that like .01 rapidograph to like get some of his technique onto the page, and then, you know, it was Larry Martyr like saw that stuff and was like, this guy will never be able to sustain this.
All of these kind of just all the techno stuff that he was able to draw.
Here's the thing, like Nick Manabat, he understands the forms of everything, so he's able to get like accurate lighting. Like Stephen Platt was just double lighting everything, and it was it was a mess, really. But like this dude, he understands the roundness of things. Like everything that he draws, he can imagine it in 3D space, and he puts down the lines that actually are pretty accurate. And compared to the stuff that he did earlier, like it's clearer.
Yeah,
you know, he's cleaning things up a little bit.
So thinking of this as coming from Jim Lee, how much is this like Cameron Hodge?
Yeah,
you know, you can see like the multiple limbs and like the big, you know, built into the wall kind of mechanical person. And the deal that they end up making, the revelation that we get here, is she trades her life for that guy, the guy that hijacked the truck, and this thing turns her into Cybernary. So the revelation, whenever he comes out of trying to read her mind and figure out what program is in there, is that it's a human in there. And that's the end of the setup. You know, there's a Cybernary series that spins out, but some stuff happens between here and there. And one of the pieces of that puzzle is this open letter. This is from Wildstorm issue number 2. An open letter to fans of Nick Manabat. So he basically goes away after this first 4 issues in Deathblow, and the question is, where's he at? He has serious health problems. He has leukemia. And this letter is kind of like explaining that and talking about him going through chemotherapy treatments and things like that, and getting a bone marrow transplant. The long story short is, you know, he dies. This is Wizard Magazine from 1996, and he's in memoriam. 23 at the time of his death.
Heartbreaking.
It really, it changes perspective so much. I'm a kid. I'm 18 whenever I read this. Probably may not even register to me. I didn't remember this until we went back through this issue. I look back on it now and I think of like 23 as like, it's a child.
Totally.
It's just so young.
Yeah, the dude didn't have any shake, man.
It's awful, but the artwork lives on. He got a chance by all accounts. This is what he wanted to do. You know, he got to at least experience the dream for a little bit.
And it was during that speculator boom. So like there could be millions of Nick Manabat comics out there. There's more Nick Manabat comics out there than you and I probably have.
I don't know if that's true. I hope it is. But I will say that I found like a Nick Manabat Appreciation Society on Facebook. It's a Wildstorm group, but they did a Nick Manabat artist edition just amongst the fans on there. They've assembled like the color guides, like I mentioned. So there's definitely a Nick Manabat fan club out there. Maybe an informal fan club, but definitely a bunch of us that appreciate him. And this is one of those Image ash cans.
Yeah.
I think a Kayfaber may have sent this. This is kind of cool, even seeing Jim Lee's work in the black and white. I think this stuff, they did a good job with these, because look at how sharp and crisp the line work is. So I figured this would be a chance to at least look at some of Manabat's artwork without any color, where you can really see that line work. Again, like going back to these character designs with the spikes and like your robot eyes and things on top of it. It's marvelous.
Totally. Like if this was like an 80s black and white, like we'd be celebrating it so much. You know, it's Shades of Rain and Ness.
Yes, that's a guy I thought of too looking at this. Just a lot of we talk about jobbers. I don't feel any jobbing going on these pages.
Absolutely
this is a guy who got a
not.
shot and was putting everything on these pages. That young enthusiasm and energy. Man, it's a talented artist that got a chance to at least shine a little bit.
Totally. I didn't even notice the methods and materials at play in the color piece, man. But he's going ham with like using Friskets and spatter.
Yeah, I wonder if there are accounts of guys that were in the Wildstorm studios, because I think most of these guys were working out of a studio. If there's stories of him just embracing this, trying different materials that he would get access to. I pointed out that knife reflection earlier, and you can really see it in black and white. Just how much it contrasts with, our monster villain behind it with all the cross-hatching, and then the white of the blade really popping in the foreground.
Right. But also one of those things where like the colorist saw that and was like, you know what, man, I gotta help this along a bit.
It does feel like this guy, he's so rounded. This is the first issue. So like all the stuff that works, it's not that he figured this out after doing 3 issues. It's like this was his first go at a comic.
Yeah. These people exist, right? Like I meet these people. They come up to us at the convention sometimes and show stuff off. Often, what is lacking in their system is the discipline to do page after page of that kind of thing. So they'll never like make a comic. But this guy was making comics. He was clearly in the game, and there was lingering health stuff that like he might not have even known about at this time, and stuff that was probably slowing him down a touch. But, like I said, when this came out and everybody was in that speculator mode, it was the cybernary stuff in these comics that really caught everybody's eye, that made us all kind of like look over it and puzzle over it. And some confusion, but knowing that like once you could like, soften the focus of your eyes and figure things out, like, yo, this is badass.
It was so exciting, and it's that thing of like, you get this and you look at it and you may not know heads or tails or which ends up. But I wanted to see more.
Totally.
I had questions. I was going to be back for the next piece because, like, it was something that I hadn't seen before.
Totally.
And to that point, I still haven't seen something like this.
It's true. And in these comics, here's the thing that the Image guys did to us at this time. Reading comics be damned when it has an Image logo. Like, this stuff is indecipherable, incomprehensible, and boring to read. But it's called Image. So draw me some cool shit. And like these are, it's so hard to explain, but like they take the guise of a comic. They're 32 pages. They got 2 staples. There are panels. There are word balloons, but almost none of these early 1992 93 Image comics are comics. Like, it doesn't work as a comic at all. It's just like collections of drawings that are kind of like cool and far different than anything that was done in the mainstream. But they're not really, they don't function well as comics at all.
Well, I'm glad we got a chance to show this stuff off, because I think this is a jewel in that first year or two of Image Comics.
Absolutely.
And rest in peace, Nick Manabat.
For sure, man. Long time coming on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel.
Yeah, this is one of those that we've talked about a lot over the years.
And by the way, like, as I was reading Cybernary, I was sharing this with some homies, like, just like snapping pics. Oh, dude, we're going to be looking at Nick Manabat Cybernary. People that I would have expected to know about Nick Manabat were like, oh, I got to research that a little further. So, like, once again, another example, we take for granted, like, what we know and have access to. So I'm super proud to share Nick Manabat's work.
It's a good point, because this is probably stuff that DC's not going to do, like a one-shot collection of this stuff. Like, this is probably, it just kind of fades over time. So yeah, hopefully we do turn a few new people onto it, because these are books you can find in a dollar bin, and man, add them to your collection if you love looking at comics art.
Absolutely. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. It's going to get you all the videos before anybody else gets to see them, and you have access to the stream that we are recording right now with the King Kayfabers. A lot of cool back and forth going on between videos. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July happens the last Saturday in July. It's an initiative that we put together where we're putting a bunch of comics that we have into the free little lending libraries in our city and around our neighborhoods, man. The idea is to grow comics readership and expose people to comics who might not see them Otherwise, kind of hard to come across comics these days, man. So we're going to make it a little bit easier. Did I say that we're going to be at Heroes Con this coming weekend, Jimmy? If I didn't say it, I'm saying it now. Jimmy and I are going to be there the whole weekend. Look forward to it. And we're bringing a big haul of all of our stuff. So if you're missing something in the collection, we probably will have it there. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you sooner than later. It's going to be available in time for the holiday. Big thanks to everybody who put in pre-orders. Got amazing feedback from the publisher about everybody who put in their pre-orders at this point. 504-page omnibus hardcover. Let's see, we just got a sample of the cover stock here. 500 plus pages, collects all the volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, but there will be 140 pages of additional content in there that is not in those first 4 volumes. So please support the book in time for the holidays. The other holiday release that I'm going to have is the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback. It's going to have that cover. It's going to be the size of a typical trade paperback, but it brings the X-Men Grand Design back into print. There were a couple volumes that might be a little hard to get. I only saw one volume at the Barnes & Noble I was at recently, and it was a later volume. So scoop that up. But the new work that is coming out is Red Room Crypto Killers. There are 2 trade paperbacks in existence of Red Room right now, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. This is cover to the newsstand edition of issue 1, cover to issue number 2. And issue 3 is going to be a hot key, so make sure you scoop that one up, because the focus of my next project is going to first appear in that particular issue. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. Scoop up these books and support Cartoonist Kayfabe. Jimmy, what do you have?
My next book is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This will be coming out from Image Comics later this year. It collects all of my homeless ninja on a skateboarder stories that are not featured in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Also from Image and back in print after it was absent for a while. So if you missed Deadliest Girl Alive, you can scoop that one up now. These 2 books have no overlap. So you buy them, you'll have the entire Street Angel epic in 2 handsome volumes that'll look nice on your shelf next to each other. You can also pick up Hulk Grand Design. My Grand Design contribution is now out in the oversized edition with a fluorescent green cover. You can't miss it. And The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, also available and back in print. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I have been serializing my latest comics.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, but there are more ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, drop some science.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, hats, mugs, merchandise, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Should I record my last 2, man, and you can juice up your phone? You think you could squeeze it?
I think it's probably all right.
For one more?
For both. Let's give it a shot. What I have left shouldn't be long videos like that, Sin City. So
yeah.
Let's keep rolling.
Okay.
Oh boy. Let's get controversial. This is what we're going to be looking at next, fellas. Oof. That might get some feedback.
You good on water? You need a fresh?
No, I still have some.
The artist on Kill Image is better than the...
Is it a different dude? They were listed as the same, but I don't know that it is. Looks different.
It does look different.
This actually looks like it'd be better if this guy were the Kill Image guy, because he has like the hatching.
Yeah.
Is it the same? It might be an inker. Yeah, I think the inker's different. Same penciler, it looks like.
Yeah, he's
Jerry Foley. They spell the name different, but anyway. I have them both just to show them off, but we'll just cover one.
Yeah, we could do Kill Marvel.
Yeah, if it's a good response, we'll do Kill Marvel. Ready whenever you are.
All right, man. I locked them up.
Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into today's video topic, I want to let everyone know that we will be at Heroes Con in North Carolina next weekend. Great comic book show. Come on out. We're going to be pulling out comps, art, prints, books that you haven't seen before. If you're looking for anything Cartoonist Kayfabe, that is the place to get it. So come by wearing your Cartoonist Kayfabe gear and say hello. Also, the end of July, the last Saturday in July, is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, where we take some of our comics and we put them in the local lending libraries. I know there's a lot of creators out there that have comps, a lot of collectors out there that end up with double books accidentally. Whatever the case may be, take some of those comics, put them in your local lending library, and let's try to make some new comic book readers. This is the second year that we are doing it. Had a great response the first year. So take some pictures of those cool little lending libraries with comics showing through the windows, and let's make more comic book readers. All right, Ed. I'm going to look at Kill Image from Boneyard Press, Hart D. Fisher's not imprint, company. And you see Hart D. Fisher right on the cover here. This book comes out in 1993, and some context. So Hart D. Fisher, one of the outlaw publishers, probably the thing he's most known for, either publishing Gerard Way early in his career or a Jeffrey Dahmer book that ended up in quite a few courtrooms and maybe on your television set on Sally Jesse Raphael talk show. So a controversial publisher that definitely embraced that controversy.
We have a shoot interview.
Yes, we do. Yeah, check out the shoot interview. But also a guy who, when they announced the Heroes Reborn in Wizard Magazine, not just a bit player in comics. Like, he was part of the conversation around comics and included in the let's get some reactions from John Byrne and Todd McFarlane and Hart Fisher.
Yeah.
And his reaction is that this is just going back to Marvel for a little bit of coin to prop up their flagging interest. There'll be a big buzz, there'll be good sales, and 6 months later it's going to tank hard. And you know what? That's about what happened with Heroes Reborn. So, no dummy, Hart Fisher. Published comics for a long time, still publishing comics.
Chaos agent of comics.
There you go. And so Kill Image comes at a time whenever comics bubble is kind of at the peak of its powers. And there were so many of these I'm going to call this a bit of a parody book. And there'll be some disclaimers we add because there's some stuff in here I don't think you could do today.
Absolutely not.
But it is a time whenever, like, if you look at those books that are like Cyberfemme and, just all the spin-offs, Spit and Spiff and Yawn for Spawn, Sewage Dragon, there were so many comics being sold on spec, essentially, pre-ordered, that they were just lists of these kinds of like spoof and parody titles. And that's about when Kill Image comes into the picture in that like 1993, 92 to 94, that window of the speculator boom. In the middle of it, we get Kill Image from Boneyard Press.
Yeah, there's very little, like Hart Fisher, he shows up a little bit in like even Wizard letters columns and stuff, like kind of talking about the state of the industry. And this comes after the like Diamond starts to put limits on the catalog and things, which is very frustrating. It squeezes out a lot of self-publishers. Like we might have had more Tyrant comics by Steve Bissett if a lot of these weird rules were not imposed upon the creators, and there was some more competition with distribution and stuff. But I was when the books were off screen and you were doing your spiel up front, dude, I realized that probably one of for a time, man, one of Hart D. Fisher's probably biggest money makers. It's the shirt, the T-shirt that you still see those running around, most famously in the Ersatz fake comic convention at the beginning of Chasing Amy.
Right.
You'll see a couple Marvel Can Suck My Cock T-shirts.
Yeah, Hart Fisher did a fair amount in comics. It wasn't a one-trick wonder by any means. I want to read this warning because I think it's applicable, and I didn't even notice this before. It's purple on black.
Yeah, it's funny because I cannot see it from this angle whatsoever, and it does not show up on the camera, I don't think.
Warning. Contains scenes that may emotionally damage fanboys everywhere. So you guys at home, you've been warned, because this is a comic that, like we said, I don't know if you could publish this in today's environment.
Well, like you got to think about like the context, right? This is the early to mid 90s when it was just a more hardcore, extreme time, and there's a lot of hyperbolic language. Like you could fight somebody at school and say, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." Now. There's potential you mean it nowadays with these school shootings. I know people who lived through school shootings. I have very important people who were a part of school shootings and victims of school shootings. At this time, that kind of energy was relegated to like one guy in a clock tower, like in the 60s, and a couple rogue mailmen. There was that term going postal because for some reason... like 3 mailmen over a course of a couple of years went wild and shot up like times are way different. So like the context is everything, and you cannot apply this to the modern day sensibility.
Yeah, and even in this time period, I think it's pretty clear that even Hart Fisher comes at it that way. He has a little bit of an intro here, and it's don't take this too seriously. We're having some fun. I don't think he likes Image. There's no love lost there, but also this is not a call to arms.
Yeah,
this is a comic.
Yeah, it's so important to just like sort of beat that, because now with the internet you have access to just more people, and more fucking sick fucks are out there and stuff. One of the other things he does say, he breaks it down. He's like, they're the Jim Lee fanboys. They're the people who worship the altar of Todd McFarlane. There's not one person that has ever like come to me to like defend Rob Liefeld.
Yeah. So, all right, man, let's dive into the actual meat of this, because this is a much better comic than you might expect with that lead in, with the idea that there are these parodies. This is a pretty good like indie outlaw black and white comic.
It's a Harty Fisher manifesto. It's probably one of the best things he ever wrote, because it's the most like honest in a way. It comes straight from the heart, and let's call it what it is, man. It's just it's he says it in the page. It's jealousy, man. Like those guys are doing so well. They're taking everything for themselves, and so he's point by point. This could literally have been, all this part leading up to things could have been a letter to Wizard.
Yes. It also
verbatim.
It also, the other half of this conversation, because what we see here is essentially Hart Fisher. It's a writer publisher, and he's talking to a distributor on the phone who has changed their policies, and books have to sell 10,000 in pre-orders for them to carry it, and that kind of puts him out of business, or at least makes the business model have to change drastically. And now he's got to go tell his artist what's up. It's bullshit if you're this indie publisher and this is what's going on. And by the way, it's happened. It's happened more than once, these distributor policy changes.
Absolutely.
So here we go to the local comic book shop, because that's where you would find a lot of the talent back in the 90s. You'd find the guy working there who also wanted to draw comics or write comics. And that's what we've got here, working the stands. But first we got to interact with somebody who's buying a comic. And we're going to argue about the merits of those Image comics versus the indie comics. And that kid doesn't give him much quarter there.
Yeah, he's not buying Boneyard Press comics because there's no trading card in there. There's no chromium cover. Like what's the point?
Yeah. You decide what to buy on how much junk and gimmicks are thrown in. Love the use of gimmicks there. And,
which was so true,
Totally.
I grew up in that stuff, man, and when comics were crypto, shiny things attracted the football players at Still Valley High School.
Yeah, 100%. But here's his artist that he's talking to and breaking it to, and it sucks being the indie artist who one more thing goes wrong in your quest to be the next Todd McFarlane. One more setback here.
What is fascinating though is that there was a Bush League in comics at this era, and you would maybe have to do a Def Leppard fucking rock and roll comic, or like Stuart Eminem, you would do the Public Enemy rock and roll comic, and there was Eternity comics, and these little black and white. Boneyard was there, dude. We could have, if we were just a little older, had a little bit more skill, we could have had our first works in Boneyard and worked our ways up.
Ed McGuinness, John Cassidy, these guys came up through the black and white smaller publishers like that. It's almost, I hate to say a farm system or a minor league, but a lot of people came through there.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, man.
And I would go to these guys at shows, these smaller indie publishers, with my samples,
Totally. And it was always understood that you were using that platform to get bigger and better. The difference is like Hart Fisher and those guys, like they were comfortable with their status and their position, like of course he would like more people to read the books or whatever, but like he did what he did, and these kids would come through knowing that they want to sharpen their chops and get better so that they could draw the Robin regular series or something.
And we'll see an ad in the back of this that is an Outlaw Comics distributor. Like that was a real vein that people were tapping into long before we were talking about it on this channel.
Those 90s, baby.
Absolutely. So now we're in Image headquarters, and it's Rob, Jim, and Todd who we're focused on here, but they're making their plans about how they're going to do this, and it's revealed here that they're actually behind the distributor deciding not to carry those lesser-selling indies.
There's these aren't just like straw man characters, like each. I mean, they are straw man characters, but what I'm saying is they're all different, and he creates the pecking order in the dialogue. It is that thing. You could read a bubble of dialogue and know which guy is speaking it. So it still carries true. Jim Lee is the businessman who's like that sort of cunning thinker of the chess player of the group. McFarlane is the passionate pleb of the crew. He's these fucking cocksucker.
Yeah, he's very fired up.
Yeah, the egotist.
It's very funny, the characterizations.
And then the Rob, the way Hart Fisher sells it is like he almost should be wearing a bike helmet.
Yes. It's great stuff. I love this panel, by the way, like the drawing of it and stuff. It's just a gas station fueling up. There's something about it that just, I don't know, man, it works for me.
Yeah, it's funny. There are bits like when I read it that just they have no storytelling value. I think it was actually during the comic shop sequence. It was like the final panel at the comic shop where it's just like it's a drawing that doesn't tell anything about a story.
Yeah, I could see that. So the first stop is Rob Liefeld poolside with a girl who looks like it could be Riptide.
Yeah, which is good because this is also this is where you have to provide perfect context because Youngblood 6 comes out after this, you know, and it's a different tone. Like if you start bringing people's family into it,
right?
Like we definitely would not be looking at it on this channel, and it would be like kind of like fuck you forever, you know, like that's real messed up. So this is just like all fictional stuff, man.
I feel like this panel, the close-up of this woman's face, it's so like Tim Truman, Tim Tyler, outlaw comic kind of stuff. And you imagine that's what this artist was probably aspiring to, so this is a chance to really shine.
This is a quintessential kind of like amateur portfolio artwork where like there's the one panel that the dude couldn't wait to draw and then the flyers.
Right.
But there's like way more flyers than like the fresh piece.
It does work though, you know. You got your Hart Fisher character coming up on the shadows on the side of the house.
Yeah, this is one of them where like the composition is whack. Like I get what I'm supposed to think, that this car just pulled up and isn't just another car on the fucking street. There's a different way to draw this that's better. But like, listen, I mean, we're dealing with.
I like there's one leaf falling, like blowing in the street.
Outlaw Comics.
Here it goes. And, you know, we mentioned eyeballs shooting out of heads. That's a pretty common motif. Look at the hatching and the nonsense of like almost an image style homage to
Absolutely. He's
body.
going Rob Liefeld with this a little bit. He doesn't quite have the facility, but like some of these marks are clearly from the Rob Liefeld school of 1990s comic making.
Yeah, and real cowardly, the Rob Liefeld character offers this woman like, you want her, take her, but don't shoot me.
Right.
You know, he's cutting promos like this is this is an R-rated Mad magazine.
Yeah.
And decides he's gonna beat Rob to death. Hand-to-hand combat, ends up shooting him in the crotch,
right in the dick.
I think your fly's unbuttoned.
Yeah.
Tongue in cheek. We're having fun here. Throws him in the pool, not sure if he's gonna drown or bleed to death. But
strategic bubbles everywhere.
Keep on going, man. So let's cut to Todd McFarlane. What's he doing? Drag racing in that Spawn mobile. Anybody that read Spawn back in the day remembers this.
There was the commercial, man, where he's like, I built some of my own toys. And drives it through a fake brick wall.
Boy, this spit cover, I feel like this is almost reference to like Yawn or one of the actual Spawn.
Bill Mouse.
Yeah, he has the smiley faces instead of skulls for his little buttons.
And listen, man, this is a machismo character. Like, he ain't being a pussy to no gun in the face. He's like, fuck you.
Is this a Deadpool cameo? Is he wearing a Deadpool hat? Doesn't it look like that symbol?
Yeah, I mean, that's the Deadpool. I mean, that's the Spawn symbol, you know?
Ah, I see. Yeah, gotcha. And again, some of these panels, like, you see what this artist is aspiring to.
Absolutely.
Like, that's pretty good stuff right there.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Like the first thing you learn is to draw the good face.
Yeah.
It's like all the proportions and shit that are way out of whack.
Even the Terminator, like, pupil.
Yeah, that's a Rob thing.
Like, there's so much of this that's kind of a reference to Image Comics and Image style.
Yeah, these far hatchings. Absolutely.
The hairstyles.
Absolutely. Yeah, that like kind of Rob thing.
So he shoots him in the hand, blowing fingers off of his drawing hand, and he's like, try making a living as a writer.
Yeah.
All right, man. Our last stop is Jim Lee heading in for a coup d'etat, which I think was a crossover or something in one of those Jim Lee books.
Here's a question, Jimmy. Like, say you're Eric Larson, Valentino, or Silvestri. Like, Are you happy that you're like lower on the rung that you're not in this, or is it like Fredo Corleone where it's like I was looked over?
Yeah, you probably. I don't know, man. I don't know that I'd want to be in this book, but also, you're the second team if you're not in here.
You're the B-lister. Like it's an acknowledgement that you're the B-lister.
So this is a call out to. There's an actual title that I think it was Marvel UK published, and I can't remember what title it was, but it was a title that Hart D. Fisher had trademark and copyright, and ended up suing Marvel over, and they had to change the name. That's what this is. This Plague title. It wasn't Plague. I can't remember what the name of it was. But again, like some reference to Autobio, and if you look at this character design, that's pretty accurate to the Marvel UK character that had that name, that they end up changing, based on the settlement. And so that's our end. But what you get there is pull some money out of here, enough to get him to New York.
Takes 30 grand to get to New York. Jesus.
Yeah, he's going to do all right there. And I have the Kill Marvel book. So if you guys want to see this, you got to support this video.
Yeah. Get
some numbers on this video, and we'll come back and we'll see what happens whenever he gets to New York. Maybe check out the cross-country road trip. Maybe he stops at some more comic book shops. Maybe in Oklahoma. Check out what's going on in those shops. But I do want to look at some of the ads just to kind of like showcase that Boneyard Press published a lot of different stuff. And I have several of these. If you guys are watching this at home and cleaning out your collection and have Boneyard comics, send them our way.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the shit that like there's that like low hanging fruit stuff that people still do. Like we get this shit like Rambo versus this, or a lot of Jesus versus Dracula. Or...
I definitely have the Dahmer versus Jesus. I don't know if I have Zombie Squad or not.
This is poking the bear too, because like he did that Dahmer thing, and he did it as straight up as like a Boneyard facility could like do it straight up. Got a lot of attention. So now it's like we're milking this.
Yeah, because he's talking about on October 4th, we go back to court in Milwaukee, Wisconsin to fight the ban on the Dahmer unauthorized biography of a serial killer comic. So, it's easy to pigeonhole any of this stuff into like a one line, what is Boneyard Press or whatever. But it's a lot more than that. Like he's fighting these battles in court that in some ways do come down to First Amendment rights and all these different things. So it's kind of a bigger picture than a simple one-word soundbite's going to sum it all up.
No, that's true. And there was so much of that in the 90s. Like obscenity was really being figured out. And that's how you get the rise of, Hart D. Fisher. Like I saw a documentary on the 90s and he was talking on it. Like Rob Lowe had to like acknowledge Hart D. Fisher on this thing. Two Live Crew comes up out of this. Howard Stern gets the bulk of his popularity on First Amendment grounds with this issues he dealt with the FCC.
There's a Howard Stern comic with Boneyard Press logo on it. Howard Stern versus Rush Limbaugh. So
there it is.
All over the place. These are pencil reproductions is why I linger on this. They're pretty tight, but you can still kind of see what you're looking at in terms of the penciler and what he's bringing. This is an Ed Gein. We were talking about all the different things Boneyard publishes, and there are a few serial killer books. One is Ed Gein. I really like the way this artwork looks.
Yeah, it looks like classic, like Mike Sikowski drew an Ed Gein comic for Hart Fisher.
I think it's pretty sharp looking. So that's one that it's Pete Gabriel is the artist, and I don't know that name, but I bet you he's done some other comics because this doesn't look like a first comic effort. But I have not seen that comic, so very curious about that.
When he's not playing music.
This is your indie distributor. Can't find Outlaw Independent Comics, and then there's a list of some of these titles and publishers and stuff that they carry.
Fathom Press, man, that's Tim Tyler.
Yeah.
Blue Comet Press, that's what's your boy's name, man?
Oh yeah,
Storman.
Yeah,
Craig Storman.
Craig Storman, absolutely.
I don't know.
Blue Comet published for like at least 5 or 6 years. Published in '86, I want to say his first issue. It was such a success. Went through several printings. Publishes into the '90s. And it's all based on that first issue.
Anubis Press, know that one. Greater Mercury, Silverwolf, and like, do we got Venusian on there somewhere?
Nah, Venusian isn't here yet.
See, we're saying jokes that nobody gets.
Okay, Silverwolf and Greater Mercury are published by Chris Silver as well as Venusian.
Yeah.
So it's funny that a couple of his companies are both listed on there, and his claim to fame, at least around here, is did Grips, which was early Tim Vigil comics.
Yeah.
One Claw.
Dark Zulu Lies, man. Was that part of the that consortium?
It might have been. Yeah, I don't know that one. Evil Ernie gets his own listing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Because it was probably still a Eternity comic, and it's like, listen, man, we're not hooking you guys up with the New Humans.
Yeah.
If you want some Evil Ernie, I'm holding weight in that.
So you can see, like, this is one thing that runs in almost all the Boneyard comics. I think all the ones I have, it's lists of stuff that they published, which is brilliant. You know what I mean? You're selling your comics out of the back, but you're also making it very clear, like, hey, check it out. This is what we've got. Look for these at wherever you found this comic, or order them from us. I like that. You know, it's that thing.
It's a business, man.
Whenever we would get stuff in, and it would be like, there's no name on here.
Right.
I can't tell who this is. This is the opposite. Like, if you're being serious, yeah, put a list of your titles in there. Make it easy for people to find them.
Harty Fisher even sprung for a little bit of.
Yeah, I love it.
You know,
These feel really
is that
good.
Foil, like
It has to be. That blue is foil.
Yeah, I guess it just doesn't have the cardstock. Like
Right.
like those covers had foil and a cardstock cover.
Yeah, these feel good to me. You know, the newsprint, they have that comic book tactile quality.
Totally, man.
So guys, make this a #1 video. We'll come back and show you how it works out here in Kill Marvel.
Yeah, give us 5 figures of views on that, man. A good 10K video. I think you should be able to make a good just even that. Or maybe, you know, down to there, have these heads floating around. Like,
yeah, I'll figure out something for
you
a
got a good
thumbnail. Don't
thumbnail
worry.
for this, man.
But very tongue-in-cheek, but pretty fun comic.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. I want to encourage you to join the Patreon. The Patreon is where the King Kayfabers mitigate that kayfabe effect by hanging out with us in these live stream recording sessions, and they get all the videos before anybody else. The last Saturday of July is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. This is where we're going to collect all of our doubles and comp copies of comics that we have published ourselves. Sans Red Room. We're not going to put that anywhere. I'm not Harty Fisher now. And we're going to take them around town and put them into the free little lending libraries across the city of Pittsburgh and across our neighborhoods. We encourage everybody else to do so. Other comic creators, got a lot of them in the audience. Do the same, man. Go take your comp copies, spread them around town. The idea is to create some new comic readership. We all happen upon comics in different ways, and it's hard to accidentally find a comic these days. So if you put them in a place where somebody might see them, you might create a new comic reader, create a healthier industry over time. You know, last year was the first year. Thousands of people participated. Let's have tens of thousands of people participate, you know. Distribute 100,000 comics, 200,000 comics. Sounds like a good idea to me. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got.
My next big release, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be coming out later this year, collecting all of my Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Both of these books are from Image Comics. They will look very nice as a set on your shelf, and Deadliest Girl Alive is back in print after a while, so if you missed it the first time out, pick it up now while you're waiting on Princess of Poverty. Hulk Grand Design, oversized Treasury Edition fluorescent green cover, is now available wherever comics are bought and sold. Pick that up while it's still in print. And The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, also still in print. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read my latest comics and get a preview of the book that I'm debuting at Heroes Con this weekend.
The canaries are gleaming, Jimmy. This is what the cover to the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus looks like, minus the hardcover case wrap. Man, we just got some wet proofs in to see if we like it. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is going to be here in time for the holiday season. It's going to be 504 pages. This is the spine, so that's the size of a phone book. Collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree with 140 pages of new material. Drew a bunch of art fresh for this. A lot of you guys have pre-ordered this comic. Thank you so much. But I'd love to see those pre-orders double or triple until we release the thing. It'll let us know how many of these suckers we have to publish.
Dude, this wet proof ought to get some extra pre-orders in there.
I'm hoping so, man. I have 2 books coming out this holiday season, Jimmy, and the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is going to bring back in print the complete X-Men Grand Design all in one handy-dandy trade paperback. That's, the size of your typical trade paperbacks from Marvel Comics. 250, 260 page trade paperback of that in time for Christmas, man. So order heavy, order often, hook up the X-Men fan in your life. But the comic that's coming out these days is Red Room. Cover for Red Room issue number 1 is right there. Red Room issue 2 cover to the left of you. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. There are 2 trade paperbacks of that out in this world. You're going to want to definitely make sure to get your hands on Crypto Killers number 3, because that's going to be a hot key, because my next project kind of first appears in the pages of Red Room Crypto Killers 3. And what what are some other ways, Jimmy, that people can support the channel?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That is also under this video.
Great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
While you're sitting there, dude, do you just want to go through the Outland?
Yep. We should be able to fit that on here.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see what comes back on Kill Image.
I think it'll be big. I think it'll be a big vid. Like, that's one that we got to be, like, make the best thumb possible. You know, like I think those portraits are good.
I feel like just Kill Image is pretty.
That's it.
Just text.
That's all.
Big text.
That's all. Just Kill Image.
I mean, don't you think that's?
Certainly
if you
for the
saw
title,
that, wouldn't you be like, "What is this?"
Yeah, certainly for the title too, man. Is just Kill Image, like with no other context.
Yeah, I mean, I'm published by them. You know, that's a provocative statement to put on one of our videos.
We've done it. Like let's roast Image Comics, and I have like a little marshmallow with the Image logo. You know.
So that's the way I've been thinking of that one. But if you come up with something, let me know.
Nah, that's it. That's it, dude. So, guys, we got a really cool bootleg if you want to explain to the Kayfabers.
Yes, this came in our mail last week. Outland from Keith, who we love bootleg books, make the books that you want to own. And he was making one of these collections of Jim Steranko's Heavy Metal Outland. Decided he would make 3. A couple for the old Kayfabe team. So, yeah, it's a cool book. We've looked at Outland. We'll get into it a little bit here, but very fun comic.
Yeah. Let me just... I need to grab fresh water real quick. Ready when you are, Jimmy. Good?
Yep. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Before we dive into today's topic, I want to remind everybody that the last Saturday in July is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. Take your extra comics, take your free comics, your comp copies, and put them in those local lending libraries that dot all these neighborhoods everywhere. Last year we did it for the first time. We saw 1,000 pictures of those little lending libraries with comic books facing out. And we know people are going to those libraries because they're readers. Let's put some comic books in front of them and see if we can't make a few new comic book readers. And let's make it bigger and better than last year. Last year was awesome. We can do better. We all have some good comics that we could put in front of other readers and make some new comic book readers. Also, we are going to be at Heroes Con next weekend. So come by our tables, wear your Cartoonist Kayfabe shirts and merchandise. And if you're looking for any of those variant covers, any obscure comics from our past, artwork, prints, everything that you want from Cartoonist Kayfabe will be at Heroes Con. So we look forward to meeting a bunch of you in person. Today we're looking at Heavy Metal Presents Outland. You guys have this in your collection on your shelves at home? I bet you don't, because this is a custom-built book. Only 3 copies exist. Want to thank Cartoonist Kayfaber Keith, because he was wanting to make a collection of these, and he bought all the heavy metal issues where Outland was printed and thought about pulling out those pages and binding them, and decided he didn't want to destroy those heavy metal magazines, so he scanned them and decided he was going to make his own edition. And you can see it's this nice, handsome hardcover, nicely bound book, a little bit oversized, and Keith was thinking of the Cartoonist Kayfabe faithful, and you know what he came up with? Maybe I'll make 3 copies and send 2 of them into Cartoonist Kayfabe headquarters. I encourage everybody watching this to do the same whenever you're making books.
Absolutely.
Because I love seeing them. And legit, you know, like he makes it like it's a real book. So
take a look at the inside cover. So we have his KeithPerkinsArt.com and at KH Perkins is his Instagram. So shouts to Keith. I see him pop up in the comments you know, every now and then. And listen, man, years ago, Tom put together the rest of his heavy metals for Outland that he needed, and he did pull out those pages. Like he pulled out those pages and did like his own binding. You know, this is much cleaner.
Yeah,
because when that Outland, the earliest parts of that Outland, that was still when heavy metal was kind of good. Like, you might be fucking up some good stuff.
Hate to cut up heavy metal, especially from those early couple of years. I think it's 82, 81, 82 is when those ran. So like you say, great issues. And Outland, of course, is an adaptation of a Sean Connery movie. So you see kind of how he built this cover up. And let's just dive in and kind of refresh. We have a pretty in-depth video of this that you guys can go back and really get into. But I like to see what people put together whenever they're doing a movie. You know, these pages aren't in the heavy metal originals.
Right, yeah. Like, this Steranko isn't the Steranko that made it. Like it was that, like, Pompidou, Andrew Dice Clay looking Steranko that was making that shit. Is this Keith Perkins doing a kind of a Star Wars kind
I'm
of
not
gimmick?
sure. It may be.
It's the exact lettering that's in the comic. That's like on like the subsequent pages. Like, I don't know where this stuff comes from either.
There was a preview issue before the actual. It's like a 4-issue is the main part in heavy metal.
Yeah.
But there was a preview before that in heavy metal, and so like you're getting all of it. You know, like these are preview stuff you can see, and now we're getting into the July 1981 chapter of it.
I was thinking about movie adaptations and shit, and it's like, of course, Star Wars like saves Marvel Comics in the 70s with their adaptation. It was super successful. And then, you know, these National Lampoon guys, they start making moves, and they start doing, you know, collected movie adaptations. There's Alien by Walt Simonson. The Flying Dutchman of the Kubert School did that Spielberg joint. Was it called 1941?
Yeah, 1941.
Okay, yeah, like there's video games of like 1942. I'm like, oh, which is which? They did that. There was a couple others maybe that the Nat Lamp dudes put together, and then this Outland one. Do you ever listen to Video Archives podcast, the Tarantino?
Roger
I
have
Avery
listened to a
joint?
couple of those.
When they talk about Star Wars and like what Star Wars did, how that affected things, it turned every studio on its ear, because none of those other studios had anything on the schedule that was anything remotely like Star Wars. So they had to like rush some shit out there, you know? And I feel like this might be, you know, might have benefited from that. It's much later, you know, it's probably around Return of the Jedi time when this thing comes out. But what is interesting, because I was reading about it, I was curious about the genesis of the flick. And I've been listening to audio commentaries a lot lately, and I listened to the Catherine Bigelow Near Dark audio commentary, and it sort of parrots some of the stuff that the screenwriter of this say, in that they wanted Near Dark and they wanted Outland. They were written as westerns, and this flick Outland is early enough in that time in the 80s where it's still the sci-fi buzz. So they fabricate a science fiction plot on top of this Western story that they wanted to tell, so that they could sell it, so that you could make something of it. And then Near Dark is like later 80s, after the slashers come out and dominate. So they take their Western story and they turn it to a vampire tale. So that's kind of the genesis of this. It feels so cold, you know, like, but it's a cold story.
I've never seen the movie, and it always makes me wonder, because I think the art for this is sublime.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost all 2-page spreads. You know, and we cover this again in greater depth in another video, but even going through this many times that I've been through it, I can't help pausing on some of this stuff. I think of perspective grids and what he's drawing on here. It feels like this has to be one of the all-time great adaptations. You know, Steranko hadn't been doing comics for a long time, like a decade or more. So, like, to come out and do something like this, and it feels so ambitious visually.
Yeah.
And, you know, to be in heavy metal is like a cool placement. It's just a wild project. And it's hard for me to understand why there's not an English edition of this in print somewhere. Like you mentioned, you know, the 1941s, the Alien, all these different kind of cool, almost European-like adaptations, you know, these book size. Why doesn't this exist in that format?
Totally. It's funny because this would be at Chuck E. Cheese when I was like 1988 probably.
Right, yeah.
I remember playing that shit.
One of the first guys I ever talked to, this is one that we talked about, I remember, about like the circle motifs, you know, even in the word balloons, so you really get to see Steranko shining and kind of thinking about page layouts and spreads and shapes and all this kind of stuff. But one of the first guys that I ever sat down and really talked comic shop with was Ernie Steiner, highly influenced by this stuff. Probably the first time I saw this stuff, you know, like this is one of those where it's like a comic that's exceptional but hard to find that I was lucky to see early. Even I think gave me some photocopies of it when I was like 16. So to have access to this early on was like, what the heck is this? This was one of those of chess when everybody else is playing checkers.
Totally, man. And you know, this is something I discovered way late into the game. When you know, Tom was in his see, this is prime Steranko to me, man. This is like
phenomenal.
Allow some white, you know, stark
color
red,
stuff,
blue.
yep.
Like it could be straight out of Nick Fury.
Yeah, well said, for sure. And
little
panels
op-art.
within panels that aren't all like broken out into panels. You don't need a panel border here. You know, like this is a panel. That's a moment.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Smart creator, man.
Oh, yeah.
Smart creator.
And the color really does just shine all throughout this.
It's funny because like this green is almost like some of the stuff that he does in that Death of Captain America set of issues.
Right.
Like playing around with these greens and stuff. And allowing for like that way. He's pulling out his whole bag of tricks. Because like we even seen like the Jack Kirby kind of Steranko shit that he would do like on his X-Men. So he's pulling out all the hits. The line art is so interesting because like it is a dead line.
Yeah.
Even the line art on the characters and stuff.
Yeah, I think about this like when Chandler came out. Do you remember the year on Chandler?
I think it's the 70s.
Early 70s or
I don't know.
because I
about
wonder
that.
like is that the last comics before this? You know, and he does that in pencil and clearly thinking about spreads and layouts and how to integrate type and stuff. And so I do wonder like how he evolves in these different directions because this stuff clearly an ink line, I think. You know, it's very sharp edges.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just feels like this is one of those comics, like for it not to exist is just shocking from, we live in a capitalist society. You don't think a publisher could sell a bunch of these?
Right.
Like why? Why did that never come to pass?
It's true. It's all about the artwork in this thing. Like, if the movie's anything like the reading experience of this, probably ain't that good a flick because it's just not fun to read. It's very, very text heavy and it's not fun text to read. It's a cold story. Like there's not, you know, Star Wars spoiled us. This is just some random yokel, you know, solving a crime or whatever in set in space. Like I need aliens. Like I need too much of like a sci-fi kind of thing.
I'm curious where Keith pulls some of this.
Yeah.
Because like scanning all those issues, you know, to put this together, that's a task. That takes quite a bit of effort. So clearly he put it in. But then this looks like it's kind of a low res, this typography here. So I wonder about like how he's assembling the cover on that. But I do love that people make books, you know. We've both made tons of books. Like it feels like it's such a part of indie publishing at the very least. You know, like almost everybody I know that has made comics at some point was self-publishing some of their own stuff somewhere along the way. And now with all the tools that we have, like with print on demand and things, I'm fascinated by it. It's amazing. You know, like this stuff literally didn't exist whenever I started making comics. And now to see what's available, I just love it.
Yeah, man. Like if we were to sort of classify our years of Cartoonist Kayfabe, like 2023 might be the year of the bootleg because like there are 5 or 6 beautiful hardcover books like on my bookshelf that are bootlegged books that people constructed using online resources, comic art fans to create artist editions. Shouts to Ian Chalgren for that. I heard he has a second one. 2 copies, please.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Got Manolo Hernandez. He just sent us the Jose Ortiz Warren reprints. If you got, show one of those things off, man. Yeah, shouts to Manolo hooking it up. And he hooked us up. We did an episode earlier in the year with a Lone Wolf and Cub artist edition that he constructed, finding on like Japanese websites the original art from auctions and things, bringing that into his own process and create a book that cost him $200 to print and send to us.
It's really fascinating where all this stuff is. We just looked at a Cybernary comic by Nick Manabat, and just doing a little bit of digging, I found out that a bunch of fans brought all that artwork together and made a very limited edition collection in print, like an artist edition of his work, just for those fans who participated in it. But you can do that now.
Yeah.
You know, like I've shown off my Jamie Hewlett Fireball book that, you know, I
Absolutely.
hand sewed that thing together. So
Yeah, you took it
these
to the
guys
X.
are much smarter than I am about it. But it's neat that these things can be done. You know, if you want that special book, we see people just binding comics together. So the tools are robust. And I don't know, as a maker and as a fan, I find both of those things is very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely, man. There's license work that's coming out that's amazing. Like there was just the announcement for the Batman Year One Artist Edition designed by Chip Kidd. So like we don't have to source that stuff off of Comic Art Fans and things because like it's being done on the highest professional level. We're making our own comics and new content is being created. And then there are these gaps, you know, like somebody sent us, I forget what they called it, but it's a 1,000+ page Richard Corbin collection.
I looked into having that thing printed.
Yeah.
And the biggest print on demands I could find were around like 800 pages or so, maybe 860, whatever it was. It did not cover the page count of that Richard Corbin PDF.
But, you know, like that exists. And like once a publisher can, you know, get a big enough case wrap to fix it, like we'll make our own versions and have all the Richard Corbett stuff right there. But we don't need to do that because Dark Horse is publishing theirs in a licensed way where his family benefits. So it is a Wild West component. Eventually, I think these print-on-demand guys are going to get squoze in some form. You're going to have to prove that, you know, this is your thing. Or if they see a Spider-Man, they clearly won't touch it.
It is interesting because I was looking at a book that I just bought through legitimate print-on-demand publishing. It was a public domain character, but it's a guy who has those issues and just is like, this is a character that is basically lost to comics history. It's in the public domain. So it's totally legit. You can buy it. It's an Ogden Whitney book, Undercover Girl, an old crime comic from the 40s. You know, you can sell these even through like legitimate channels in some cases. It's just really a unique time, I think, as like the fans and makers where that line... It's always been a small line in comics. At this point, like, it's so blurry, that line.
Yeah, totally. I got spiral-bound pre-code horror books in the other room that came through the Kayfabers. I have a hand-bound Warlock 5 that people glued and bound and sent to us.
Yeah, that's one of those great series that I always think about binding because I find them in dollar bins and it's like, yeah, just binding old comics is another way you can make these kinds of books. So kind of fun with comics is one of these episodes, but very cool, the Outland book. So good job, Keith.
And keep the bootlegs flowing.
Yes.
P.O. Box 3071, man, you got the address in the description below. We just re-upped our P.O. Box subscription. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when fresh videos are available. Jimmy and I either have gone to Heroes Con or we're about to go to Heroes Con. Look online, see what the dates are. If you're near or around Charlotte, come stop by, say hi. We're going to come stacked to the gills with all of our comics and materials. Probably 50, 60 different pieces between the both of us. We are promoting Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, which is our initiative to grow comic readership. And the way that we're opting to do that is to deliver comics to those free little lending libraries in town. That could be your doubles. That could be your comp copies that you get from your own publisher if you're a cartoonist. That could be you going to the dollar bin and spending $20 and grabbing comics to share with the world. Share good comics. Expose people to fresh good comics. It'll be healthy for the culture of comics, and it'll, you know, create new readers over time. It's a cool thing. We started it last year. We're excited to continue it. The vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got.
My next release, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be coming out later this year from Image Comics. The Homeless Ninja on a Skateboard. This collects all of my Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Also available now from Image Comics. Get both those books. It'll make a perfect set on your shelf. Hulk Grand Design. The oversized Treasury Edition is now available. Has a fluorescent green cover. One of the best books I've ever made. Pick that up while supplies last. And The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, is back in print and available for all the young adult fans out there. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see my latest comics being posted.
The canaries are gleaming on the Hip Hop Family Tree omnibus cover. We just got these proofs in of what the cover's going to look like with that gold foil. It is a collection that's going to be out in time for the holiday. It's collecting all the Hip Hop Family Tree volumes into one handy dandy collection. There's going to be 140 pages of extras that are not in that original set of Hip Hop Family Tree comics. And it isn't coming out in time for the holidays. Thank you guys so much for pre-ordering this book already. I got such great feedback from the publisher, and I'd like to double those pre-order numbers if possible. But that's not the only holiday release that I'm going to have, Jimmy, because X-Men Grand Design is coming back to print. We're calling it the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy from Marvel Comics. Standard trade paperback, so it's not going to be this Treasury Edition format. All the X-Men Grand Design page is about 260 pager. That is going to come out in time for the holidays. Please support that book as well. It's going to be... I'm Santa Claus this year for you guys, man. But the books that are currently coming out... Red Room Crypto Killers. This is the new stuff, man. The cover to issue 1 is out there in the wild right now. Any day now, Crypto Killers number 2 is going to be released. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. These are standalone comics. There are 2 trade paperbacks that exist. All stories completely standalone. So if you see an issue, grab an issue, give it a shot. If you dig it, try another one, and so on and so forth. But there are plenty of ways to support the channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, hats, mugs, all kinds of merchandise, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way, Jimmy.
Read more comics.
Excellent. 2 more vids, guys. Joe Madureira's Savage Dragon.
That's strange.
Yeah.
Is that early?
Yeah, it's before his X-Men run,
it's
for sure.
Completely before?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty sure.
That's a big meaty section too. You know, like sometimes you'll see something and it's like an 8-page backup or something.
Right.
That's like a full-on story.
Yeah.
Or full-on issue, I should say.
And we're doing Electric Superman. The introduction. I'm thinking about and I need your help because I know we got a 10K video in this. But it's about selling it. And I'm thinking about calling it something like, remember when they tried to make Superman cool? And you just show the blue S or something? And if you have ideas, obviously, please just don't even ask. Just go in and fucking...
Something about when Superman was cool is really funny. Because I don't know when that was.
Like when Superman, like my thing was remember when they tried to make Superman cool? And then, what you're going to get is definitely the people who like Superman are going to definitely click it to be like, you guys are assholes. Superman is the foundation of the superhero comic and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that probably won't. There'll be some Superman fans that feelings are hurt. Do you guys remember Electric Superman? Were you guys reading Superman at that time? I think I had been burnt after the reign of Superman whenever they all came back after the death of. And I kind of remember the Electric Superman, but it wasn't something that I picked up. Superman's such a weird title from the 90s. Like, they were doing that writing by committee. And I think that's an interesting idea. I don't know that I don't know. There's so many variables involved in something like that. Coordinating artists and coordinating those kinds of storylines. But I've said it before. It surprises me that writing room style is not something that is caught on somewhere in comics. Maybe the disaster that was cross-gen.
What's that, dude?
Made everybody gun-shy. Like the writing room style. So much is either aspirational to Hollywood or even having some of those people write comics. It just surprises me with these big franchises like Superman, because it seemed like they were going down that road.
Yeah,
it kind of surprises me that nobody's really leaned into doing that.
Yeah, I like they do those retreats, and they've done them for a long time, and I think that's about as close.
Right.
But then you beat out, because that is what they would do. They would beat out the general thing, like with these Supermans, you see this number thing right here, like there'd be 54 Supermans, so it's let's have our bullet points of what happens in each, but that's about as far as it gets.
I also this is another one of those of the age group. Who are these written for? Because I don't know that they were written for me. You know what I mean? They're written for, I'm just not sure who.
Right.
That's such a nebulous thing in the 90s, and I never see that kind of covered anywhere when people talk about what went wrong? Why did this collapse? And there's lots of things to point at. But I do think some of it is who's the book for?
Right.
Because I think a lot of these books, you're not going to get an answer. Like if you talk to the editor or the publisher or the writer, you might get a different answer from all three of them.
Yeah, that's well said. And like with retrospect, like you could see where it applies. You know, like this DC shit was filling a niche for like the guys who want the comics of yore. You know, it's classic comic style. You know, very by the numbers.
Right.
You know, we're gonna have to shut the lights out a little bit.
You need a dimmer switch.
Let's see what it looks like real quick. Apologize to the King Kayfabers if shit looks a little too. It might be too light in here, man. Let me see. Oh yeah, there it is, dude. Look at that.
Holy shit!
That's cool, right?
I feel like we have to hit record before that fades completely off.
But don't you think it would be a cool reveal, like to turn the things off like on the air and just have that little bit of verite to it?
Yeah. Also, this is ridiculous looking.
Dude, look at you, man. Mecha leka hi, mecha hi ni ho.
It's Superman time.
Mecha leka hi. Oh yeah, dude, you look like Marlon Brando in the first one. Doesn't he have some of that kind of shit? What happened?
I hit this whenever it was out. Wow.
Yeah, we might have to let it be. So like, okay,
that's a shame because I feel like there are effects and tricks to be done there.
Yeah, totally. So we can't have it locked, I guess. When we shut the light, like we're gonna have to shut the lights off and just like let that be a part of the show. And then, I guess we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out online, like when we're live.
Jabba said Grant Morrison had to use Electric Superman.
Yes, he did. Dude, I said that.
JLA run.
I said that on the episode, the Wizard episode. It's like we had to have Harpoon Hand, fucking
What's
Aquaman.
the date on there? When did this come out?
97. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm too old. I'm 15. I'm too old for that shit, dude. And I think I read this shit for 2 years.
Did this kill Ron Friends? Like, what's he do after this? It's like
Spider-Girl.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
the Spider-Girl series.
They
Like he goes
still
back to Marvel. But he doesn't update, you know? Like he doesn't update his sensibility and all that stuff. And now, you know, he's it's Darwin, you know? It's evolution. It's like if you do adapt or die, like, you know, you got to do vanity books and shit for like old rich dudes who like this kind of era. You know, that's what he does.
It's interesting, too, because he's from the era whenever these books, like, if you'd asked him that Amazing Spider-Man run, you know, like, whenever he's young in the game, who are these for?
Right.
11-year-old,
Right.
9-year-old, 10-year-old, something like that.
Yeah.
And most of those comics were. And then, like, that changes, and in the 90s, it's like, I don't know who any of this stuff's for. Sandman's for college students, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, but and this stuff is for the Patrick Daniel O'Neills, really.
Well, and I mean, like the image. Who is that stuff for? The
Well,
weirdos in the back of the class, you know, like that they're drawing their heavy metal wannabe notebook drawings. That's me, by the way.
Yeah.
But it's like from a story standpoint, it's written for like you could be illiterate.
It's hard to convey like what we did with that Cybernary shit. It's like, yeah, the words were incidental. Like the stories were incidental. It was just like the drawings was kind of cool, and you know, to some extent, it's like, yeah, you know, old heads. Yeah, you were right. Like yeah, we were numbskulls. It was hard to say that we were fans of comics when that's the comics that we're fucking, because they're not comics. They're in the shape of comics, whatever it is. And they became so blatant with it to the point of like doing those source books. You know, it's like the price of a comic. You could sell 400, 500,000 of them, and it's even less than a comic because it's just a drawing with some fucking kayfabe script next to it.
But everybody leaves, right? Like,
Yeah.
is the 90s, by 95, 96, 97, people are gone. They didn't like something. But if you look at those books from that era, it's not like they have the energy of Image Year One. You know, like that stuff was a really small microcosm, and that's the peak
Yeah.
of sales. And then like they try to do other stuff, like let's bring in a writer, let's have Alan Moore write Wildcats, and sales are just like, you know, like in a weird way, as it gets back to like this is what comics should be, the readers just abandon them. It's like they wanted those weird pin-up image books, and those went away, and readers went away.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
Yeah. And it gave him that nut to just keep it because comics are so cheap to make, you know. And then you have the distribution model where it's like you almost make all that money back before it even comes out. So like you could pay your guys. So like they just have that nest egg that they could just keep putting stuff out in hopes that Mark Miller turns Stormwatch into Authority or Warren Ellis or whatever, and then you kind of like get like another little blip. That's the long tail. We have that, you know, we have that stuff in our own catalogs.
This should be an interesting. Danny says there was a full-size standee outside the last remaining comic shop in the mall before it closed. Always been a symbol of the end of my interest in mainstream comics. That's interesting, man, because I bet a lot of people have that story.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I bought Superman a couple years before this, and at this point I was like, I don't care.
Right. Yeah, and I started buying it. I started buying it, and I put all 4 books on my pull list.
I think we should say this probably on the episode, but you know, it is a funny. It's just everybody. Nothing worked.
Yeah.
No matter what anybody did, it just didn't work at this point.
Yeah.
You ready?
Let's do it. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're jumping the gun on our Wizard coverage a little bit, man, because we're only in 1995 on our Wizard stuff, and we're going to take a look at Superman 123 from 1997. Remember when they tried to make Superman cool? Remember when they tried to update him? You remember when they killed him? You remember when they brought him back and gave him a mullet? But it's a dark period of Superman comics. But before we get into it, we do want to let you guys know that we have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on our Patreon get all of our videos before anybody else. They're hanging out with us here in the chat. Do you want to read a quote from somebody who talked about a big old cardboard standee of this very Superman?
Yeah, from King Kayfaber Danny. There was a full-size standee outside the last remaining comic shop in the mall before it closed. Always been a symbol of the end of my interest in mainstream comics.
So maybe that is one question we'll ask. Like, who is this comic book for? But got to let you guys know, we're going to Heroes Con. And we might have been there. Heroes Con was the midweek of June, so we may or may not have been there depending on when you're watching this video. And we are promoting Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, where we're encouraging everybody to take their comp copies of comics if you're a professional, take your doubles, go to your local shop, man, go to the dollar bin, grab $20 worth of comics, and let's put those around town in those free little lending libraries. So that we can do what we can to increase comic readership, comic awareness. We all came across comics in weird ways. You always hear the story about getting your hair cut at the barbershop and picking up a comic and getting hooked. Let's hook some new people, man. Superman 123 might not be the comic to do it. Now, Jimmy, on the surface, this is Electric Batman, Superman. You know what I mean? On the surface, this just looks like a comic. So, but there's some production values here. If you touch the comic, if you had the tactility, you would feel it's rub the blood texture, if you recall the rub the blood. Let's do a little production value. Let's do a little special effects here. You might get a little far away from the microphone, but we're going to shut some lights out in the compound for a second. Let's see what we got. Let's see what this looks like on the screen. Doesn't look like nothing, but boom, there it is.
There you go.
There it is. Look at that.
That's
man.
a pretty dramatic reveal, as they say.
Yeah.
I like that gimmick. I didn't realize that it was a glow in the dark until minutes ago.
Yeah, where do we see that? But we saw that with the Ghost Rider gimmick cover.
Look, it fades like it charges under light, and you can see it fading.
Oh, that's funny. All right, man. Let's be liquid with our settings real quick and put the lights back on. And
there's some good effects as the lights came on and it got very bright, the glow in the dark part.
Yeah, man, we're reactivating it. Wonder Twins reactivate. So I'd say we're jumping the gun with the Wizard coverage in correspondence with this issue because I remember there being a feature where they would get like Joe Quesada and Jerry Ordway and a bunch of guys to like do their reinterpretation of what a Superman costume looked like. Or maybe they were printing in that article a bunch of different people giving it their shot, like by way of DC and like the Ron Friends 1-1. Maybe that was the deal. We'll get to that, 10, 15 issues from now. But Ron Frenz is the guy on Superman.
And he designed this look.
Yeah.
I like this look.
Quite sure.
I think it's not bad at all for what it is. If you're going to do some kind of electric gimmick, I don't even know exactly what electricity or lightning, whatever this thing is, I feel like it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
It retains the Superman quality. I don't think anybody's going to be confused that this is a Superman design, but it has some different flourishes, and it's relatively simple. Like when Quesada redoes Batman after Nightfall, it's like, what is this
He's a
thing?
transformer.
But this is pretty streamlined. I think it works.
Yeah. Kind of a Magic Mike pose, man. Kind of like a Patrick Swayze Chippendale dancer.
Yeah, the
like
pose may not be.
I feel like he's pushing that cod piece like to the fore there with those legs.
A lot of points converge there in the middle.
And the radial blur, like it doesn't. A lot going on there, man.
Dan Jurgens back on writing. So the guy who killed Superman went to Marvel for a little bit, did some clone Spider-Man, and now he's back.
There's a fascination to this comic, like the Ron Frenz stuff. I love this shit on Thor. Like I got a bunch of the Thor issues. It was a boon when DC got him during the mullet Superman era, and I would pick those up randomly at the Kmart. Like I would see those at the Kmart, and like, let me see what Ron Frenz doing, man. He's built a lot of equity with me. Brett Breeding, I remember being like a big inker at that stage. It's Joseph Rubinstein who's doing the inks here, and Rubinstein's of the like the Dick Giordano kind of school, man, with those thick underlighted areas and stuff, and kind of quick. But looking at this issue, it's been a while since we looked at, like, this is a job comic through and through. Like Ron Frenz makes no bones about it. Like, he's one of our earliest shoot interviews, and he's the guy talking like, these are breakdowns. Like, I'm just doing breakdowns, getting paid for breakdowns. Like he's tied into the craft of comic making. And listen, man, I've done talks with him at the local colleges and stuff, and he will constantly make fun of me about like, oh, like, see, I don't do comics where I'm expressing my feelings and stuff like. He don't care nothing about that. He's trying to make cool superhero comics of a particular kind of sensibility.
Fair enough. But here's what I see. You open up your page, and this is one of my biggest complaints about most comics. I want to see something.
Yeah.
I grew up in an age where, like, I would buy comics with the covers ripped off, and you know what? That splash page often was as good as the cover was.
Yeah.
So you open it up and was like, do I want to buy this? And it's like, oh, yeah, I do, because this is amazing looking. There's nothing here, and I'm going to blame Dan Jurgens.
Yeah.
He wrote page 1, and what is it? It's sitting in traffic, talking to somebody on the phone. Like,
they call it the Marvel Method for a reason, because it's in the Marvel comics. And the Marvel Method comics that Ron Frenz was doing, he was deep in the Jack Kirby. He had Joe Sinnott fucking inking him. Ron Frenz did on those Thors, and it would have the Artie Simek looking lettering, and it would be like a bombastic splash. You are diminishing Ron Frenz's full superpowers by constraining him at that level, because he don't want to be drawing this shit. He ain't looking to draw this nonsense.
I like to imagine this is the DC version of Cable. Even has the goatee like the Art T-Bear Cable ongoing series.
This is 1997, man. This is like the rut, like Image. The bloom is off the rose. This is a classic style DC kind of comic. The formula of art making in these kind of comics, the thing that like Ron Frenz is able to do month in, month out, like you could through pattern recognition figure out like what it is. It's like get a close up, get a mid shot, get a far view, and those are like your variables, and just he's not trying to compose in the same way that like Jaime's composing or Dan Clowes is composing.
Yeah, this would be if you were reading a How to Do Comics the Marvel way at this point, this is what you would be kind of learning. Is like you want to vary your shots. You want to keep it interesting. But speaking of a splash page, you're telling me you couldn't have started right here as this is page 1 with Superman screaming and like breaking apart and screaming no, stay back? Because that makes me want to turn the page and see what's happening. Somebody sitting in traffic, not as exciting to me.
Is he like in Giantville or something, or is he like all of this is part of him and he's kind of getting reduced? Because I get this as like a foreground element, but that might be like way too big, and these dudes who are way further away,
yeah, they're not that small.
If they were like right near him, they'd be about this big.
This is something that is not local to Ron Friends, but almost everybody up until maybe I'd say Frank Whiteley starts doing it. It's that a long shot was something like this. And then like Whiteley brings in that Mobius long shot where like if you want to show little people in a city or whatever, let's draw them really, small, like get that scale. That didn't exist for a long time. And I don't know if it has to do with reproduction of new, on kind of crappy paper. So it was something that was like, you can't draw figures that small. You can't do detail at that size. Maybe. I don't know why. But it seems like it's something that really comes in late 90s, early 2000s, where you start to see scale portrayed differently in American comic books.
But you agree this is exceptional in terms of like he's 4 inches tall in conjunction with these guys or something?
It doesn't help that they're up high.
Right.
There's a perspective that's strange there.
You're drawing this page before breakfast, right? Before lunch. One real... That's what's cool, man, about Friends is like you could see how he builds figures. Like he could build a good, reliable superhero figure. Like he knows how to twist them. He knows the shapes. You see like all the bits required.
It's so good. I tabled next to him at a show once and was watching him do sketches for people. Like little kids would come in and he'd do like a 5-minute sketch that was phenomenal. He did one for me of Iron Man with like a ballpoint pen, so there's no underdrawing, and it looked exactly what you're saying. Like he's turning, a leg's coming forward, it's action, and it's like, what the heck?
Yeah, he's got it built in. Like he's internalized all the shapes. And listen, like I got this signed by him at Pittsburgh Comic-Con 3, 4 maybe. And at his table, dude, he had a pile of, I swear to God, $1 pages. It would be Kickers Incorporated or like some of that New Universe shit. $1 pages, $5 pages. We had like a little bit more. You might get a glimmer of a superhero costume or something. Then it was like $20 pages and still like pretty dope. You know what I mean? Like pretty dope stuff. And that was like the first like bunches of artwork that I ever saw. So then, like, I went to Lee Weeks, who was, like, next to him. And I'm like, man, because I really like that Gambit. And I'm like, I want to buy me some. Like, if this is what comic art costs, I'm buying me some Gambit pages, man. And even this is ridiculous, man. Like, Lee Weeks is like, I have nothing less than $200. And even the most expensive might have been, what, $5? Still nothing. Like,
those are really nice pages.
Totally.
You should have sprung for one of those, Ed.
Like 4 years of allowance, maybe.
I was gonna say you don't eat lunch. All of high school.
You know what is interesting is like also this is like when I got a job, so I'm working at the video store.
Perspective on money.
Yeah. I'm at the video store. Well, I put this on the pull list, and I grabbed a Superman comic every week to just like see where this stuff was going. Bogdanov was doing one of those titles. I forget who's doing like.
I liked Bogdanov.
Me too. Like it was so odd. Eminem was doing something, and that was like my least favorite, and I forget who the other one was. But yeah, I got a stack like this of these bullshit Superman comics. Like this guy in an issue or two is going to be wearing a chef's hat working at a bakery or something.
It's such a weird design, that character. Like reading this comic this week, I was like, what even is this character?
Right. Yeah, he's the misunderstood alien presence. Like we've seen Doomsday, and like this could be like maybe another Doomsday. This comic was promoted. Okay, this is the one where we're going to get the guy, and of course, in true mainstream comic fashion, it doesn't happen till like the last page or whatever, man.
I like this panel quite a bit. Good use on the color holds.
Yeah, hard to draw. Hard to draw that head going up, but once again. Ron Friends is good at twisting that figure. See, this is one of those things where you could learn a lot from Uncle Ron about like the tendons and like just how to build a good looking back of the leg, which when it comes up, man, and you don't have your reps in doing that, you're at a loss. Not Ron Friends.
This feels like a staple of Marvel Comics from say the 80s.
This too. I think part of Ron's job when he went to DC, just on the surface, is let's Marvel this up a bit. Like let's get some dynamics. We looked at the Death of Superman by Dan Jurgens. That shit was boring. Like at his most dynamic, it wasn't very dynamic. It wasn't even at this level.
Yeah, you see it on even the subtle stuff. Like there was a crowd shot that was a small panel, but the heads were like one's tilted this way, the next one's tilted this way. Just everything's kind of moving.
Looking at these pages though, man, like like it feels like I think I could do 22 pages of this a month.
I think it's insightful in what the Image guys did. How like what they brought that readers responded to.
Yeah.
Being different. It's kind of neat to think about these compared to that type of comic art.
Sure. And like what some of those things would be, McFarlane famously like, why do it in 7 panels when I could do it in 2, bud? You know, and their thesis is like 2 super dynamic drawings is worth more than 7 little things with actual storytelling.
This is really bizarre. I like this. I like the concept of this, where you have Lex Luthor on either panel side, but then like the perspective here is so strange. It's that baseline thing that we often talk about. Like put figures on the baseline. That can be fun. But then you make Lex Luthor look so small.
He should be the big one.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Like have the girl, have him, have her tiny.
Yeah, and the storyline here is Superman's in crisis. Everybody's trying to help. Even Lex Luthor's like, well, we could probably help out here, with some of their tech. I love this panel too. There's a handful of these panels where like they just sing to me. I think that's such an effective use of like color composition, everything.
Yeah, using some zips even. They have Superman in some kind of containment unit, and he just can't figure out like how to harness this, and that becomes a thread within the next bunch of issues. It's like a New Mutant. Like he's got to figure out, and he's unsuccessful a lot in using his powers. He was too overpowered for a while, and they contrive a way to weaken him and make him a little bit more Luddite or amateurish.
It definitely feels like a new take.
Yeah, could add some dynamics to the mixture.
It's one of the tropes that I hate and I always complain about. Like, I don't want to see a 4-issue miniseries of an origin because it's just dumb.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of that in here.
Totally.
Like don't spend too much time trying to explain what's going on with the electricity and stuff. Because like, let's just say he's out of control and he's going to die.
Easy. And
McFarlane might have been right. Do that in 2 panels.
They do all the unfun stuff. Like, it's like, once again, Dan Jurgens, like, with the death of Superman, all that stuff, like, let's give us a bombast. Like, this thing was highly promoted. I'm sure he got great royalties on it. I bought it. I wasn't reading any superhero comics at the time. And it doesn't give you much. It's all this stuff that you hate, right? Like, it's like, now we got to establish how you get the costume. Now you got to put the S on the costume. It's like...
It's so boring in a way because, like, this is great. The what happens, I think, is really strong.
Yeah.
But the execution is lacking because, like, all right, we're going to make a deal with the devil and accept this fabric to save Superman's life from Lex Luthor.
Right.
Great. That's awesome. That's a good setup. You can build on that. But then to do it over 2 boring talking head pages, there's got to be a better way. Hey, look at the heaviness of that ink line.
Totally.
That's
Isn't it wild?
Yeah, I like that.
This kind of stuff, like...
It's neat to see somebody of Ron Frenz' caliber doing these comics because you see him pulling out every trick he can to try to make this interesting.
Right.
But it's just talking heads saying nothing.
Yeah, it's a script, and he's used to that Marvel method, and he would have extended fights. Like, it would have been so much more visual.
I would love to see this done Marvel method, where like you gave Ron those pieces to hit and then see what he would come up with, because it's like, here's the new Superman, Ed. Yeah. Watch him not do anything.
Exactly.
For an issue.
Yeah, and really for issues, this might be a good place to encourage everybody to send us their Death of Superman comics sooner than later. We got a great one in not too long ago. We did a video. We generated lots of orders to that bootleg comic, and we haven't gotten a fresh one in some time. So like, get on the ball, guys. Let's go. Yeah, one of the cool pieces of drama with this costume is that, it does come from Lex Luthor. So, like, it's like TikTok and how it's a Chinese company.
Yeah.
Like there might be, some little bullshit in there, man.
He isn't doing a free favor.
Right.
There'll be something that you owe him, but what's the alternative? Superman dies, so put on the fabric.
And it even kind of looks whack. Like, it's just a roll.
All right, let's cut back to our alien presence.
Right. Bad colors, brown and orange, kind of like my least favorite color combination in superhero comics. But you see the Friend stuff where he's able to fucking just dash this stuff out and make it look interesting.
It amazes me what his generation can do with a figure.
The facility of yes, like dynamic drawing.
Like, he's not posing people for this. He's not spending 2 days to draw a figure. It's like, this is a dude that can draw a figure from almost any angle and any pose.
Exactly. That very hard to compose 4-panel page that we were talking about off camera. And here it is right here. And frankly, like, you know, Uncle Ron, I love him. He didn't solve it. It's 4 figures that are the exact same height, basically, and then like one sort of change. Kirby did it well, you know. Kirby was able to handle that. But you got your basic bones. And dude, still pointing that fucking prow and like just very, very birdcage, Chippendale dancer type shit.
What a challenge of trying to have like electricity every page. Like, how do we have like these electrical bursts? How do we draw something that's invisible and make it exciting?
Yeah. I in the Thor comics, when Joe Sinnott's inking it, I'm spoiled. And it really, I like Rubenstein, man. Rubenstein has done great work over his career. This feels like hack inking.
Rubenstein did the Frank Miller Wolverine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a Rubenstein inker fan. I recognize he's a craftsman and, you know, he's been doing it for decades, obviously knows what he's doing, but not my favorite.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing with the electricity, it should work in this digital coloring era.
Yeah.
There should be something that you could bring to this with the digital coloring that you couldn't have done 10 years before it.
Yeah, you know, my mind is immediately going to this Joe Madureira issue of X-Men where they fight like this steam monster, and Liquid, the colorist, does a lot of heavy lifting there to make that work.
It feels close, you know, like this page is what I didn't even think about it until we get here, because you feel like, okay, you've almost got something there. It's so strange. I mean, it is the problem with a monthly comic.
Yeah.
You know, maybe if you have unlimited time, you figure out answers to all of these questions. But if the stuff's due next week, well, you figure out the best answer in that time frame.
Yeah, with your facility. And you know, that separates, you know, a lot, like a lot of the superstars of monthly comics are able to come up with a style that is expedient enough to hit the marks, but also the visually interesting, you know? And when we first connected, Jimmy, like on the road, you were talking, like, it's something that stuck in my mind where you're like, you cannot argue with great composition. And that's like where the Toth stuff comes in or something. Like,
right.
It's a mindset. And this stuff is dashed in a way.
This is fan service. Let's go see the Kents.
Well, yeah, just a general art style. Like, it's not far from the Larry Lieber Spider-Man daily strip or something. You know, it's very like mid-shot kind of stuff. And of course, like Ma Kent has to put the S on the chest. You got to complete the look. Dude, this shit gets really ridiculous. Like, Superman breaks off into 2, and there's like a red one.
Yeah.
You remember that shit?
Somebody mentioned, you know, like that's a golden age kind of Superman story, the red and blue Superman. So a little bit of a let's rework that. There's your money shot, you know. So the question is, how much is it worth? You know what I mean? Is this worth buying this comic? Does it make you subscribe? Did fans love it? And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, because even if they loved it, like we had said, I think off air, nothing worked at this era. Every company was trying stuff to turn the ship around, and nothing worked. So, I mean, there were good comics that were produced in that time period and for whatever reason didn't find an audience. I wonder if this delivers for some people. Like, do some people look at this and go, my favorite storyline is the blue Superman?
Well, in retrospect, this is very often parodied and made fun of and considered a very, very dark period in Superman's timeline. And all of the big comic characters, they have their cup of coffee with this kind of shit. The image that they used for Alex Saviuk for the forthcoming Heroes Con was the big metal Spider-Man outfit. You know,
I don't even remember that.
Oh yeah, that was like almost like Iron Man or something. Like, you know, it's like that thing. Thor had an updated 90s costume.
Yeah, I think he had a couple. One was a Mike Diodato because he makes it into Hawkman design, and it's like the flowing hair everywhere. And
absolutely, man. There was before Ron Garney, there was like bike helmet, like gear, fucking Captain America. Like when Dave Hoover was the artist on that shit, like they were doing their best.
Right.
And they were looking at that image stuff and saying they high tech.
Everybody learned the wrong thing from Image.
It's true.
Like that stuff didn't sell because it had a robot arm. It just wasn't it.
Yeah. But there it is, man. And then you got your B story, because we have to continue this into like Adventures of Superman or whatever the next comic is.
Yeah. We got to run that alien thing right into the ground.
Yeah, okay, so Immonen, Tom Grummett is the Action Comics guy, Bogdanov on Man of Steel. So that's your team. That's your setup.
It's interesting just where comics were at this time period. And I wonder, like, what everybody's response to this was. Like,
I grabbed these.
Fans?
Yeah, I grabbed these comics and I read them each week. My thought was like, okay, you gave me a jumping on point, so I am assuming you're gonna put your best foot forward. I'm gonna fuck with it. And I'm like, okay, I see where this is going. I never really messed with Superman, so I'm like, okay, I'll give Superman a shot, but there was nothing happening in the mainstream, and I felt like I should just. I'm on the road to become a Spider-Man penciler. Like that's where my mind was. I was going to have to like do my tour at Marvel DC in order to like have a Fantagraphics comic or something, because like, there's no trust fund in Eddie P's life. Like I have to make money at comics or I don't get to make comics. And this was the only option. So I'm like trying to keep appraised with what's happening and shit. I stuck with this longer than I would have liked to admit. And a big part of that was laziness of just saying, hey, can you take this off my list? Because it's not like I went every week, but like when I would go, there would be a stack in there. And then I'd be like, I just never thought.
I feel like cringing at the idea of like, here's your 6 weeks of Superman that you missed.
Right. I stuck with these shits, man, for like maybe a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. I got a grip for sure. But
yeah, I feel like this review's super negative, but also like I don't know what to endorse here. You know, we talk about like who's this for, what's the age group, and I understand like Superman at this point's been around 60 years, and you know you're trying to figure out what can we do to make it's just something different, introduce something different. It's a little bit of Professor Hulk. You know, it's like, what do you do that's different? And different doesn't necessarily mean good, but like it's that a repeat. And you know, we've seen the repetition. The sales are going down, so you got to try something different. But this is just, I just wonder who this appeals. I can't imagine a young reader loving this.
No.
So then it becomes like, well, what's, you know, are 30-year-olds reading this? Like, what's up?
At this era, like the best Batman and Superman comics were the Adventures comics.
Yeah.
Mark Miller was probably doing Batman Adventures, and if he wasn't, Scott McCloud was writing it. We did an episode, a fascinating idea, man. The idea that like the stars you see, that the light from those stars was generated light years ago. So in theory, Superman is on Earth, able to telescopically look at Krypton at the moment that the planet explodes. That's an amazing idea. You don't do that in a real Superman comic. You got to do that in this like Kayfabe, you know, animation comic. That stuff was better than these you know, mainstream attempts. And it goes to show that like if you have a hit, like Superman was a genuine fucking blockbuster in the 30s, in the 40s, George Reeves TV show reignites. And it was so big that for 60, 70 years you could coast on that inertia. Same with Batman. But like this is the big one. This is like the hardest one to wrap your head around in like a Vietnam era, 1980s era, extreme 1990s. Like it gets, the further we get away from the 1930s, the harder it is to make any sense of this character. And I mean, what are they doing now? Like trying to get contemporary stuff. So you got an S on your chest, but you're like a girl or like gay or something like that. They're just trying to bring like add on modern sensibility, and with wearing white red drawers on the outside of your blue costume, it's very rooted in a period of time that we just don't accept.
Yeah, it becomes more and more alien's the wrong word for what I'm trying to describe here, but it does become more and more of this, like, if you could somehow show Superman to somebody that somehow doesn't know comic books, they would just be confused. Like, what is this?
Right.
You know, like, walk into that meeting in LA without everybody knowing what superheroes and comic books are with that character design, and they'd be like, is that a clown?
Right.
Yeah, it's really bizarre. It's a weird problem.
And like, they just never foresaw it, you know, like if the idea of superhero, like, you update every couple of years, starting back in the 30s, everybody would have accepted it and it would have evolved over time. But just a vestige, this is a vestige of a time long since gone.
I feel like All-Star Superman's a Superman that I've read that I go, oh, that's good stuff. But it's almost like the gimmick is super high quality, which now you go, okay, let's do monthly, let's do weekly.
Right.
And it just becomes impossible that,
Yeah.
you know, like, that's not going to be something that you can really hang your hat on, because
Right.
it's not going to be something you can control. It's very lucky whenever the A-listers show up and do something. It's a weird dilemma, and it's weird to think this is the flagpole that the company's built on. You know, it's not like this is your D-lister that, hey man, it still sells some. It's like, nope, this is what it's built on. This is Mickey Mouse.
Interesting to think also,
Because Disney isn't selling Mickey Mouse. You know what I mean? Like, you go, oh, Disney, this huge media company, they're selling a million other characters.
Yeah.
This is Mickey Mouse era character that's still being sold as, like, it's our flagship.
that's true. And think about, like, the licensing problem, right? Like there's probably already some stuff with that, like, yellow and red S that are out there, but like at this time, maybe those numbers and licensing deals have gone down so far that it's like, well, let's change it. Just like when sports teams change their logos or something, and there's like so much money invested in the icon that already exists. You know, big part of the problem with like a lot of those teams that have, like, you know, unfortunate names and stuff, it's just like, we got all this shit. It's a big deal financially. So are
That's the other thing.
they're gonna try to float this on Underoos and
Nobody
shit like
that reads this thinks about any of that stuff.
Right.
But it's like, that's probably what more
the bulk of the
people
business.
think about. You know, that's how you actually feed the employees at DC Comics, and yet, like, no considerations. I read this and I go, oh, I like the costume, or I don't, or the story's dumb, or it's good, or whatever. But it's like, that's kind of the most insignificant part of a character like Superman. Like,
Totally.
it really is that licensing, and how do you keep those licenses valuable?
And at this point, the Marvel DC comic is just a testing ground to maybe create a Gwenpool or something that can be used for their multimedia empires. You know, it has nothing to do with making good comics. It's like, let's throw some stuff at the wall, come up with some new storylines. And the way that Walt Simonson described it was like, you got that like little cup full of dice or something, and then you drop it and it's like, okay, let me put Thor versus this and see what we got, see what people like let's do, you know, Captain America picks up the hammer,
Weird.
see what we got. Like, that's mainstream comics, and you know, that's still not an insignificant chunk of the American market. But
This is one of our weirdest episodes.
yeah, it's the conversation that comes afterward, man. You good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy and I are either going to or have come back from Heroes Con. So happy to see you there. And if not, if it's before Heroes Con, we'll see you there in a day or two. It's that weird time period, right, Jimmy?
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting loopy from lack of sleep or something.
Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is going down last Saturday in July. This is an effort Jimmy and I are putting together to promote comic awareness, and the way that we suggest you do that is to go to those free little lending libraries in your neighborhood, put some comics in there. Could be your comp copies, could be doubles. Go to the comic shop, hit the dollar bin, grab a bunch of cool stuff, spread them around, man. You could leave the Superman 123s out of that pile. I think I'm comfortable with saying that. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make, and coming out within the next couple of months in time for the holidays is the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. We just got our proofs in for like what the cover is going to look like with the gold foil, and very excited about that. 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree are out there. They're collected in this volume. You can see this is the spine, man. That's a thick ass book. It's going to be 140 pages of stuff in there that was not in those original 4 volumes. A lot of artwork that I put together exclusively for this volume, including this cover. There's going to be there's going to be the X-Men Grand Design trilogy coming out. We're putting that back into print, collecting all 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design. And the comic that is out on the stands right now is Red Room Crypto Killers. Every story self-contained. This is the first issue, cover the second. The third issue is going to be a hotkey, so put in your orders for that right now. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. And there are 2 trade paperbacks of that out there. But Jimmy, let the people know what you got going on.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next book. You can pre-order that one online. It'll be out from Image Comics later this year, collecting all the Street Angel material that is not in Deadliest Girl Alive. Also from Image, these 2 books are kind of a set, so if you missed out on Deadliest Girl Alive, pick that up now and pre-order Princess of Poverty. You can pick up Hulk Grand Design wherever you buy comics. It's a giant, oversized, fluorescent green book. You want it in your collection. And The Plain Jane's the first young adult graphic novel, still in print and available. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg to see my latest comics.
What else do we got going on, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Yeah, I mean, that was like really... I mean, it has an obvious hook, but it's the most average comic we probably ever looked at on this channel.
And that might be generous. You know, like, I hate to be too critical, but I can't say too much good stuff about that book.
No.
Also, you know, like, sometimes you'll see a sports, like a team will lose, and the story will come out of like, man, you got this great player, you're not using him.
Right.
You got Ron Friends.
Yeah.
Let's throw some fists at somebody that doesn't look like that dumb Horn character.
He probably created that character too. But, you know, if Superman is a vestige of the old times, like, just keep up with that stuff. You know, like, none of the, like... But then you discover he doesn't really have a good rogues gallery. Can you lock me in?
Yeah, it's true.
Because, like, you don't know what Metallo looks like. Draw Metallo. Right?
That's funny.
Right?
Yeah, I got nothing. Yeah, Mr. Mexelplecht. Like,
Yeah.
what are we doing? This is a guy looks like he's a 76-year-old, like, withered up little
Yeah, it
old
looks
man.
like Mayor Ed Koch of New York City from
Not
1984.
too excited. You're so right. You've got Batman and Spider-Man rogues galleries. That's about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Captain Cold with his, like, fleece. And his...
I don't even know these characters you're naming.
That's that Flash bad guy. Joe Madureira's Savage Dragon. Something like this.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a cool image.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to take a look at Joe Madureira's Savage Dragon today. But first, we want to let you guys know that we are going to be celebrating Comic Book Christmas. We're going to be celebrating Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July, last Saturday of July. What we're doing is grabbing a bunch of our comp copies as creators. We're going to be grabbing a bunch of our doubles that we've accumulated over the past year. We're going to be hitting the dollar bins and scooping up some rad comics for cheap. And we're taking them around town and we're putting them into the free little lending libraries that dot our fair cities here in the States. We encourage you to do the same. Everybody kind of happened upon comics in their own interesting way, but it was almost always an accident if you didn't have like a cool big brother or something like that. So we're adding to that chance that some cool people can discover the beauty of comics and become future comic readers. We also are going to, or have just been to, Heroes Con. I'll leave it at that. But today, Jimmy, let's take a look at Vanguard issue number 3 with the young Joe Madureira. Before he was Joe Madureira, Eric Larson got a hold of that fella, got him to do a Vanguard issue. And if you get a talent like Joe Madureira on the hook, you got to make him draw your flagship character and see what that looks like. Am I right?
Yeah, 100%. This is so interesting. I was kind of trying to peep. What is the publication year? Is this 93, 94?
Okay, here's the thing.
There's a 93 cover or a date on that cover art.
Yes, and it's December 94, so this could have been sitting in inventory for who knows how long.
I say that all just to kind of like create a scene of when this is, where this is. You know, this is probably the bubble starting to come together, but we're not going to see that ramification probably for another year whenever it really is like, okay, we're in trouble. But at this point, like, these are still, you know, pretty exciting books to be working on if you're a young Joe Madureira. Let's see what Image has to offer, you know, because I mean, Image was doing record blockbuster numbers a year ago.
Yeah, I believe at this point he's not on. I don't think he's on X-Men yet. I think it would be foolish to, like, you know, not divorce yourself from your high-paying X-Men job to like moonlight at Image Comics at this.
But probably post Deadpool. You know, like, this would be a guy who's got a little bit of credits under his belt.
Yeah, he did his Marvel Comics Presents stuff. He did a couple issues of Excalibur. Really made a name for himself with Deadpool.
Some A-listers there on color. Steve Oliff, one of the color credits.
Absolutely. Ruben Brood, he would be a heavy hitter. And I got to give big shouts to Gary Carlson, the guy who got a lot of these dudes started, including Eric Larson and Rob Liefeld, through Megaton Comics.
He's also the guy behind Big Bang Comics.
Yeah.
Who did, starts at Caliber, but then ends up at Image for a while. For a long, kind of a run. Like,
totally.
At one point, the 1963 characters cross over there. Like, I always think about binding a collection of 63.
Right.
Couple of appearances, a Shadowhawk and a Big Bang. So Gary Carlson's been around.
I want to give big shouts to Uncle Gary, man. He just went through some cancer surgery. He's recovering. He's doing well. The outlook was real good. And go to his website, Megaton Comics, I think is the thing, man. Go buy a bunch of stuff and have some grace when it comes to fulfillment, man. He'll ship you some stuff. But he was going through some things, and he's good now. But I'm glad you brought that up, because, like, what is Big Bang Comics? It's a celebration of, like, Silver Age comics. Megaton Comics wasn't that far from that either, man. All that to say that we have an Image comic that reads like a comic. There's an actual story here, which is very rare for Image Comics. But co-writer Eric Larson and Gary Carlson, both of these guys make readable comics, which is ridiculous that you have to say that about Image Comics, but you do. And it starts off, we have a naked as a jaybird, as my pops would say, Vanguard, who is on the top of, like, some Chicago theater. They still have Speedos on Planet Vanguard.
Can't get totally naked. And I love, in between running around naked in this alien planet, he stumbles on, like, a mugging, some kind of beatdown.
Superhero comics. It's this kind of stuff that Joe Madureira bangs. It's proportionality. It's the tapered root of the leg that gets thick at the top. These are the tropes that people swipe from him. When he changed the game from everybody doing Jim Lee clone artwork to Joe Madureira clone artwork. And these are the tropes. These big fists, a definite, much better awareness of anatomy than what the previous guys did. But bubbly muscles that he himself pulls from, like, the SNK fighting game, the Neo Geo fighting game kind of art, or like Street Fighter 2.
I love these two panels. I think this is a really great arm back with the knife.
With that facial expression, right?
You've got your direction device essentially pointing to where the impact point is, and you've got this motion of the sound effect showing us this. The knife is here, setup, follow up, and the impact. That's a lot of stuff in half a page.
Facial expressions, this kind of facial expression, this kind, the Mike Waringos, the Humberto Ramoses, certainly the Roger Cruzes, they all were making note. The proportions, tiny head, big giant bodies.
He knew what we liked. And here's what we came for.
Yeah, dude. Hard to draw. Very
hard to draw. And it's interesting, the stuff that's, like, maybe not totally formed yet in Joe Madureira, because, like, the legs are sort of like, they're okay, but it still looks like he's working out stylistically certain things. But it's cool to see him take on a character like Dragon.
It takes him a while on X-Men to become who he is. With Brian Lee O'Malley, we took a look at his first X-Men issue. And, I picked that up at the time, and I recognized it as being pretty cool. But it wasn't what it became. You just knew that it was this dude locked in with potential energy that he realized, which was exciting. There's a lot of creators that, like, could be contenders and don't do anything.
The style is still very different than the typical, like the Image style. You know, you think of
Totally.
those guys there, so it's pretty radical. I liked Larson's stuff. I would follow his corner of the universe, of the Image universe, highbrow, and I always liked it because he didn't bring guys in that were like Eric Larson clones.
You're right.
And I liked that. I liked
Totally.
most of the artists he would bring in.
Yeah, and it's funny because like I was younger and I was like, I'm Adam Hughes. Like, what is that? There's not enough lines on that. Jason Pearson. What am I going to do with that? And Joe Madureira has an understanding of the form and the shapes, so he doesn't have to hide behind crosshatch. There's not so much line. Pretty good design sense, know. And for those that don't know, he is in video games now, and it would be things like this.
That's another one. A lot of good stuff. A good angle, but also you're seeing the motion line for an arm that's swinging.
Very
I think
manga.
that's pretty decent, and I like this dragon head.
Hard
Yeah.
angle to draw that fist.
Looks
man.
like that nose is getting flattened.
I
You know what I
think
mean? Like, that's a pretty good...
it's a good punch. Yeah, it's a good punch, and like the nose cell is important.
Yeah.
Because it lets you know who we're dealing with here. This is a bad motherfucker.
Right.
This alien ain't feeling that much. And then that's sharp as hell. You could tell this is a Steve Olive colored page.
Right.
I could just tell. I don't know why I could tell. It's like all the little noodling and stuff in
It's
there.
so funny. I look at this and wonder, is Matt Allison looking at this back in 1993?
Yeah.
Tanker artist. Like, there's something about that image that reminds me of him.
Yeah, that body horror, Cronenberg's shit, man. There you go, the facial expression. It's the one small eye, the bigger eye.
Mm-hmm.
Madureira trope that he brought to the game that a lot of people swiped. This angle gets swiped from him. Like, where it's just like, you don't show the neck, you just show a little piece of the top of the head, that low angle kind of thing. He brings that to the game.
And the dragon fin, not right. Like
A
the
little
way
small.
that the fin is, well, also the angle.
Yeah.
Like, if you're in a profile, it's almost perpendicular to the forehead coming straight out.
Right.
And it's something that everybody
Closer
did
to
this.
this.
Yeah. Everybody would do this. And Larson talked about it in the letters column. And, if you were trying to draw it, you try to take notes and figure it out.
Right. Yeah, he'll get it on the close-ups.
Yeah, some of it, it's perfect. Like, that's really good for straight on. It's just a line.
Part of it, I think, is like we've all done a character like with a mohawk when you were a little kid, and a mohawk is up, but the fin isn't up; it's forward.
This is so cool too because like Vanguard can shapeshift, so now we've got 2 dragons.
Yeah,
and that's
it's-
what I'm here for. I'd much rather see Dragon than Vanguard.
Right,
So you get to see Joe Mad like really leaning in and doing some dragon art.
double the dragon. There it is, and the mouth is also a trope. That kind of like angled mouth. That's the stuff that Roger Cruz and then you'll start to see, the job talent at Extreme Studios will start drawing that mouth and stuff.
I'd be really curious to hear like an editor's take, like a Bob Harris or anybody that would have been looking at talent and being like, "What do you see here?
Yeah.
Like how bad do you want to hire Joe Mad when you see this and why? What are the panels that speak to you?"
Seeing this cover in the ads in Savage Dragon, I was definitely fucking with Savage Dragon, was very exciting. Had no concept of this guy at all. The other pieces that I would have with this name and didn't know how to say for years and years was in the Youngblood source books. He did a Die Hard that was hard as fuck, and maybe 1 or 2 other pieces. So like he was on my radar for pinup quality shit. And then he did covers, maybe the issues of some Excaliburs that I saw, that I picked up. I wasn't even fucking with Excalibur, but I saw it on the rack and I'm like, yo, this is sweet looking. And I scooped those up just on the strength of the art.
I feel like this is a great panel.
Yeah.
It shows your background and your characters interacting. It's dynamic and exciting. There's depth. Even this. Like, those figures are really, they're strong, they're perfect.
Even this, man. Like, this is, this is pre, Procreate, swiping backgrounds type shit. Like, that's good comic book background. Has the energy that you need. And this kind of stuff, man. This is your, like, where your Ramos is and stuff. Where, like, all right, man, I'm putting my pens down. I'm changing my whole approach now. Like, that could have been a Ramos piece right there.
Yeah, there's an approach to these legs.
Yeah.
That runs through like that whole cliffhanger line almost.
It becomes a staple of 90s artwork, like the hookups characters and like the Jenko jeans silkscreen drawings and shit
Yeah.
that are on there would have these like big. It's graffiti, like graffiti energy, like brought into it.
Yeah, it was neat. The big like feet.
Yeah.
There was something about that. I remember that being like a really, as I was trying to understand, like I need to fold this in here. Even Rob Liefeld kind of got into it whenever he did that shaft with like the
with
big
the
giant
boots and
boots.
stuff. Maybe Sam Keith would be like the proto version of that. I'm not thinking of the Max specifically. I'm not thinking of the Max, but like of course the Max is like far out. But like he would draw characters with those kind of big feet and stuff. But a version of that. It was almost like interesting to see the marriage of cartoon with like serious superhero.
The cartoon is something that came through for me looking at this book this week.
Yeah.
Those cartoon qualities. Because again, like it just wasn't that time, like that first year of Image. They're not those are humorless, most of them.
Yeah.
McFarlane has some cartoony stuff, and Larson, I think, is conscious of it. But man, like the Jim Lees and the Liefelds, like that stuff is just grim and gritty and not a lot of humor.
He's going for like reasonably accurate drapery, which none of the Image dudes had a grasp on, with the exception of maybe Larson would show off a little bit. But he would get weird with it. And Silvestri could do it.
I was going to say, Silvestri's probably the guy that could do drapery.
He would never do it in that style of comic. Like, you look at his old King Conans or something, and you could tell he could draw a folded piece of cloth.
Yeah. And, that was something you had to use to learn. Like, if you were reading submission guides, it was like, be able to draw regular people. And that means regular clothes. And, like, at some point, that just fell apart.
Yeah.
When you just needed to put out new number ones, man, who cares?
I love too ambitious shots of Kayfabe in those back muscles. You need to get your lats and you need to get your chicken wing, man, your shoulder blade. But then you just draw the mashed potatoes and just, go with the form. Just imagine bumps that would be muscles. Sure. And, you got this one, you got that one, and then you got ridiculous. Those two little tubes from behind the ass.
That whole Vanguard physique, I'm just, and to do it twice on Facing Pages, and this punch that we've seen now a second time.
He perfected it on this one, dude, because it was like pretty good on the other one. But like you can't short shrift the curve of this, because I fucked this up a lot, and it flattens out your guy. So he's good. He sees it. He's got the vision. He could see these drawings in space.
All your wrist bracelets allow that curve. Because it's just circle, circle, circle. So you should be able to do it.
It challenges you to knowing that you have to do that. So you got to get that curve right. And dudes fuck that up, because where you could see it often, dudes fucking that up, is just like, say, short sleeve.
Yeah.
Like they'll fuck that up and they screw up the tube of the arm, the cylinder of the arm. They flatten it too much.
I had one this week where it was like, also the way the curves are, I had a full figure. And like the other curves, I wanted to go the other way, and it was like you gotta pick.
Yeah, you do.
Where your point of view is.
What's the perspective?
That's exactly right.
Where's the perspective?
You were pointing at this one, and I'm ready for that too. What do you have to say about that panel?
No, the Matt Allison joint, right? Like,
that's great.
That body horror, but also shades of like McQueenie and like Hilary Barta when they did the Blot or the Blob or something like that for Alan Moore.
I was gonna say, like, that's a thing that you could really mess up.
Oh, that's for sure.
You could draw that very poorly. Like having a face like animatedly changing shapes and stuff like that. It's a cool gimmick, but not an easy one to draw.
No, you got the movement with the curve. Curves equal movement. So like Madureira understands that, at least on an intuitive level. So like the curves help sell it, and it's very well lit. It's not hatching everywhere, but where the bolts are, I'm
it's good.
Quite confident he chose that, because like the pencilers of this day, the Mads and like the Ed McGuinnesses, if you ever see those pencils, the final ink might as well just be a bumped up, contrasted version of the pencils, because they are building in the thick and thins. The
McGuinness is an interesting name looking at this, because I feel like there's some like those guys very different as time goes on, but at this stage, like early in their careers, there's some commonality there.
Absolutely, and of course, McGuinness does up tenure at Deadpool as well, probably piggybacking off of this. And of course they were very spiritually close at a certain level for a long time.
Early. It makes me wonder if McGuinness had that video game influence or something that he was drawing from.
I think he was just pulling from this kind of stuff, man. And the kids that I went to school with at art school, like coming off of the McGuinness and the Joe Mad, like they had the same pencil style where they would like blue line real thin and then just pencil and have the tightest pseudo inked pencils, where it would be like say like a line like this one. Well, let me try to find a good one. Okay, like this line, it would be like 2 swoops of the pen, and then you'd be filling it in,
Right.
that type of thing. Where the thick and thins of like a John Buscema would just be like natural, but like in the pencils, where it would just be like naturally you would see just
Use
from
the side of the pencil.
yeah, or like just the pencil's dulling and the inker interprets it that way. This is that shit like what you were talking about with that Rob Liefeld, where like the boot kind of thing, where those proportions like very leg heavy. I think will be a comic called something like Foot Soldiers or something that was of that kind of Trent Kanuga.
Jim Kruger was the writer. I forget who the artists were on there. I want to say Oming, but it wasn't Oming. I forget who the writer or who the artists were on those.
But yeah, like the big feet was a staple of like mid to late 90s aesthetic. Slowly getting more and more the manga kind of flavor, and we were looking at a Wizard.
I see it here too. Those eyes.
We were looking at a Wizard magazine that was highlighting the manga influence on creators, and Matt is talking about slowly getting his manga influence into the X-Men books, and there's like literally issues where they're in kimonos or whatever fighting.
Right.
It's the Ninja Scroll issues. You know, we could look at those soon. I would be happy to look at those soon. I got those in the bins right behind me. Such an influential creator who really doesn't get the props for that, really. Like, people like his work and stuff, but the influence that he had was immense without even trying.
It's interesting, that influence, because at some point, like, it just becomes mainstreamed. You know, I'm thinking like the manga is part of the stuff. And it's one of those things where it's a new idea whenever whoever starts it. Maybe Scott McCloud in 1984 with Zot. But then by the time it's like 2000 and whenever, 7 or 11, I don't know when, but it's ubiquitous. And, you know, like that transition from like nobody's doing this to everybody's doing it, not even thinking about it anymore.
Right.
It's a weird, gradual, but almost invisible thing. Because he does this, and we went through an issue with Brian Lee O'Malley, and I always think of like Scott Pilgrim. Like, I got volume 1 of that when it first came out, and was like, oh, he's got the manga here that, you know, like Becky Clune, and there were people flirting with it. Brandon Graham, you know, you could see these snippets of it, but it was like everybody's coming from these different angles.
Yeah.
And, you know, Joe Mad, one of the first guys, but not the only guy. And then within a couple years, it was like, it's here.
Yeah, no, like, and I'm not saying like manga influence. I'm saying with the interpretation of manga, with superhero style, with these exact tropes. You know, this is Ale Garza on Gen 13 later. Like it's this. I'm not talking about bringing chibi art or none of that kind of shit. I'm talking about this specifically with these proportions. I could rattle off maybe a dozen dudes, and probably everybody who ever touched a Gen 13, a pencil on a Gen 13 for 50 issues or something. It becomes less about J. Scott Campbell and more about this kind of thing.
They got together at the end and shook hands.
Yes, of course, as they should.
And then is that Brother Eye?
Or Herbie, or what's the Fantastic Four little robot called on a cartoon? Herbie. The proportions of Vanguard compared to Dragon are always great. Like, super gigantic, super buff compared to him. But just a great, you know, early issue of Joe Madureira comics. Most of his output, you know, X-Men, Battle Chasers, and then you got to kind of like pick up the scraps elsewhere. And this is a pretty good early scrap.
Yeah, this is a good one. There's a lot of meat in this issue. I like seeing what everything. I mean, Spawn 20. You know, this is still early days.
Yeah, for sure. It's fun to see like where everything is at. I thought there was like a checklist somewhere.
Yeah, there it is. I was gonna say like Spawn 20. We're still ramping up to Batman Spawn. I feel like this may be the climax explosion, popping the bubble of the speculator.
Could be, man, because like
I was disappointed in it, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one.
Yeah, I did not buy it when it came out. My buddy Jason bought it because it's very expensive, $5. That was a lot of money. That was a whole week's worth of lunch money. But very quickly at Toys R Us, there was a 2-pack with the DC one that was like $2 or something. That's the one that I bought. And you know what I did? I was like, I read it. I read Jason's copy, so I don't need to read it. And I kept it, and it's like plastic, like the thing that I bought it in, like a weird blister pack or something. I'm like, I'm just hold on to it. But then the Jones came over, and I'm like, I'm real curious what that DC one looks like. I'm so curious. And then I was like, fuck it. Just like one night, I'm like, I'm opening it. I'm going to read my comic.
I feel like the fact that those were 2-packing at a discount is proof of the,
exactly.
of the bubble, bursting.
Exactly.
They printed a few more of those than they could sell.
Mel Bolger was pissed off because he was sexless. Even his toy.
This was the weirdest part for me with Spawn's success. I would look at that character in Violator and just be like, I don't get it. This guy doesn't look cool.
Shit, he set off his own influence, man. And then we got some Jim Valentino joints, right?
Yeah.
The Pact.
It's fun too. A lot of the second, the second wave of the first Image dudes, like Valentino, Freak Force being the Eric Larson spinoff team.
Go back to our earliest Wizard coverage in Wizard 10, 9 or 10, when they're talking about the books that they're going to be putting out. And Valentino, it was going to be the Pact and Shadowhawk, Mm-hmm. The Pact was mentioned super early. This is years later. It's got to be dicey when it's like, well, I can do one book, so now I got to hire people. How does that work?
Yeah, I think Valentino was known for his books did ship on time, so he wasn't soliciting that team book, wasn't cashing in like some of these guys did before they had the book ready to go.
Yeah, man. A fun little trip. Joe Madureira's Savage Dragon, Kayfabers, good.
That's a good. Yeah, I was just gonna say that's a good one for that dollar box pool. You might come across that in a dollar bin and say that's kind of cool if you're a Joe Mad fan.
Yeah, totally. Follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Jimmy and I are going to, or have just come back from Heroes Con in Charlotte, North Carolina. It was great seeing you, or we'll see you there, depending on when this video comes out. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is happening the last Saturday of July. This is going to be the day that we group. I got a box put together, man, of all my doubles and comps that I'm going to be sprinkling around Pittsburgh and sharing with the local community. No red rooms, of course, in those libraries. It's our effort to share comics with the outside world, man, and we encourage everybody to do the same. There are websites where you could see where your free little lending libraries are in your neighborhood, or maybe where a couple of them are. Stop by them and put some fresh comics in there. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got out in the wild.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release from Image Comics. It'll be out later this year, and collect all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. Also available and back in print from Image. So if you missed it the first time around, pick that up now. Hulk Grand Design, fluorescent green, treasury sized. That one is in stores right now while supplies last. And Plain Jane, still in print, the first young adult graphic novel. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg to see my latest comics being serialized there.
The canaries are gleaming with the Hip Hop Family Tree cover proofs for the Omnibus edition. We got our gold foil. We're making adjustments. It's going to be fresh. It's going to be fly. You're not going to be able to ignore it when it's in the shops. What we're doing is collecting all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. You see that, man? It's like a 2.5, 3 inch diameter, like a length right there, man. That's a lot of book to consume there. We're adding 140 pages of material that is not in those 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. Very excited about that. Got notes from the publisher. Lots of you put in pre-orders. Grab an extra copy, man. I'm sure you got a hip-hop fan in your life. And if you don't, you probably got an X-Men fan in your life. So scoop up the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback that Marvel's putting out in November. Plenty of time before the holiday season. Collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works. And Red Room Crypto Killers is the fresh comic that I'm working on right now. Going to be monthly for 4 issues. First issue is out. The second issue is going to be coming out at any point now. Make sure you put in an order at your shop for the 3rd issue, because that's going to be a hot key, introducing characters that I'm going to be working on for the next couple of years maybe. But Red Room is about murder on the dark web for fun and profit. Every issue is self-contained. So if you see an issue, scoop it up, give it a shot, and if you dig it, grab another issue. But Jimmy, tell the people what else we got going on.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way, Jimmy.
Read more comics.
And that's it for the week. Before we get out of here, Jimmy, I'm going to airdrop you
Yes.
that little commercial piece. Edited as needed. I don't remember if there's some goofy shit in there.
There's always some stuff in the beginning or the end. Dead air.
Yeah. And King Kayfabers, thanks for sticking around. Hope you dug the stream, warts and all. That's what you get with this stuff. Jimmy, Tuesday? You think of Tuesday?
What do we do?
I think the bulk of it will we'll do a wizard, and we'll do some probably looky-loos will probably be the best way to go, just in service of our time. So I'm thinking Crumb Sketchbook 2. I'm thinking look through the Rob Liefeld, Hawk and Dove, as a 15-20 minute and just talk about youthful energy, yada yada, him working on a script without Marvel method, that sort of stuff of like you get the job and then you slowly start to integrate your style. Like all of that is in there. For the third, I don't know. I'll look around. And like, do you have some stuff in mind? I think Liberatore, that would be a great time to go through that.
Yeah, I'll have to run through.
Look through some shit.
We could do Deathblow Wolverine. That's mostly an art book. I was thinking Black Hood is my first Toth. The Black Hood backups. Might be something like First Toth or Our First Toth or something.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't done a Toth.
I have a Detective Comics 3-issue run that I just read that we should do, and you don't really need to read. It's an outlaw thing where there's a comic book artist in Gotham that's doing an unauthorized Batman comic.
Oh, that's fun.
And it's two different artists. So one artist is drawing the Batman comic. It's really Grips story kind of.
That's fun.
But it's like an outlaw Batman comic within Batman. It's pretty fun. And I just read it, so like if we're ever gonna do it, now's a good time.
Yeah. If you see the little fuzz for the... Oh, no, I see it. Here it is. That's from one of our lapels.
Yeah. When were the lapels out here?
I had them in... I took them to Japan. So I probably was moving back and forth a little bit. Yeah, but so King Kayfabers, I guess on Tuesday, we're going to get together to do our next week's stuff. So come by that time, man, because Wednesday, Jimmy and I have to prepare for our travels to Heroes Con. And the cool thing about Heroes Con, one of the things that we like about it a lot, is that it's probably like it hits the threshold of like what we're willing to drive. So that means we get a big ass car we could put all our stuff in, because like there's such a shit, or just like bringing what you could take on an airplane. You can never bring enough stuff on an airplane to make the trip worth it, basically.
Yeah.
Right?
It's awful to try to take books on an airplane.
Yeah, it's bullshit, and to check them, and it's weak. So we load up. This is one of the shows we do. I'm not doing too many shows, and with my excitement and schedule with this daily comic, I can't be doing shows very often. No. I'm not doing CXC. That's going to be a good show.
It is going to be a good show, but yeah, I'm with you. I think
I got comics to make.
I have 2 shows scheduled this year, and we'll see if that's it.
Yeah,
I've turned down a couple too.
Me
too. I don't plan on doing any more, but I may not do the second one. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how Heroes goes.
Yeah, you're doing it. You're doing it.
Yeah, that's all I got. Yeah, guys, thanks for hanging out as always.
Cheers, King Kayfabers. We'll see you on Tuesday. You'll start to see videos pop up throughout this day today. So take care and watch the Patreon. You get the produced vids.